It's a beautiful day for some elimination here in Philadelphia. It is the third day of the NAL playoffs. It's lower bracket day, where you win or you go home. Welcome everyone to playoffs day 3 here in the NAL. I'm Jonas Willinger. Alongside me, as always, I've got Foxe and Laxing. It's win or go home day. As I said, it is all about winning your first match, staying alive in these playoffs, Fox. But as I said, not only is that important, but getting into the top 4 is what this is about for some teams.
I mean, it's the most important. I mean, obviously, you're playing the whole stage to be able to make it there, to be able to make it to a major event, hopefully. That being said, I mean, the teams, from what we've been seeing, it's been a night and day difference from the regular stage to now. I mean, best of threes is really displaying the top tier quality that these teams have to offer.
Yeah, yesterday brought some of the most exciting siege we've seen of the stage. We saw the upper bracket semis go crazy. Shopify M80 really set the tone for the rest of the playoffs and how this is going to be.
Yeah, and seeing the 2-1, even the 2-0, it doesn't really paint the picture of how intense both those games really were. They really went to the limit. So I'm really expecting today, to kick off Wildcard Oxygen and M80 versus Space, and that we're going to see that exact same tenacity that we saw yesterday now coming into today.
Yeah, today is all about the lower bracket. This is the second chance for these teams, but it's also the last chance. They need to win now. A win would mean they are in the top 4, and a loss would send them packing. And
you really need to be stepping up. I mean, pressure's all on the line. Yesterday, we saw Wildcard and M80 really put up their best foot forward. I'm expecting the same level of consistency from them. OG and SSG coming into playoffs, they didn't look that strong. This is their last opportunity. They had a day to maybe right some wrongs, come into it with a different look on their face, but obviously no mistakes can be made now.
Well, our first matchup, Wildcard and Oxygen. It's actually a bit of a rematch from that first day of the Super Week where Oxygen ended up taking that win over Wildcard. But that was just for playoff position. Now the stakes are even higher.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday, Oxygen, I wasn't sure what we're going to see. We did see life outside of Wildcard. We've been seeing nothing but improvement. They did get a little too ahead of themselves in their previous matchup. But again, like you said, these two did meet up before, but this is an entirely different Wildcard.
Yeah, the Wildcard we're seeing right now is looking good. They came in as the 6th seed, but an impressive opening round against SSG in the playoffs. They take that win, and now they're looking hungry for more.
I mean, they've only been looking better and better, and honestly, the only team that has really been beaten Wildcard is Wildcard themselves. That's been their biggest issue. I mean, we saw so much innovation from them yesterday, specifically in the game against DZ. Now, the biggest issue for them is they can have rounds where they look amazing, phenomenal, but then next round immediately, they just overcomplicate things, lose rounds for themselves. That's their biggest issue.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this throughout the last few days, right? These high highs, but these really low lows that they kind of inflict upon themselves, especially on the attacking side. Some moments where they innovate, they show that creativity, and it works, and others where it doesn't work at all.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard's an adaptive heavy team where they're showing some new stuff that we haven't necessarily seen before, specifically against DZ. I mean, round 9, this Aurora play that you're going to hear time and time again, it was so genius because it buys you enough time and cover to be able to get the diffuser down in syncs, and it's such a lockdown position when you have players playing from above. It's such an amazing post-plant hold. And that creativity is what wins them rounds. But immediately in the round that could have brought them to overtime, look at these oversights. Spiker's going for the plant. They have a player in piano. They let Spiker get taken down from a pixel play. Babe makes an amazing retake, gets position, gets 3 kills. But again, another overstep. They can't find the last player. They go for these 1v1s, but they're not close enough to be able to trade. And this is the complications that Wildcard does. In the first round with Aurora, it's a new strat. They're overcomplicating it, but for the good reasons, and that is a beautiful play. It works out. They're there for the trades because they have the game plan. In the next round, they have man advantage. They go for that execute. They oversight just because they're thinking too much about it. There's a player in piano, he can easily just watch pixel. 1 player down. You're in a 2v1. Let's just try to work together. As long as you can trade, more than often than not, you're going to win the round. Oversight. So it's just time after time. 1 round will look great, and then that overcomplication that can be amazing can also bite them when they don't have everything battened down.
Well, Wildcard, they got through the first round of the playoffs, then they lost in the second. Oxygen, on the other hand, it was that opening round loss to M80 that sent them to the lower bracket, but it was a scrappy game, Lax. We saw the capabilities that this team has to bring rounds back from the brink.
Yeah, we definitely saw the capabilities, and they started out very strong. We weren't sure what we were going to see in a best of 3. We did see a little bit of what best of 1 looked like, but again, Oxygen had it in their favor, but it was on their defensive side, where we've talked about time and time again. For a brand new roster, attack is always going to be your harder side. You have to figure out the foundation. You have to understand the correct course and action you need to take in these attacking rounds, and that is where they're struggling time and time again. So yes, they can get scrappy on some of these attacking rounds. Yes, they can get scrappy on some of these defenses, but especially in the playoffs, you need to be better on that attacking side.
Yes, some of the issues we've seen on their attacking side, important operators, key to the foundation of the round, dying early. We've seen Forrest on shields having that very problem.
Yeah, I mean, Forrest, you know, this has been a problem that's been continuing, whether it was beginning of the stage or even now into playoffs. He's plays such an important role on this shield operator that just creates so much headway, creates that space is very oppressive, but in so many different scenarios, we see Forrest, whether he dies first on that shield where he can't then entry the building, help that attack get started, or he's not doing his due diligence and following up with the shield play with the player behind him. And you look at his entry stats, that needs to change drastically, especially going into today, to put forth that effort to getting a top 4 spot here, possibly making an event. And realistically, when you look at Oxygen as a whole and what their attacks have looked like, what I want the chat to really focus on in this game is not only on Forrest, just whether or not he can get into the building and make headway with that shield, but also their attacks. They are so telegraphed in so many different scenarios, and when you're a player in these positions going against a team like Oxygen on defense, you can understand that a rush is about to happen because there's nothing happening in the map. Everyone is coming. Nothing's happening here. We don't know what's about to happen, but in hindsight, everyone understands it's about to be rushed. And time again, what we see from Oxygen is these rushes that almost immediately get shut down 9 out of 10 times.
And OXG needs that spearhead, and obviously Forrest was the biggest reason on why they were able to get that 1 map win on Kafe against M80, because he was playing that blitz. He was forcefully put in front of his teammates. They were able to play off of him because he was that spearhead for them. That's been the biggest issue for OXG, is not having an entry. And if Forrest is going to be that consistent entry on those shields, and we see him making blunders like that where he's overlooking positions, or there's no drones in front of him, or he's going too fast ahead of his team, that's where we're going to see OXG struggle and fall back. Because yes, having an entry is good, but if your entry is going too fast and dying before anybody can do anything, it's just as bad as not having an
Absolutely.
entry.
Well, another area of contention between these two teams, of course, is the maps and where we'll be headed for this best of 3 wildcard. They've definitely shown us more on the map pool side of things than Oxygen, and we end up with a Chalet ban into a Consulate pick. Lax, what do you make of this?
Well, it makes sense for wildcard to pick Consulate. Oxygen hasn't shown it. They aren't bad at the map by any means. This was a map they actually preferred back in the day, so no surprise to see that be able to come through. Kafe, that's a little bit of an interesting one here for Oxygen to want to take wildcard. I'm sure you want to exploit all of the given times now. Wildcard has played it 4 times, lost it twice, won it twice, which realistically, wildcard should have won Kafe yesterday. They had so many mistakes that they could have just easily closed out that map. So I'm not too comfortable with that Oxygen pick trying to take advantage of that, especially I'm sure they're going off of when they beat wildcard, but again, completely different wildcard. And then we ended on a clubhouse. That makes total sense, but I do realistically believe these 2 maps heavily favor wildcard.
Yeah, I don't really like the maps for OXG. We've already talked about how they've had a really limited map pool. They only showed 4 maps when it came to the stage, and obviously they banned out Skyscraper. Skyscraper went poorly, and that was one of the 4 that they've shown. That being said, Consulate, I'm going to side with the wildcard when it comes to that. Kafe, OXG is riding that high of being able to beat M80. I don't imagine wildcard didn't do their preparation. Of course they're going to have their preparation. They're going to have the responses to Forrest. And if they ban out that blitz, they ban out that BB, what is Forrest and OXG going to do next? How will they be able to get those picks? That'll be interesting to see. And then Clubhouse, I mean, it really just looks like OXG it looks like OXG is not confident in their map pool at all, and they don't care if these are strong wildcard maps. They just need to play what they're decent at in scrims.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little surprised to hear you guys say that about Kafe, because this is where Oxygen beat wildcard on during the best of 1. Obviously, wildcard and Oxygen have been playing that since, but what do you make of this series as a whole? Clearly, you think that it sounds like wildcard have the edge.
Yeah, I'm going to side with wildcard winning. I believe wildcard has the potential to 2-0. I mean, I think if there's a map OXG will win, it'll be Kafe because they are good on it. But again, the biggest reason to their success was the entry. And if they get that taken away from them, OXG has been so slow to adapt and find new responses when things don't go well for them. If they get rid of Forrest on that Kafe, I don't see it going well.
And as for wildcard, I mean, I have to go with them just for the simple fact they're still the most proven. Sure, Oxygen, they did keep it scrappy, they did keep it close against M80, but something that is still continuing to plague them every single game is, like I said, being telegraphed on their attacks, or Force not being able to lead that charge properly, or Force not having an alternative to pivot off of an aggressive take where they can just take their time. And again, we need to see these attacks start to happen here, especially in a best of 3. But again, it's been plaguing them too much, and wildcard has looked too proven for me to go against that.
All right, fair enough. Wildcard and Oxygen going toe-to-toe. Our first elimination game here in the NAL playoffs. We'll send things down to Ollie and Lynx as Consulate is about to get underway.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And for Ollie and I's only game of the day, I have to say we are shockingly very excited for it. Because you might be thinking, oh, OXG, they didn't have a lot to offer. Wildcard 2 barely making it into the playoffs. But you would only think that if you hadn't been paying attention. Both of these two teams, Ollie, might have been bested by M80 and DZ respectively. But though they might have been the quote-unquote worst teams in the series, they were really not that far off the victors.
I mean, OXG was the worst team by maybe 1 round. That's a fairly fine margin indeed. And, well, I mean, DZ yesterday, not much was getting in their way between them and cementing their own spot in that grand final tomorrow. So, do you go up against DZ with plot armor? Do you lose 1 round against M80 and maybe win it? Things go a different way. We could be looking at a very different lower bracket quarterfinal right now. However, we have got wildcard, we have got OXG, and I'm up for it. I expect this to go all 3. I think the desk is maybe not as much of an Oxygen believer as they potentially should be. And for Fox and Lax, like, surely that's not a great thing. Like, this is their old home. I thought they'd have been backing the boys.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I can understand their misgivings as to why they might not want to back OXG in this matchup. When they've had their successes, it has been off the back of very gimmicky, cheesy plays. That OXG wildcard game that they mentioned that you and I casted, a game that you and I found highly entertaining, ultimately was off the back of, 1, extremely quick, that's ridiculous, extremely quick shield plays, and kind of pocket rushes up Whitehall with the blitz that, 1, wildcard will very easily counter-strat, and 2, also haven't even always worked for OXG on other maps. In this particular one, we've not seen OXG play Consulate so far this stage. Wildcard have played it twice, won it once against SSG, lost it once against M80. And I have to imagine once Wildcard, you know, of course, get to the other side, we will see shield bans, but surprisingly for OXG, also banning both shields out the gates? I actually don't know how I feel about that.
Both the Monty and the Blitz. Like, every team's got someone that can play the shields, but I wouldn't necessarily be thinking, I mean, let's see how it develops. But I don't know that that's maybe the best ban that you could be going for. When you start thinking about what's available on Kafe, there is so much more to it than a shield. Shield on Kafe, it's okay, and in the right hands it can be great, but I don't think it's that good.
Well, and on Consulate as well, like, I mean, obviously, shields are important, like you just said, but Wildcard have shown, Dash, for example, have shown the ability to play Blackbeard, and the way they play a lot of those shields is not really kind of like, you know, it's one thing to ban Monty if you're against, like, Canadian, right? Like, human drone, slowly moving around, like, okay, pretty logical. Dash plays Blackbeard very similar to how he plays Blitz, very similar to how he plays Monty. He wants to go quick, create space, and somebody to move off the back of it. So you have removed 2 of those options, to be fair. We've also shown that when you ban operators like Gridlock, it can really mess up Wildcard's play. So I don't think the shields are necessarily a bad ban, but Bay's on a comfort op, and not really much of Wildcard's overall attacking setup on Consulate has been disrupted. Early C4, reading into the Yellow Stairs entry by Wildcard, but Dash will fend that off pretty easily.
And I don't think there's a big difference here between if he's on a Blitz or if he's on a Blackbeard. I think he's probably going to get the job done just the same. At the moment, really fronting up to the CEO side. The site, of course, split site. You tend to see quite a few split sites coming out here on Consulate. It has certainly gained a lot of popularity. So far, Dash is, I mean, aside from struggling with a goo mine, I just thought he was missing that thing. Like, I don't know if that's in a different place on his screen, but he just looked like he was straight missing it. He's at least got himself into piano for the time being. Plenty of info available for OXG here as well. They've got tons of C4s that they're going to be able to try and throw out. They've already used one early on. Wildcard just slowly taking half control of this map, clearing that mid floor, and happy that they've been able to achieve that. Track Stingers can now go out and they can start to work on the next part of the plan.
Not only have we seen split sites from the defense, as you mentioned, but seen a lot of teams really prefer to do a bit of a half clear up top, then immediately rotate down in the same fashion. We've seen Wildcard do this exact attack in games they played previously. Oftentimes, Kansan will walk up that side construction hallway, try to probe for a pick or find a gap on the opposite side. So folks, you have done their prep work. Again, the first time they played that map, I hope they're ready for that style of push and that once these Selmas go out, they won't be all too surprised. The Wildcard aren't really looking for the act of surprise right now, Ollie. They know that OXG are going to see this, and they're going to try to win the fights once they start pushing forward.
That's it. I think that Wildcard are happy to just take what they can at the moment. Yoga does seem to have navigated his way through the Track Stingers as well.
Ooh.
Chance for an opener there for Kansan, but he's beaten to it by his teammate in Spiker.
Oh, this is just clean from Wildcard to start. Baby Shark also finding one. Grixer's trying to hit a spiral flank, but large concern right now that Wildcard might just end the round on their own terms before that flank has any potential impact. Indeed, Baby Shark finds him, shuts it down. Beautiful trades. Not letting anything go unseen or taken for granted. Really impressive mid-round by Wildcard. And so Adam looks to start off Consulate with a 1v4 retake, and unfortunately that seems quite unlikely with a shield and 3 different angles looking your way. Well, Sparky flick on a dash there, and we'll give him that one, as Wildcard will too. But they start off with one attacking victory and one that looked quite convincing.
Wildcard not looking pressed one little bit there inside of round 1. Really getting a good, clean job of taking that map control nice and early. Very minimalist. They weren't interested in anything that OXG were doing. And let's be honest, it's not as if OXG were dangling a huge carrot or holding a big sign that said, come and push me. But I think even if they had, Wildcard were just so focused in what they wanted to do. They really did a great job of controlling that pace. Moving in, getting the plant down. Tech pause, unfortunately. Unsure if we maybe lost a player there in the transition, but I don't think that that is going to do anything to the pacing of this game. Wildcard, they look very focused here tonight, Lynx.
They do. Look very, very focused. And the OXG we just saw is quite similar to the OXG we've seen this whole stage on defense. One of their biggest strengths is a virtue and a vice. But I'll leave that for after the break, because the Dash unfortunately DC'd. We got to get him back in the lobby, so don't go anywhere. You'll hear my point right after this. Okay, apparently not a break. My bad. I saw a short break, and I think for a minute meant short break for Dash. Which is fine. Because now I gotta say my point. And I'm excited, because honestly I was kind of pissed. I was like, no!
Tell me the point! Tell me the point!
I was like, I had the point. It's basically just like, what was I saying? Hold on. Come back to me. Come back to me. Oh yeah, the OXG we've seen most of this stage is an OXG that plays defense is very conservatively, very passively. Which is both a virtue, Ollie, because some teams, some teams are very good at capitalizing off openings, even if they might not be very good on the attacking side. However, if you play very passive, and like we just saw, Wildcard are good and adept at taking all of that control, well, they get a lot of the map for free, get a lot of the angles they want for free, and then you have to start getting aggressive, and what have we've been asking for OXG the whole stage? Who's going to step up? Who is going to make that play?
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I was looking through some of the stats for the previous game that Wildcard have played inside of playoffs, and it was quite interesting because the game where they win against Space Station 2-0 with a 7-2 labs and a fairly hefty overtime Chalet, it was actually Bay that was top of the pops. Kansan went -1 on the whole series. He managed 14 kills, 15 deaths. Not a bad stat line by any stretch, but given his standing in the overall players of the entirety of North America, including the stage, a little bit of a surprise. And then you see Kansan do really well really well, +5, so a good job. 75% cost in there as well. But on the DZ Wildcard game where Wildcard ended up losing. So it was kind of nice in a way to see that impact from other players really sometimes can be the difference, because we talk about Kansan a hell of a lot on this wildcard roster. And with good reason, you know, he's third highest rated inside of NA right now. But the team that is around him is also very capable. And I think as soon as they start finding that little bit of consistency, they're going to be dangerous.
And even if it was 2 losses, solid consistency against DZ yesterday. All 12 rounds, both games. 2-0 win over SSG. This wildcard roster has been getting more consistent, been figuring things out. The honeymoon at Reload might be over. They're starting to work through a lot of those problems that come in the first year. They're figuring it out. Whereas OXG, we are still looking to not be the team we've seen beat teams they should beat and lose to teams they should lose. Will wildcard be the latter? C4 goes out. They don't move ahead. Instead, it's a double peek from 2 players. Bottom spiral. Gomez swings around. Finally, that C4 detonates. Dash backs right into it. And yet wildcard are undaunted. The Yokais have gone out, but Spiker's going to put this diffuser down. Primary utility nowhere in a position to find it. Another C4 kill. 2 players on OXG find themselves 2 kills apiece, and Baby Shark has his work cut out for him here. Spiker did the best he could to put that diffuser down, and Baby Shark's got to somehow work these vertical angles. They will be ready to go for the retake. You can see the player moving up yellow stairs. Baby Shark working around, trying to find this new angle. This is not favoring him. Down goes Gomez as Grixer burns down the defuse time, and OXG take the second defense.
Defender mission successful.
I'll be honest, it looks like I'm watching it on a PowerPoint display at the moment. So I'm not too clued in to just exactly how that all went down, but it looks as though we see another successful round coming out there. Wildcard, again, really plant-focused in what they want to do, but just not having the manpower in the end to really hold on in that post. I think OXG reacted quite well to the push, and in some cases, was it a situation where they kind of let the plant go down and then played for that retake? Because they certainly had position and ability to do so. Really liked this little double hold and double push, really, at the bottom of the stairs. And I was very surprised with that C4 timing. I think that was played really, really well by Gomez because he'd thrown it earlier. And then the players on wildcard had just sprinted down through it, but he hadn't blown it. And I think at that point, as an attacker, you kind of assume that he's already blown it, right? And you just got to back up a little bit, create a bit more space, and boom, the C4 goes off. Really nice little small play, but sometimes it's the small plays that make the big difference.
The small plays that make the big difference.
Attackers are heading out.
I love that from you. Very beautiful, Ollie. You're a poet at heart. It's a shame. I've got the clean feed up, and the clean feed looks great, but it's 6 seconds behind.
That's I mean, that's ancient history as far as Siege is concerned.
Well, it's, you know, ancient history as far as I'm concerned. I don't remember 6 seconds ago. You can clearly see the Monty Blitz bands have not tripped up wildcard whatsoever, by the way. Dash again just running Blackbeard 3 rounds in a row. Perfectly fine to do it. I have to imagine OXG will then ban that the next. And that could be where the problems arise. When wildcard do not have shields whatsoever, because they do generally play them on their previous attacks. You just have to worry if they've done a lot of practice, if they're able to use a lot of these operators like Ying, like Grim, to achieve a lot of the same outcomes of breaking defensive positions. For example, 3-man hold to the top floor right here. Baby Shark repels in. They'll look to start dealing with these 3 roamers, because on Expo, you can win the site just from the vertical. So you got to respect it, even if you don't take the control.
You have to go in there and disrupt the players. You can't let them sit up there for free. And you see some Candelas start to go out now from Spiker. Baby Shark. Nice little opener there. Hansen's actually got himself into Spiral as well. He might be in a good position to start trading, but the kills are going to go OXG's way and then some. A lot of trading for you to do here, Kansan. Might find himself one.
That was
Feels like he's got an eternity right now as well. Still quite doable for him from this position.
It's not terrible. We don't know what their 2 drones are. They're not active for him, obviously.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
And I don't know if you really want to put that Rotero drone down. It will make a hell of a lot of noise, and they'll know that you're on drone. But he will do it. It's not a bad idea, to be clear. But like you said, hell of a lot of time. A minute remaining now. You can find this BP in sight. That'll certainly help quite a bit. No C4 from Yaga either. So, sure, he's got to look out for these goo mines, but he does even have an active drone. Saving it, too. Here's a lot Kansan can work with here. He drops the hatch, he will make sound. That will be the cue to OXG for where to look, so he'll think better. Go to the staircase. One around the corner right here. Just to his left, flash goes out. Good foresight, good awareness. He commits to the fight and instead crosses. That'll leave one player behind him. Z-ping on the other one. He knows the location of both of these defenders. All that time has slipped away, and I think the moment to get all these kills has vanished. Unfortunate. It seemed he might have had the right tools to do it. He'll at least get one exit. No, he won't. Forrest just sitting on the couch. Playing that 1v2, I think, is about as well as you could, Ollie. It's a shame, because all the intel he turns out that he had, maybe there is a workable one in there.
I think there's a workable one. I don't know where he lost all his time. That's the disappointment out of that one. I think he had a lot of droning to do because of maybe either a lack of pre-placed or drones that had been dealt with very early from OXG. Forrest played it exceptionally well. There was one BP left that didn't get Rotero'd, and it was inside of exposition, and Forrest just tucked himself in and played off it. Can't really ask for much more out of him than that. OXG take a very narrow lead now as we enter round number 4 with a Tachanka ban and a Ying ban. Ying has been a mainstay of Wildcard's attacks here, and it is going to be the last removal. So not going to go full shield removal. Instead, still going to leave that Blackbeard kicking around for Dash to play as and when he likes. But let's be honest, it hasn't really had the desired impact. And I think that the Ying ban certainly will slow some things down a little bit because they've been used very effectively at clearing areas on that top floor quite quickly. It is going to force Spiker into something else a little bit more similar. And we are going to be going for the Grim.
That is true. Like, the Ying was clearly a focal point of their strategy last round. I have to say, it is kind of funny, though, that OXG have banned 2 shields, and they're the 2 shields Dash plays the least on this map. The vast majority of the shields he's played on Consulate is Blackbeard. Not his most played shield, generally. Blitz is his most played shield. But Monty is not really a shield he's played all that much. Played it none during the SSG game, and only once during the M80 game. So you'd think that maybe the Blitz and the Blackbeard, which are not only his most played shields on this map, but his most played shields generally, that would make more sense to me. But again, the Ying is a good op. I don't think it's like a bad ban phase from OXG. It is just a bit weird that the one shield they've left up is his most played shield on Consulate.
It might be one of those occasions where it's just very much like we don't want to play against a Blitz or a Monty, regardless of what could happen. So it might just be a comfort thing for OXG. And if that's the case, then you can have that comfort pick for sure.
They're winning the defense.
Be aware that a Blackbeard will be brought, but it doesn't seem to be causing them too much problem. This, however, looks like it could be a little bit quicker than usual.
All right, well, you know, fair enough.
Gomez! Oh, Dash, why are you unshielding at that point?
I mean, this is kind of the downside of Wildcard, right? Is like, we have seen, even on Consulate, some unconvincing, strange moments from Dash on the shield. That being another one of the many examples. 2v5, unfortunately, for a Wildcard, and I am hyper-fixating on OXG's ban phase. Maybe that's just because, outside of that first round, there have not really been all that much to talk about when it's come to Wildcard's attacks. First round, OXG won. Round 2, only one player died on their side. Second time, it was basically a Kansan 1v4 for most of the round. And here, it's a 2v5 for Wildcard. And for Spiker and Bay to try and figure out. There's not really been that much to talk about since round 1, Ollie.
I've not seen anything that's made me go, that looks really good. Which is a bit of a shame.
That looked really good.
I mean, that looks really good. That's a nice shot. We've got to give Bay his credit where credit is due. He's able to take down Forrest. And there's still a minute. They have the kit. They have Track Stinger, they have secondary MP, they have tin openers. They should have an ability here to at least knock on the door to the site. But there's no way that OXG should be losing this.
No.
They can have crossfires upon crossfires downstairs.
Oh. Okay, wait, hold on. And, oh, that's a huge fight right there. Bay wins that. This round really starts spiraling out of control. There is potential for Spiker, though. He's got 1 Deathmark tracker remaining, and 2 of these defenders are low HP. A lot of ammo in that AK as well. So the Valkyrie will be spotted. This also could be one of the situations where you just immediately turn off the death mark, but no. He's lacking all the intel. Hit the goo mine, 1 player on the vert. really rough position for Spiker. Not just in terms of round, I mean literally this position. Like he's in the middle of the whole crossfire. Try to attempt the defuse plant. Likely see someone coming down these staircases. Nobody pushing. Okay, he's actually going to stick this. Moves out. This is a 1v1 right here. He could win this against the Valkyrie. Oh my god. That's not a trade. That is another gunfight that really could have switched things for Wildcard, but they end up losing the round and we get the outcome we should have got anyway.
I saw a really interesting, I can't remember who made the post, but it was talking about the amount of trades in CGX, and it was comparing it to Pengu's famous clutch to win SI on, what was it called, Coastline way back when. And it was saying maybe that kill was meant to be a trade as well.
That was
and
Jack,
maybe if we'd have had
Jack in the group chat.
I thought it was a tweet.
That's not a tweet. That was a message Jack sent in the group chat.
Okay, well, it would be a good tweet. Maybe you should make it. But we're certainly seeing a heck of a lot more trades here as we've transitioned over onto CGX. And that being another one of those occasions where, had it gone down as a straight kill, maybe we see a little bit more of a chance. But for Wildcard at the moment, opportunity is looking fairly slim. They are really being allowed to move through and get this diffuser down, but it is very much on OXG's terms, which is kind of weird because I felt like OXG just sort of rolled over a little bit in that first round. But since, they've really stood up to Wildcard and they've gone, you know, we're actually going to set the pace of this game.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Also, you know, Dash, maybe don't unshield there. Just, you know, if you're walking in, you don't need to do that. Think maybe we're getting a little itchy on the right click. I think some of our problems could be solved if we don't do that.
Just unbind ADS.
Well, don't unbind ADS, because that's literally half of the operator's functionality. Don't unbind ADS.
Or make it a double press. Like, you really got to commit to it.
Honestly, basically, just do anything except don't turn on toggle. If you turn on toggle, it'll be worse.
I could
He's
never get
back
my
on.
head around toggle.
I can't either. I tried to do it for a little bit, and it just wasn't working. Doesn't help that I'm, you know, bad, but it's fine. Another basement defense as OXG did not complete the full site rotation, but they now have played, well, now won the only site that went Wildcard's way back in round 1. Not played CEO. Just your average full clear. First round, that Bay's not played Gridlock, and understandably, he will bring the Ram. Wildcard leaning full into the vertical destruction this go-around. Likely to try to facilitate the garage plant, be my guess.
I mean, the plant has been the focus for Wildcard in pretty much every single one of these rounds. They have all of the tools, and with the way that OXG have been playing, they've not really been showing a want and a need to commit to a heavy roam. They've tried to flank, and they've played a little bit loose in the mid to late round. But this ground has been given pretty much for free. Wildcard are going to take full advantage of that. The boogie drones can start to rip open this floor. Dash just going to be prowling on the bottom of those yellow stairs. The breach is primed and ready. Did see the nade at the barricade and worried for a moment that Dash was just going to run on through and bear down onto the mirror window and start ADSing again, but it looks as though he is taking a moment to breathe this time. Site open, vert established. Now it's about working a plant. There's still a heck of a lot of utility here for OXG to play on, and this yokai is going to be massive, not only for information, but if the plant does start to go down.
Ironic, because it technically did not stop the plant last time on basement, but the round around the plant was pretty much lost anyway. So didn't need to stop it. Complete 5v5 as you reach 30 seconds left, and not only did you point out the full utility OXG still has, but there's still no clear way into this. It'll just be a smoke, flash, rush from Spiker in front of that mirror window, but again, the shield going down early. Almost wonder, maybe OXG didn't need to ban those shields, if this is what we're going to see from Dash. One of the 3 remaining C4s still goes out. Lands next to Spiker, no successful plant. Kansan, when you need a hero, you can call his number, call him up, but again, the round surrounding him is the problem, and there is no opportunity for Wildcard to pop off when the setup on these Consulate attacks appears so lacking.
Where's the information for Wildcard? Like, do they not know that 4 C4s are in play? Do they not know that there's an echo? that's still got 2 yokai drones up. OXG didn't even have to have a gunfight then. They could have just cleanly won that off the back of util. C4s and yokai drones. And the clock.
By the way, Ollie, take a guess. How many drones do you think Wildcard had when they went for that execute?
Oh, I don't even think.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I don't even know.
Just take a guess.
6.
It actually was 6.
Wow.
They had 6 live drones. Took all that time. Still got yokai, still got C4.
Unbelievable. Just a clear lack of info gathering. It's a bit of a worrying sign as well, because we have seen there's a couple of teams that we like to, well, let's say have got 2 sides inside of NAL. Wildcard is slowly but surely becoming one of those teams as well, where they can have a super competitive game against DZ, and in some of the rounds you're looking at it and just going, wow, what a play.
Honestly, it's just like...
And then you see like that last round and you're just like, hello? Is this the same team?
It looks like the development's just regressed. Like, a lot of the problems we saw on Consulate, like, I can remember quite a few rounds on Consulate where I'm watching Dash play the shield and I'm like, he is not with the team. He is ADSing when he doesn't need to, exposing himself when he doesn't need to. That's happening right here. It happened in the last 2 rounds. Opening pick twice. And the last one happened with 22 seconds left. Like, you don't need to... He's not getting any control because OXG are giving everything for free. Honestly, something we didn't really talk about. I mentioned that OXG play really passive on defenses. That is a massive virtue on Consulate. You're not overcomplicating it. It's one of the hardest maps to attack. So on the one hand, I get why Wildcard are struggling. OXG aren't doing them any favors. But neither are they doing any favors to themselves.
I also don't think OXG are overcomplicating things.
Exactly.
Like, they are just playing super, super basic stuff. And basic's the wrong word. Fundamentals is a better word because it sounds a lot better. It sounds more intentional. Because what they are doing is very intentional right now. It isn't flashy. It's fairly bare bones.
All right.
Finally, we see Dash un-ADS and pick himself up a kill. I honestly thought we were going to see it again.
You just get worried at this point. That moment when you see a roll fumble so many times, you get worried it might happen again. Wildcard have an opportunity. 5v4. Spiker getting in that site. Second Dokkaebi call goes out. But again, Dash and Bay both fall to the retake up top. And that allows Grixer, Gomez, Yaga, everybody to just look down that hatch and put Wildcard in a difficult but not undoable spot. Because at least Bay and Dash held on to let that defuse plant go through. Baby Shark on this long angle might be able to stop it. I don't know if he actually has it. No, it's got to be on Kansan entirely to push him into Baby Shark's crosshairs and allow the Dokkaebi to clean up. They're not the most direct angles, but working in tandem. Wildcard do have a solution of some kind. Grixer, the last attempt. Yaga will fend off the push. Baby Shark sprinting through. There we go. And again, when you need him, he pulls through. Kansan with 2 to get a 2-4 half for Wildcard.
I really need to see the second to last kill from Kansan there because I've got a feeling that he threaded the eye of a needle to take out the player diffusing. Unbelievable. It's one of the reasons why he's the highest rated player inside of NAL. And he's could be credited as one of the only reasons why Wildcard are still in this thing. Without his huge, massive overperformance, Wildcard would not be where they are today. A 2-4 split. Wildcard good for 2 rounds on the attack of Consulate. Is it now going to be enough? That last round was an absolute nail-biter. And I think Oxygen, for a time, it really looked like they could be walking away with a 5-1 half and almost plain sailing from that point onwards. That isn't the case. Let's see if we catch that last kill on the replay.
Ooh.
He really did.
Let's go! Let's go, Evan! Come on! Good job, boys.
The angle looked a little bit different from the other side. It wasn't quite a super fine thread, but it was still a very important kill, and that prioritization of getting the guy that's disabling, then going for the player that's pushing you. I don't think OXG could have played it any better. I think Grixer did his best in that position. Really got to credit Kansan and his prioritization there.
You absolutely do. And honestly, one thing in hindsight that I'm kind of thinking about was I mentioned that OXG maybe should have considered banning some of the more crazier execute ops, like Ying, like they did the third round, or Grim. But for some reason, I don't know why, Wildcard these past few games, even yesterday against DZ, we're not all that eager to play them. I don't know what is the reluctance with this team of they bring the Blackbeard, but then like only bringing the Ying on certain attacking rounds, only bringing the Grim on certain attacking rounds. I don't know. Either way, that is in the past, first of all. But second off, it's still a 2-4 attack. And that is a workable half for Wildcard going forward. You can do quite a lot with that split. And especially just prioritizing the Blackbeard and the Blitz bands. They know exactly how OXG beat them before on Cafe Ollie, and at least them doing that early is nice.
Yeah, it still will leave Forest with the Monty. That very well could get removed later on into the matchup. But he'll at least have it for the first couple of rounds of the attack. Again, we talk about differences in lineup. It's a little bit of a different lineup. It's a lot more flexible. It's a lot looser from Wildcard.
No.
Baby Shark getting hunted right now. Ooh!
Oh.
Drops into the lap of Grixer. Some brilliant cut-off control there from OXG, and Grixer's not done.
Oh, Bay! I think maybe we fall back here? I think this is a bit too risky. Damo says, well, yeah, get back to that hatch. That swing right there was ballsy from Bay, and it very nearly cost him his life. That is a good retreat by Baby Shark. Also a bit strange. Gomez was very far, excuse me, Grixer was very far out, so maybe Bay just missed him while he was playing Visa, trying to be the bridge back to site for Baby Shark. The roam doesn't work out, unfortunately, and OXG might not be the greatest attacking team, but they can work with a 5v4, especially with that shield still alive.
That's it, taking out Baby Shark. I mean, that's what he's there to do, essentially, on the Vigil. He's there to waste a little bit of time. He's there to get a kill and do some damage, but he hasn't done that. He hasn't achieved it. He's wasted the time element, sure, but there's still enough for OXG to work with here, especially with some of the speed operators that they have right now. The Ram being so much quicker than the Buck or the Sledge. Already, this entire exposition floor has been opened up. And they can start to try and work a little bit further. Forest primed and ready. And he's just waiting for that vert pressure to be sufficient to start move and bully these defenders around a little bit.
Here we go. Forest not looking to bully, just looking to plant. That's the rest of the team's job. The vertical angles we did not see Wildcard make good use of. Only Ram one basement attack on their attacking side, just relying on Sledge. Look at the power these boogie drones have. All the defense is separated. They are all pushed back. It's another Kansan 1vx. And what is the impact any of these lineups are having? No yokai. I mean, they had the yokais, but they might as well not have had them. Vigil taken out early, not wasting time. They still get the wall open. The bandit batteries just get shot. Where was that attack from Wildcard? They had the Blackbeard 6 rounds. They attacked basement twice and only brought vert on 1 round. It took them till round 5 to bring 1 vert up. Ram or Sledge. It took them, what? 3 rounds to run Ying, and then it just got banned. Took them 4 rounds to run Dokkaebi. OXG bringing it all in the first. I'm getting angry because, like, they are better than this. I literally saw them be better than this yesterday. Not even 24 hours ago. I saw them be better than this.
10 seconds to go.
You okay?
No, I'm angry. Like, I'm angry.
I feel like you need a hug. Honestly.
No, it's like, because, like, obviously OXG are playing well, and I want to acknowledge that. Like, that round, they did everything they needed to do. They saw the roamer. They isolated Baby Shark upstairs. Got the kill. Holding the cutoff, perfect from Grixer. After that, get the Monty, get the vert from the boogie drones, open up the front wall, isolate, push the defenders back, deny the util. Like, literally, clinical, perfect attack from OXG there. Part of it was because they brought all the right tools, all the right operators. Second, got all the intel. Third, managed the time well, got the right positions. We saw none of that from Wildcard. half the time not bringing the right ops, half the time mismanaging the time, and the rest of the time not getting all the util. And it's bewildering and infuriating because I saw them do it yesterday, and I know they're better than this.
It again
It
comes
should be a
down to
close
this.
game.
It should be a close game. We were really excited going into this. It again comes down to this lack of making things too complicated. OXG are just taking the path of least resistance each and every time, and it's working. They don't need to play Flashy Siege tonight. Wildcard aren't playing that well. OXG just need to get those fundamentals down. Forest. Looks like he's going to be baiting out a little bit of util here. Vulcan Pack will be exploded nice and early. We can start to see some Selmas getting sent through from Atom. They're going to be in the hot seat right now. There isn't too much really to deal with him. You've got some nades, you've got track stingers. You can try and get a track on him and force him to move.
I'll find you, and
There's the track. Going on to the Warden of Baby Shark, maybe assuming that the Warden would be playing on that vending machine position, but no, it's a little bit different. It's in fact the Fenrir. We have Atom prowling below. What a swing! Excuse me?
That's crazy from Camden. Gomez been having a pretty good game, by the way. Forrest about to make another good use of the shield. Saw some improvement from him in round 7, gaining intel, staying alive, not exposing himself. Forrest, big prom player for OXG. If round 7 is what we're going to see, depending what happens in round 8, might be one of the keys to OXG's success right here. Bam, look at that. Full shield, not exposing himself. He's doing everything he needs to right now, and setting up Grixer perfectly. Unfortunately there, that's not necessarily a Forrest issue. We just see teams sometimes, I think, disrespect these vertical angles a little too much. So Adam will have to creep around, shoot the Goyo in the back, flick around the corner, but that's an easy trade for Bay. He'll retake the line as Grixer in sight, trying to deal with these remaining angles. Smoke, unfortunately, banked off the wall, but Bay peeking. Almost a 2v1 for OXG right there for the time slipping down. One player on the mid floor, one player up top. There's something for OXG in here. There just has to be a little give. Grixer planning right beneath the vert. Will it be able to shield him? Will Baby Shark find it? Yaga's got the next kill. It's all on the Warden. Grixer's got to put this case down. He doesn't have vision. Yaga sees him. We're moving into the poster. Warden might move into the grave. Either way, OXG pulling it back. A double goo mine triggered. Both will pull it out of their feet. But Gomez has the privilege to laugh. He has the grace to find levity in this situation, because the one round where Wildcard have looked somewhat decent, the one round that looked a little decisive since the beginning of the game, and it's slipping away entirely. Baby Shark goes for the defuse, and in a matter of seconds, it's done. 2 attacks in a row for OXG, and where Wildcard have regressed, OXG are looking in some of the best form they've been this entire stage.
I don't know what it is about OXG against Wildcard, but it always seems to bring out the best in them. I do find it quite comical how that vertical angle was found in like 0.1 of a second as Baby Shark went for that counter defuse, but he couldn't find it the entire time that he was upstairs, and he mag dumped like everything into the floor trying to get the kill. Gonna be a tilter for sure for Wildcard. I am not surprised to see that tactical timeout used. There's an argument to say it probably ought to have been used a little bit sooner than this, with OXG knocking on the door of a map point. It is a best of 3, and we have to remind ourselves of this at this current stage. But realistically, Wildcard have to do some serious digging, because throwing man advantage situations like that, when they're on the defense, we're inside a red time, and there's a very less than ideal plant spot. It didn't look great for Grixer, I'm going to be honest. Somehow, OXG make it work. That swing was pretty... oh, no, that wasn't that one. It was the later swing, wasn't it, from Camden. It was pretty nutty. That was it. Grixer just immediately... like a guided missile on that vert angle. He knew exactly where he was going. What a game. What a series. Map point for OXG. Already
and
on Consulate.
Already on Consulate, their opponent's pick, a map they have not played so far this stage. They got Cafe, which they beat Wildcard on before, which, to be fair, is a map Wildcard do love and looked quite strong against DZ last night. Which is, again, what makes this about phase so puzzling from Wildcard. But again, I want to praise OXG. We see Forrest go off the Monty, and I cannot believe I'm about to say this. I'm kind of bummed. Forrest's plan in those couple rounds, there was a little bit of a mistake in the previous one, but round 7, Forrest played the Monty perfectly on basement. Like, flawless, no notes from beginning to end. That round, still playing it well. He's unshielding, a little bit too much maybe. But when he dies to the vert, that's not even really a Forrest issue. Like I said, some teams, I think, just don't give the respect to the vertical angles that's due. That's not on Forrest. The shield play we saw from these past couple rounds was really quite nice, and I almost wish we'd see the Monty again. But he's going to the Deimos. I'm excited to see what he does, but I did want to highlight that because Forrest has got a lot of criticism this stage, and that the 2 shield rounds we just saw from him on the shields were quite good.
Forrest on the Deimos is pretty cold, though. You got to give him that.
It's freezing on the Deimos.
Like, that is a serious play.
Also, Adam on the Nook, also freezing. Serious alert comm right here. Look at this.
I mean, that's something that Wildcard were trying yesterday quite a lot. Looks like they've got a good bit of information right here, though.
Oh. Look at that. 3 people up top. Ooh, Ella checking. That is good awareness from Baby Shark. We saw it from Baby Shark yesterday. So if anybody is going to be conscious of a potential gap on the defense, it will be him. So that is either good calming from Wildcard or just good game sense from Baby Shark. Got to give that their due. But they started out with an advantage last time, and it did slip away. OXG now trying things a bit more simplistic and direct. How to try to surprise them. And so instead, they'll go for the admin clear.
You're not in a bad spot right now. And start to let's try and make a little bit of progress through this top floor. Baby Shark ripped and ready with a Grismot mine of all things, and a shotgun playing super close on the meeting door.
Don't swing.
Same BP that we've had before. The players will be allowed to hop in upstairs. Forrest, this is your time. On the vert, you can cause absolute devastation, and it looks like you've got a free map to do it in. Is he going to be able to send the Deathmark tracker up? There's no mute jammers, so we are literally just waiting for him to press the button.
Ooh. Nice shot by Bay. This is the difficulty. We didn't actually see that CEO site once played by OXG, which is ironic because a lot of the problems we're seeing are pretty characteristic of CEO attacks. The defense can basically bottleneck the attack right at this admin door if they decide to clear across. Both Gomez and Adam going down, trying to break it. And then Spiker just retakes the vert below. Doesn't even need to, really, but going for extra credit. Another thing you don't need to, Baby Shark doesn't need to do this, but he downs Yaga anyway. I appreciate at least Wildcard trying to get a bit of that confidence back. Maybe we don't... That's the one troll. That's the one troll. No more.
Well, the one that's allowed or the only one that's going to happen?
The only one that's allowed.
Allowed and what's going to happen is 2 very different things. Fortunately for Wildcard, there isn't going to be enough time to troll here, as there is only 2 seconds left in the round. Instead, Yoga and Grixer are going to preserve that KD. So Yoga on 12 kills then. And a huge impact here. I'm gonna hold my hand up right now. I genuinely laughed out loud when I saw Forrest try and track the smoke, expecting him to be stood in meeting door on like a very default smoke spot, and the smoke was all the way deep inside a CEO. So he starts sprinting downstairs and just gets cleaned on the way through. He just gets his leg shot from underneath of him. I did find that quite comical.
I know actually have a 4-round gap ultimately. Sure, on the attacking side, it can be difficult. I did mention 2-4 often is what the attack only gets, and while they got it 2 rounds out the gate, there are opportunities for a Wildcard to narrow this gap, as we just saw, and as we will maybe see on basement. One of the big strengths we saw from OXG was them managing the time really well, where we saw Wildcard taking the entire round and having... They had 6 drones at the end of one of those basement attacks, and yet it still felt that they lacked intel, lacked control, lacked any bit of pressure on OXG, despite spending 2 minutes and 40 seconds setting up. Ollie, that was not the case for OXG. They spent probably a similar amount of time. They planted the diffuser with 20 seconds left. They had full vert, full knowledge on all those defenders, had pushed them out of garage, got everything they wanted. Whereas Wildcard struggled to get everything they needed in 2 minutes, 40 seconds at the same amount of time, OXG played perfect.
You can see some adaptation here from Wildcard. And I'm not talking about the run-out spawn peek from Baby Shark. Well, the fact that Kansan is going to be playing on the Legion this time should give them a little bit more staying power in and around that mid floor, and at least they're going to contest for that control, because they've recognized that that's where OXG really want to try and base their attack from. It's vital that Yoga's able to get in and get those boogie drones down. He is 12-2. I'm sure, I thought I saw 12-2 earlier, but I'm like, I need to confirm before saying that. 12-2 is incredible, by the way, a 6-3 scoreline from Yoga. Like, he is having a life game right now.
Doing very well. There's also interesting logic from Wildcard. They banned the Glaz, but that's probably because they know that the Monty is going to get played, which is exactly why you said why Kansan picks the Legion. It's like, okay, we could ban the Monty, but if we know they're going to play it, we'll bring that counter. So good point out, or good spotlight from you. And Force is about doing the exact same thing at the moment. Dokkaebi call goes out, another adaptation, Baby Shark not playing admin. He's like, all right, you guys had a good roam clear. I'll give you that. Just going to be a mid-floor hold.
I think he has to play it a lot tighter, doesn't he? And you can see he's buddied up a little bit with Bay right now. You need to force a little bit of that utility to be used to clear that top floor as well, just so that OXG haven't got their entire toolbox fully stocked, ready to deploy it onto the site. But as it stands, kind of looks like that's where we are anyway. It was a half-round hold right now from Wildcard, and at the halfway point, they've been happy to drop off. They've been happy to retreat back and gone, yep, we've held it for a little bit. Kansan's been softened up. They've managed to shoot 5 drones. So they've not done too bad in the grand scheme of things, but it's about how the transition into the next part of the round happens. Are these Cade Claws going to be enough to stop that breach getting open, or is the Vert just going to be a little bit too much?
That's always the worry with those Rams. Just the lines they can make on the ceiling. Exposing so much of the defense down below. I really like the changes from Wildcard. They have the full 5v5, but it is the execute that was the issue. Ooh. Nade a bit awkward. They are struggling a bit more to get this wall open. Didn't see a mirror last time either. Another big change. It's tripping up the breaches. Delaying more time. But Baby Shark and Bay both go down in a key moment. Still 2 C4s. Howard Dash and Spike are going to get into position. One goes out. The Monty backs up. They're still getting these kills, even with the changes, even with the improvements. The round goes the same way. And OXG don't even need to learn. They just play their game and snatch Wildcard's pick 7-3.
A masterclass from OXG there on Consulate. I don't think you can come up with many criticisms for the way that they played those rounds. They were able to operate at different levels. They were able to operate at different paces throughout the course. And they just kept things really simple. Let's not overcomplicate things. It's a game of Siege. Let's bring the best util we can and start to put it to work. That's exactly what they did. We're going to send it to a break. The desk is going to break it down, and they're going to set us up for map number 2 in this series.
And dash together. Oh! Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left.
There's no way. Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today, they take their kingdom from Blackout!
prepare for contact.
Available now.
Well, it is closed out relatively quickly by OXG. We said they haven't shown us Consulate. Is this going to go well? Apparently, the answer is yes. Their defense, Fox, it was locked down, and Wildcard's attacking problems that we talked about, well, they were very present.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard didn't look like the Wildcard we saw yesterday at all. We talked about their innovation, the way that they would overthink situations, play very creatively, run a lot of creative ops. Looked like Wildcard came to play default. Like, they didn't really respect OXG, and they were going into it with, let's just play our game. Every single round was just very slow. They took their time in areas they didn't need to. I mean, OXG was playing very defensively, playing off the utility. So Wildcard constantly was wasting time when nobody from OXG was really there. And it just looked like that was Wildcard's biggest flaw. They didn't really have good information gathering on where OXG was going to be. They took too much of their time. There wasn't much innovation. There wasn't no spark from Wildcard.
Yeah, and I don't want to discredit Oxygen by any means. They came in here today with a plan. They played their plan. It's just more on Wildcard was forcing their own hand where Oxygen could just sit back. And any good team, they aren't going to overexert themselves. They don't need to do anything special if the other team is providing it on a silver platter right in front of them. So again, hats off to Oxygen. We ate our own words going into this, believing in Wildcard. So again, hopefully we see a little something better.
And on the other side, we also saw quite a few improvements on the attacking side from OXG as well. They played around the shield. We asked them to, and Forrest delivered.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to see coming outside of Forrest, is actually being able to utilize the shield properly and efficiently here. And this is exactly what he did. They have the first pick. He knows they don't have to rush. What does he do? He walks in the site, gathering every little bit of information, relaying it back to the team, attempts a plant, but immediately falls off to go for a bait, to bait out the util, which is then forcing Wildcard to come into these line of sights, and then he can just plant, no problem. It's problem solved at this point, and this is what we've been needing to see from Forrest because the shields are so oppressive, and being that IGL, it allows you to have that opportunity to look at everything. It can get the bigger picture and scope it out for your teammates to relay that back, have a better understanding, and have a much cleaner execute. So definitely hats off to Auction, and definitely a hats off to Forrest.
I mean, I love that we saw him on the Monty because we were talking about how he would always overpush, put himself in bad situations where, you know, it was make or break, and often he was losing those gunfights. On Monty, super safe, gathering info, constantly just putting that pressure of being in someone's face because it's Forrest. You're going to expect him to peak even on the Monty, but he wasn't, and he was always waiting for the rest of OXG to be behind him for those plays. And yes, the whole match from OXG side looked very, maybe basic from a viewer perspective, but it was because they knew that if they gave Wildcard the room to lose it themselves, they just had to play the utility, play smart off of the Monty information, and it was very clean cut from OXG.
Lax, when you've got someone on OXG like Yaga dropping 12 kills, I think 12 and 3 was his final score, you need somebody on Wildcard to step up. It's going to be a problem when Dash is going 1 and 9.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on. We talked about this in the early stage, I should say, is the roster wasn't coming together, and specifically Dash was not finding his stride. Then towards the end of the stage, we saw all of Wildcard come alive. We saw Dash in particular come alive, but then coming into today, going what, 1 and 9 in that series? I mean, Dash, everything is on the line here. You guys came out of your rut. You guys got over that hurdle. You were looking like a completely different team. 1 and 10 rather. I even gave him credit by counting 1 less kill. But Dash, I mean, I don't really know what to say at this point. We saw definitely a certain amount of hiccups, especially within that round, especially when he was on that shield on Blackbeard, where he would just overextend, try to aim, get picked off. And again, you got to be perfect here, or else you're done. All the work that they just went through, all the just turmoil that they were facing with one another was kind of all for naught at this point if you're going to come into today and not have a performance that is going to be required to push you into top 4.
Well, I want to move things over to Kafe for a moment here because our players are just about ready to go. Fox, when we get into that map, what is it that we have to see change here from Wildcard? I mean, they lost their own map pick. They now go to OXG friendly territory where OXG beat them last time these two teams faced. We need to see something pretty dramatic.
Yeah, I don't want Wildcard to go into it just thinking, oh, we can just play our game. OXG is not necessarily a good team. They're going to give us the win. That's not what we're seeing. And obviously, when we saw Wildcard play DZ, we saw a lot of innovation. I hope they don't go into it in their own head of, well, we've already shown our Aurora strats, our aggressive takes. OXG is going to be countering it, because if they get in their own head, that's where they fall short. If they play the exact same way, a very slow, methodical, they're going to be losing. In my opinion, what Wildcard needs to do is information. That is the #1 thing. If OXG is not playing in a position, Wildcard needs to know that way faster and to take it, especially if they're going to keep running Dash on BB, which I do not recommend. But if they do and you have a shield and you're not time managing on a map like Kafe, I mean, Wildcard is just going to be wasting their time. So more information gathering and acting on that position, which is what we've seen from Wildcard up until today.
Lax, does this change how you feel about this series as a whole? Of course, we thought Wildcard, sure, they're going to take their own map pick. We've never seen Consulate from OXG. Do you change your mindset about how this series is going to play out now that we head to Kafe?
I actually do, and I'm glad you say that. It's just because Wildcard, this is looking like what we saw in the beginning of the stage, where they're all not in sync. They're not all understanding the priority and what needs to happen. And again, for Auction just to play a default game, sure, it seems simple, but that's all you need from another team if they're going to keep giving you the win. And we praise Wildcard over and over and over throughout the playoffs, throughout now, and it's just a matter of we just aren't seeing it today. And if now you're one lifeline less, where if you go out here, you're done at that point. So I need to see something. So if they can somehow manage to bring Kafe better into their favor to push into Clubhouse, maybe I'll switch sides, but I am going to now switch sides to Oxygen because they are looking far more convincing by just playing more cut and concise and being far more perfect within these rounds.
I'm still a believer in Wildcard. I feel like Consulate really restricted the way that they could adapt on the fly. It really looked like they were uncomfortable on it. On a map like Kafe, a little bit more comfortability. Hopefully we don't see the shields used too much. There was a lot of innovation that we saw against DZ.
Coming out of Dash as well, though.
Yeah, coming out of Dash. So hopefully he can bounce back because he won't be restricted on that BB. And as for OXG, yes, it was very basic. They did their job right. But at the end of the day, on a map like Kafe, it's a lot more different. You can't rely on the utility as much as OXG did on their defenses. You really are going to have to fight because it is a way smaller map than Consulate.
A wild card, they need to bounce back. OXG, they clearly came to play. Wild card, they move on to Kafe. OXG's map pick to see if they can avoid elimination. Ollie and Lynx, it's all you.
It's all us, and I think let's just address it right out the gate. OXG looking great. OXG were one round away from arguably beating M80 2-0 on Nighthaven. And now they are making good on that promise, Ali. They're tightening things up. The attacks look better. The defenses look as good. There's no overpeaking, no new mistakes. OXG, who, like Wildcard, are right on the edge of elimination. They're still motivated. They're still improving, and that's really commendable to see.
OXG have impressed me, and especially with what we saw, and I commented on it a couple of times during the cast, and it was kind of alluded to there on the desk, the fundamentals and just the basic ideology that OXG were coming with. It was really refreshing to see, not looking to try and overcomplicate things and just looking to keep things simple. Unfortunately, it looks like we are going to have to throw to a very short break. It seems as though our game is not ready, but we will be back, and we'll be back as soon as that is ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much for bearing with us while we got our second map of Wildcard versus OXG ready. We did just have a little bit of trouble getting the game all together, but we have finally managed to rally 5 players for either side. And we are ready to get ourselves stuck in to the server. We've got the bans as well, actually. We didn't actually get to see the ban phase.
Actually, I didn't even realize that. Azami Castle makes sense. Pretty standard cafe bans at this point. And Blitz Dokkaebi, that checks out to me. I forget, in the DZ game, did we see shield bans from DZ? No, we saw Blackbeard and Gridlock. No Gridlock ban. Sad.
5 seconds left.
Well, that was our big bit of yesterday, wasn't it?
It was. And it was pretty
Yesterday's
good.
bit.
Are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It was good.
They was playing operator roulette the entire time. And Shocker Gridlocks up. He's like, all right, F9, my beloved.
He's like, I'm home, baby.
Literally. F9's a good gun. It's always been it's like, even when Gridlock was like a meme, it's like, oh, Gridlock sucks, but that F9.
Well, Wildcard starting off on the attack. They're going to be getting themselves up onto that roof. Hoping that Consulate is a very distant memory now for them. They've got a very different task at hand right now. Attacking onto Kafe. To kick things off here, they're going to be already getting in and starting to remove a lot of this utility. No shield this time for Yoga. Instead, just a little bit of barbed wire. He's still got the lineup on the 2-brow for those Zoto canisters over toward the hatch. It looks as though that's where this push is going to start to mount from, as the top floor is going to get cleared as well. Surely only be a matter of time until Kansan gets himself in and starts opening up that floor. Bacon send those beloved track stingers down and start to secure the middle of the map. Wildcard aren't making bad pace right now.
No. Which it should be acknowledged that even though this is not their pick, this is a map, just like we said last night, they have played quite a bit. I think this might be their 5th play of the map in NAL so far. Let me check, actually, because they played it a lot. They played it against...
it's their most played map.
Yeah, Cruelty, OXG, Shopify... oh, wait. No, that's LCQ, sorry. Shopify, Cruelty, OXG. Left it up against SSG. DZ last night. This is their 5th map, and it's been available 6 times. So it's a map they're comfortable on.
Oh, yeah. They know it inside and out at this point. Opening pick. Those C4s doing the damage yet again here. Yoga able to collect onto Baby Shark. I think a lot of his utility will have already been used, but it isn't a player that you want to be losing at this point.
Oh.
Just looking to play a little bit more aggro. Grixer gets tagged up a little bit there as a flood starts to come down these brown stairs.
But while Wildcard have made good pace, they're still struggling to clear the pre-existing setup from OXG. Grixer with 2. Dash and Spiker. 2 of the 3 elements of that whiskey bar push. Dealt with. That's a nice 1-tap. 2 Broad dies at 30 seconds anyway. The impact's already been had. It is a day late and $1 short. Probably even 2 for Wildcard at the moment. Kansan will push. One of the highest rated players in the whole league. Well, he's not even getting any impact this round. Good night. Another nice 1-tap for Bay, but they get all that control, get all that setup, and OXG are just playing the exact same game plan they've had on their defenses this entire stage. Play passive, wait for them to come to you, play trades, don't overextend. That has not been the issue for OXG, and they are not trying to ruin a good thing.
I think OXG know what a good thing they have at the moment as well. Really happy to just play a little bit more aggro. You've got to expect players in those off-site positions just playing on the fringe of the bomb site. It's not always safe to be inside. Vert gets made, you might not get out. I will say, they had 2 really nice kills in there, but it's just for nothing.
For what? That's the thing. It's like, for what?
It doesn't matter at all. They can be as good at kills as any, but if you lose the round, it doesn't matter at all. OXG sticking to a rotation here, going to take us up to the mid floor. Going to be bringing out the sentry as well this time. Bit of barbed wire and C4 action. I'll be honest, kind of surprised to see the Sentry with the plethora of other operators available. So Valkyrie would maybe be a bit more Yoga's speed on this map, or on this site, should I say?
It's actually funny you mentioned that. I was literally going to say, Yaga has played the Sentry on this site before against Wildcard, but funny enough, they had Forrest on, or I think it was, no, Grixer on the Valk. So going more with the Fenrir, it's still intel either way, and honestly, like, I see your point about the Black Eyes, but like, I think F-Nauts are really good, especially if they might be running shields. It's more direct util you have to clear. Baby Shark also playing a lot of this Snook yesterday against DZ, lurking up Brown, or just playing kind of passive flank watch down below. This is not only something OXG should know might happen as a possibility from yesterday, but just should know what might happen generally for Wildcard.
Well, that's it. OXG had the benefit of not playing yesterday, so they'll have been watching all of the games, I'm sure. They will know just exactly where Baby Shark is at around the minute mark. If no one's seen him yet, you can pretty much guarantee that if it is a mid or a top floor defense, he is going to be in the basement just trying to catch a player out on a rotation. It's something that DZ wised up to as the fixture progressed. But at the moment, it isn't something that Oxygen look like they want to go chasing. Instead, it's going to be Bay. Going to fall on that gridlock, and that is the trigger to drop off now for OXG. Just about half the round. But the best part about that whole thing is they've taken Bay out. So any track stingers that aren't placed, any stairs that aren't already covered, it looks like Red's covered, but it's an option for later on. You've got the potential to rotate at a later point.
Oh, this is so smart. This is just pure counter strat from OXG. They know Baby Shark's down here, going to just completely tackle him. Forrest does peek 1v1, and there's the trade.
I don't think that matters from Forrest. I think you've just got to...
No.
He's just the bait. You've got to just play that card. Somebody has to be the player to really force Baby Shark out of position there. And as soon as they get the first kill, bang, they go looking for the second because they know exactly where Baby Shark is going to be. He's got some real clear player tendencies on Kafe.
Just more evidence. I'm sorry. Stop lurking, you freak, is an insane comm. That's an insane comm from Forrest. He's right, though. Like, they literally know they do it. That's just, it's a clean...
It's massive, yeah. It's such free information.
Here we go, though. We'll see how Wildcard try to bounce back from it. Moving through the mid floor. We do have two people sitting on that softball right now. And both will try to rotate across. Grixer pulling out completely. No pressure on the red side, so OXG have fallback positions they can hold. Some intel for Wildcard there, but OXG are just wrapping around and circling this lineup. It's another really strong attack. 3 left alive at the previous round, 4 left alive that go around. Forrest said it best. They know Baby Shark do it. They know what Wildcard's attacks look like, and you can tell. They get 1 kill, fall back. They're going to play C4s from below. It's not only a great game plan against Wildcard, OXG are just playing Kafe really well.
It's another map where OXG have got a really good understanding. They look like they've had a really good day off yesterday, and they've got themselves in a really nice mental state to start to take on this fight. Wildcard with another very early time out here. Got to be mindful of the fact that Wildcard played this map only yesterday against Dark Zero. So the turnaround time for them is fairly short because you've got obviously all the time that you spend playing the game against DZ. Then you need to get some rest, you need to eat, you've got to do your thing. There's not a lot of time. It doesn't build in a lot of time really for you to really get very well prepared going into this game. OXG yesterday, they had plenty of time to watch this game. They had loads of time to figure out how they were going to do. And with some really key identifiable player tendencies from the side of Wildcard, it becomes so easy to start to counter. Then you start to play the mental game and you start to say, stop lurking. Like, we know you do it. Now what does Baby Shark do? Does he commit? Does he keep playing this Nook? Surely not. Surely he has to be flexed onto something else.
Hey, well, hey, don't worry. He did that lurk with Dokkaebi yesterday, too.
Oh, my mistake. And this time he's probably going to do it with the Deimos.
Clear player tendencies is a good shout from you. As the stage has gone on, which is weird because Wildcard's best form came at the end. It is when they were playing as a team. Maybe it was when the lurks were working great. They caught DZ off guard yesterday. But OXG know about it here, and Baby Shark goes in the Deimos. Hope maybe he plays a bit with the vert. He's got the shotgun. One common play we see with the Deimos is we saw Spirits do it. Mentioned we also see KZ do it. Said that on the broadcast yesterday. Repel him through that white hall window. Run down wide stairs with the shotgun. It's not a new thing. That would be a new protocol for Wildcard, though.
Not sure if Baby Shark's got a repel toggled for Kafe. I think he just goes in through main window or bakery every single time.
Okay, well...
Throwing friend.
I'm sure he does. The bottom of white at the moment. He will get onto repel, so he isn't going to go into that basement level and start to try and work up. At least not yet. I mean, it's a good site to do it because of what he's playing. He's playing the Deimos. He's got the chance to try and do that and to go and make a little bit of that vert and get some tracks down. But his value is going to come much more later on into the round once a little bit more information has been gathered. He's only got the Goyo and the Mozzie at the moment on the track. And Dash is going to go for something quick.
Will be a quick mining window play. Baby Shark with that long angle helping cover. Can also send out the death marks for information. There's nobody fighting here for OXG, though. Again, their defenses on every single map, from Chalet to Kafe, is play the back line, play reserved, do not push too far. I like these positions from Wildcard. We see people in pillar to try and catch any of the defense rotating, but Forrest also quite good with this counter intel. Spotting these players, so Gomez and Grix are set up for the two-man retake. Baby Shark with that shotgun finds one. They also winning some massive fights. It's a good call by OXG, but Wildcard don't blink. Hold the necessary angles, and while Adam finds one, it is Wildcard firmly in the advantage. In men, in control, and in time. A round we needed to see from this attacking side. But it's a 2v2. Kansan finds the next, and he closes it out. Just a little brief hiccup in what was Wildcard's first solid round on Kafe.
Wildcard had the numbers to play with there, so it looks close, and it is close. We've seen some very close rounds over the course of the playoffs, but it is a round that they will be credited with nonetheless. Kansan, very much the backbone of this team, standing firm in those dying seconds when it mattered. What about that from Wildcard, though? Brilliant opportunity spotting. We talk about the way that we've seen a fairly fundamental OXG, not looking to try anything too flashy. That was an occasion where I feel like they needed to react a little bit more than they did, because Wildcard recognized the gap and filled it. And they were able to do that off the back of the Blackbeard, off the back of Deimos, holding that flank all the way through, stood on the top of Blacktop, looking through into Dining. So much so, it has actually tempted out a Blackbeard ban here from Oxygen. Wildcard going to respond with a Valk ban of their own. Yoga did in fact play Valk in the previous round, and it seems as though Wildcard have got pretty much zero intention of running an IQ. So that will not be allowed anymore. Brilliant stuff from Wildcard. This is kind of what we were expecting to see right from the rip, not nearly halfway through the second map in the series.
You know, like we said, even though this map hasn't always gone their ways, and even though it's OXG's pick, they're quite comfortable on it. So you'd hope to see a bit more of that pace set and a bit more fight in them. And like you said, only coming at the third round, and if the second half of, well, this half plays the same way, a 2-4 is nothing really all that special. Kafe also trending a bit attacker-sided so far this stage, which, even though it used to be pretty defender-sided, they're, you know, half of the top 4 you can hold outside from Repel, and that's one of Chalet's strong suits, even though that map is defender-sided right now. None of it really makes sense. But Bakery, we know what to expect here. This is literally the same setup from OXG, except they have dropped the Fenrir and brought in the Clash. And one nice thing is when you're doing a turtle setup on Bakery, oh no, they're pressuring Bakery, rotate the Clash up front. Oh no, they're pressuring backside, rotate the Clash back. Very flexible operator.
Yeah, it really makes things quite nice, and you don't have to commit all your eggs into one basket and then risk the attackers just going for entirely the other side. You've got that movable utility. Reloading! Sure, you've got the Vulcan packs, but you've got enough of those to scatter around anyway.
80 seconds.
Not usually too much of a problem. Wildcard, what is going to be the play? Is it going to be a full clear? Is it going to be a half clear? Are they just going to try and take mid? moment, they seem to be knocking on the door of at least that first floor level. We've got Kansan all the way in upstairs. Looks fairly comfortable with any pre-placed drones or early round droning that's been done. Gonna start to be able to open up this floor inside of mining. That's something that OXG expect, though. They know that this pressure is going to be coming in. And it was demonstrated the previous time we saw this round where we had players like Grixer on Whiskey Bar. You look at the overview now, nobody is inside of the site at the moment from OXG. They know that that vert is going to be made. They are more interested in catching these defenders as they drop down and see if they can do it and keep them off guard. This is where information becomes very important for Wildcard, and you've got to keep a keen eye on Dash and where he's starting to pose himself. Just picked up the diffuser there off Spiker as well, and is going to make his way down those white stairs. You will have a VIP player to deal with.
Yep. With the Zoto canisters around the corner, meant to do just that. Not only freeze the utility, but also slow the push for anybody trying to pressure him. Last time, Dash tried to go from the double window. This time, it is both brown stairs players and the shield coming from white stairs, but Dash gets C4'd by Yaga around the corner. Bricks are also in a position to burn time. Bay gives a 1v1. Adam even going for more in the 5v3. He doesn't even need to. They've got a winning position now. Coat check in hand. The shield taken down. Slow angle. It's a trade. Insult to injury at the moment for Wildcard's attack as nothing is going their way. Adam falls back. Plays the more passive angle. Spiker put to 1 HP. Grixer can just play his life because 5 seconds wasted is the entirety of this remainder. He'll just hit a clip. Not for any particular reason. Just because he can. Just because that's Pablo. And he'll do Grixer things. 3-1 for OXG.
Another round where OXG do just exactly what they need to do. It feels like they're one step ahead of Wildcard at every single turn right now. Anything that Wildcard are getting out of this fixture is because OXG have pretty much given it to them. You want top floor? Fine, you can have it. You want to open up the vert? Fine, no worries. Didn't affect OXG at all. We've got a great view of it on the overhead camera. I mean, that's C4. I mean...
Yeah.
Why is it taking 4 people to push Yaga inside of Christmas?
That's the thing. It's
and
like...
you've still got Grixer behind there. Like, where are the bees? Where are the capital bolts? Where are these pieces of utility that you can bring to disrupt these players?
That's what I'm saying. Where are these bits of utility from Wildcard? I mean, M80's game not yesterday, but 2 days ago. Keep thinking it was yesterday. M80's game from 2 days ago. OXG run basically that exact same lineup, except they have a Jaeger instead of a Goyo. Oh, big deal. It's the same position, same players generally. M80's lineup, Sens, Ram, Fuse to clear out the Goyos in sight. Every other round on those attacks, we've got Grims, Capitaus, Dokkaebis. We're not leaving any utility on the table in that M80 game when they were attacking. And to be fair, you know, they did lose. Always kind of got to give that caveat. They did lose. But M80 had similar tools on the table, and we're not, you know, letting it slide. Like you said, we got Candelas, we got Bees, and we're just now seeing Capitao. 5 rounds into the game.
The Monty hasn't worked. Dash has finally realized that. He's finally gone, you know what we needed then? We needed a Capitao. We needed to get rid of Grixer from behind Whiskey Bar. We needed something to deal with Yaga inside of Christmas. I wonder if that is going to be the answer. Atom, currently inside a cocktail. Drone starting to work through. Bay's already got himself into the top of red. Nice thing about bringing the Capitao at this point is that OXG haven't been playing a Wamai. They haven't been playing a Jaeger.
True.
Haven't even been playing an Aruni. So you should get very good value out of these firebolts. And the smokes if you need it. And expect a little bit of burn coming through here onto this white rappel. It's almost certainly going to be met with a hop-in.
Ooh, here we go. This is the play I was talking about earlier. Quick hop-in. No shotgun, but the revolver in hand. Surely switches. Yep, M59. That Deimos can be a real problem when you run this on mining. But also, OXG clearly ready for it. Playing reserved on white stairs. We see Yaga looking at that position. There is a lot of forethought from OXG being placed on these defenses. They retreat quickly, don't give any openings, and they're ready for any rushes Wildcard might throw their way. Wildcard certainly might not be playing the best, but OXG, just like on Consulate, have clearly put a lot of thought into these defenses, and not just on the first line of things that might happen, but potential impacts or potential plays 2-3 feet down the line.
Look at this big rotation right now from OXG. Everything they're doing it together. Gomez is currently getting tracked, and we've got 3 people downstairs. Only one of them has a C4. They're just there in case there's a body there, in case Baby Shark's lurking again, like we've seen him do so many times.
Oh, Adam. Simple rat play. This is the kind of things that the defense is meant to do to trip the attack up. Not just rotate down below, protect your C4 player, but rat, play off positions. It's not even necessarily mistakes from the attack. There's just not a lot of time to drone. You got to execute. You got to make good on the control you have. And it's in that moment, in those gaps, where the defense can find them, fill them, and completely disrupt the entire game plan. Evil Eyes right on Bay's position with the diffuser. They have full information to target the one C4 they have perfectly. If it can work, Gomez might be flying blind. There's no ping coming out. There we go. Right on the table. Force just swings! No C4 even needed. There's 2 different ways you can act off that information, and OXG have created contingency after contingency to close out these rounds.
That was pretty cold from Forrest, I'm not going to lie.
Couple freezing moments from him this game.
He's been playing really well today. He had a great slew of good plays on the Monty. Didn't have the best scoreline on Consulate, but that's not what you look to Forrest for. But in that position, recognizing, he's planting on the table, it's going to be difficult for the C4 to do the job. If the vert isn't prepped, you're not going to be able to throw the C4 up. You can throw it to the underside of the table, but you're only going to do splash damage. You got to swing him. 0 hesitation. I love the teamwork that OXG are displaying right now. It makes my heart warm. It's so much better when the team's in a team house as well, and you can all see them like fist bumping and getting hyped at the end of every single round. Makes a huge difference. And it makes making those plays feel so much better. When Deimos is lurking around, when you need to make a rotate underneath, and you can just all do it as a 3, you can do it together. You've got an opening pick, you've got a little bit of space, and you can start to work with it. OXG could be walking away with this with a 5-1 half.
Nasty. Not the Echo spawn peak. Oh
dear.
Oh my goodness. Oh no. Okay, let's stop. Let's calm down. Let's everyone, okay, let's chill out. Let's relax. Let's not get too silly. That is the Brava he got, though.
And again, it comes down to some really good timing in this fixture from OXG of when to bring certain things. Bring the Maestro in the previous round, the Brava gets brought this round. There's things for it to get, but nothing like a Maestro Evil Eye camera or anything of that nature. Everything that OXG have been doing, it's just felt like they're one step ahead. I don't think Baby Shark's recovered since getting called out for being a lurker on the basement. I genuinely think he's chalked from that point onwards.
Oof. They're looking to take a fight behind this shield. Nade goes out. With those Jaeger ADS changes, we have seen the Pixel shield start to make a little bit of a comeback. But with no Jaeger Ramai, it will be cleared right quick by Bay once some burn comes through. There's a cocktail defense similar to the exact same one we actually saw them run against M80. Yokai will pop out, try to find anybody on the skylight, play the shield, fall back to bathroom. It is an incredibly old school style of Kafe defense. And that means Adam's position is likely going to be the one, as you can see, to face the brunt, the bulk of the pressure early on.
A difficult position, but somebody has to play it. Now we're starting to send the bees in as Kansan searching for a little bit more information. Atom is soaking up so much on this pixel angle, and he's still yet to be found. Time waste is insane. You can hear Yokai drones going off in the distance as well. Yoga, he's going to be manning those.
Oh. Just more trades. Dash is playing his normal cocktail balcony position, so Gomez swings it. Adam, okay, Bay, hold on. He's got hard pings on the next. No nades to throw out to make somebody move, but this intel on the bathroom player. Swing around the corner. You know he's there! Bay playing that way too cavalierly. He has hard pings and yellow pings on that exact position. He makes it easy for Adam. Gives him the clip he was looking for. And it is a full 5-1 half for OXG. Wildcard certainly still looking lackluster, not improving, but we have to give credit where credit's due. This is one of the best we've seen OXG look this whole stage. Already coming after an M80 game where they looked very proficient.
You can only judge a team on the game that they are playing that is in front of them. And with what OXG are being faced with right now, they are leaps and bounds ahead of Wildcard. 5-1 on the split. Moving now onto the attack. Not going to see anything that's going to sort of bowl us over there inside of those first attacker bans. Usually that third ban where we see something a little bit more niche coming out. Based on the way that this fixture went last time we saw it inside of the regular stage, looks like OXG are trying to speedrun in comparison, and they were good on that Kafe as well against Wildcard. Today they're looking even better.
There's also a great time for OXG to really show that their rejuvenation is complete. We were highlighting Wildcard so much, curious how they were improving, show that they've been in the lab too. Because the way they beat Wildcard on these attacking sides, it was, by the way, 5 rounds played, 4 attacks won by OXG in that group stage game they played against Wildcard on this map. It was a very impressive tour de force on that attacking side, but they were abusing the shields. And I don't just mean like they were playing shields. It was a lot of blitz, quick play, run-up pallets. You know, fuse shield, same thing. Basically, every single round a shield was played except one. That's the style they were going for. But that's not what we saw on Consulate. In no small part because the shields were banned. But Forrest showed us a kind of passive, intelligent, team-focused use of the Monty that we haven't really seen from OXG much this stage. And with Forrest picking the Monty now, if we see that again, this is a new team. And more importantly, this is an improved OXG.
And it's a good time to put an improvement in as well inside of playoffs week. This is really where it matters. This regular stage, forget it. You can look at it for ideas, you can look at it for a bit of inspiration, but this is where it all gets a little bit serious. OXG have made their way up to the roof. And whereas we saw Wildcard with a heavy preference for playing a lot of gridlock here, it isn't going to be something that OXG are going to be bringing in round 1. Instead, they're just going to try and rely on the Nomad to try and secure those staircases and the flanks. And look towards other means. Something that really strikes me about the lineup that OXG have brought right now is that they have got a lot of burn. And I realize I've said that just as I've watched Yoga burn an Aruni Lasergate with a drone, but they have got plenty to be going at. They got six flashes, for goodness sake.
Well, a couple of those we thrown Baby Shark's way. Ooh, Gomez the first to fall, though. They getting really aggressive on new balcony. Swings Gomez. 5v4 for Wildcard. He's sticking in this position. Just playing his life now. It is a difficult spot to retreat, so kind of a risky play, but one I do understand. Especially since all of Bay's utilities already been placed. He's got the boogie drones taken down. Perfectly fine call to be made. The rest of the roam does fall back, does make it back successfully. And Wildcard coming away the victors in terms of the advantage and the utility taken off the board.
I think Wildcard have done a good job there to get that opening pick, but you've still got the skeleton key. And the fortune that OXG have at the moment is because of how pacey the opening part of the round was, they've still got plenty of time to use it. So we might be able to sneak past that Mozzie Pest as well. And further start gathering a little bit of information. Wildcard have already sent all of their C4s. Big player is going to be Forrest now, and where he chooses to try and walk down. Might have that vert made, but you've still got to act on it now for OXG. Dash on a really nice lurk here on the red stairs. You could quite easily catch someone in the back just as they're transitioning down.
This is sort of the issue. Even if you're bringing the Nomad, they can be a bit easier to slip by, maybe a bit more limited. Not having these track stingers 2-layer, but Grixer around the corner, spots him, calls it out. It's just a 3v3 on site, but Baby Shark takes down Adam. Yep, what? I thought we'd see some fight, but Forrest just walks in. Diffuser put down successfully, backs up, full shield. This is going to be difficult. It's going to be tight. But OXG might have match point here. Grixer finally wins his fight on the duel on the red angle. And look at all OXG have. Top down, middle. The staircase is under their control. And Wildcard left scrambling. There's so much attention placed on Forrest. It allows Yaga to box Spiker into Train to freeze him completely. There's only one defender left in the wind. And Grixer's just shot him in the face. OXG completely take control in the latter half of round 7. 3v4, not a problem. 6-1.
You know what's better than Dash having a nice position on red stairs? Is Grixer having a better position on those red stairs. What a pause. Able to cut off Dash as he rotated up, pick up 2 really important kills, hold on to the post plant. Forrest just brute forced his way into the site on the Monty. It was a hatch drop. They were able to get the plant down and then reset. Forrest stayed alive. He attracted a lot of effort and attention, and we had hatch play. It was so beautiful there from OXG. Exactly what they needed to have. They'd put in so much work in that early portion of the round, it genuinely didn't matter that Gomez was down. And in fact, it was in some cases better because he can sit there and watch a drone. They were still able to get everything open with the skeleton key, and they were still able to run in and get that plant down. And they had so much cover in the post. One of the best covered post plants we've seen all night.
And honestly, well, hold on. Give me like 3 seconds. Yeah. So, Gabe has just DM'd me something, and it honestly summarizes the point better than I could. Force is the difference maker. Like it is. The calls he is making, the complete shift in thinking we're seeing from this Forest-led OXG team. And in Gabe's words, when your IGL is alive with a shield and not just calling rushes, it's excellent. OXG's attacks are looking completely revitalized and so much better. And also, playing with these players' strengths, I will say. Baby Shark getting aggressive is a bit of a problem, but OXG recovered from it before. But, Ollie, what were we talking about at the beginning of the stage? OXG players are so slow. Who's going to get aggressive? Who's going to stand out? Well, guess what? If you get a post plant, you want passive players. You want people who aren't going to troll. And so, if OXG can make getting to that post plant a lot easier and more reliable, suddenly your problem of not having a Ant-C fragger, well, it becomes a really, really strong virtue.
And even then, they've still got people that fill that sort of Ant-C fragger stereotype. Look at Atom and Grixer in this game.
Atom, especially.
Look at Yoga in map 1. Everyone's had something to say, and a big contribution has been made. Nice opening, well, nice retaliation onto Kansan. He's sent into the cameras. There's an IQ for the Valkyrie. Would expect those to be found, but Baby Shark, he's on a little bit of a tear right now. Forrest is getting the kit down. Hello?
This guy's insane. What? What is this call? This guy's crazy. This guy's a psycho. You just lost 2 people on the top floor roam and you call a plant? What is that? That's insane. He's completely alone on that side. ADS, but they've got no idea where he is. They're also focused on Yaga. Look at all these angles. They're focused on the other player, but now surely they all collapse. He's not getting through this. No, they find him. There's one. The other taken down. The round does not pan out, but this is what I mean. Forrest has gone from a man addicted to the dopamine rush, and he has become cold as ice and a big fan of the plants. I cannot believe the fact that they tried to plant in the 2v4 there.
I mean, what else do? You know what I mean? Sometimes you just look at it and you go, nah, it's probably worth a go. Stranger things have happened, that is for sure. And I don't think that OXG are going to be kicking themselves too much. Baby Shark had a bit of a heater, all things considered. Picked himself up 3 kills in the round. A really nice opening spawn peek as well onto Grixer, I believe it was.
Yes.
Bit of a menace with the Vector there.
By the way, ADSing Monty. Nice, let's go, boys. Good job, Shark. Let's go, Shark.
All right, it's 1v4.
Okay,
it's fine for
building.
it's fine for an ADS Monty there.
Yeah, yeah. That wasn't a crucial piece of the information.
Yeah, Bay's getting a bit of momentum, but it's fine. It's fine if ADS is there. Let's be clear.
Whatever hypes them up, you know? If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Let's just... the match series point against at the minute, they need 4 rounds without dropping a beat.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Bakery's a good place to start. Very just uncomplicated, the meta on this defense. You're going to see Goyo, you're going to see Smoke. As long as you can find a way to deny that plant, that is the ideal way. When OXG ran this attack, or have run this attack, excuse me, they run a couple different lineups, but the main one we've seen is with the Fuse, clearing out those Goyos below when it is present. We've seen a lot of teams try to run the cluster charge as Ollie to clear out that on-site utility, and sometimes it can be a bit awkward, but generally it does work.
And it's another shield that Forest can play.
True.
I think it fulfills two services, doesn't it, really? Because you get that value out of the cluster charge utility. You still get Forest on a shield, which is probably where you want them. Ooh, opening pick.
Smoke?
Punishing Dash. Dash is having a stink, by the way. I didn't even realize this. He's 1-8.
He was 1-10 last map.
Sheesh.
By the way, that's... So, contrast what Dash is doing right now with what Grixer did on their half. Grixer was playing passively behind Whiskey the whole time. Dash was on Brown. Swinging Nubalk. Oh.
Ooh,
oh!
That's a nice little play with the Yokai drone right there. Baby Shark. He's the bait. Is he going to be able to pick up another? Might still have a little bit of info here.
Oh, no! You like the idea, you got to get out of there, but now with this position you're in with Dash throwing away his life so early, that would have been... Imagine Dash is alive, Ollie. Great 1-for-1. You got the fuse as Goyo, huge play. Because Dash swings Brown, this is like... It's not a troll, but it doesn't help.
Yeah. And it's a big 1-for-1 as well at that point, because you're swapping Baby Shark for a fuse. You'll take that trade every day of the week, or your Vulcan canisters are down. It's the cluster charges that we're relying on here to destroy some of that insight utility. Granted, there isn't loads of it, but you've still got Vulcan packs. You've still got potential for Yokai drones.
How is he alive? What? 1 HP? Oh, this is how it ends. The clash down, Spiker at a long angle, OXG have all the control they want. That's it. This is the easiest plant. You don't force to call it necessarily, but that's done. Spiker can hop in, maybe tag Adam and Gomez. Might be able to find a brief shot on one of these players. But OXG are playing the same game that they played on Consulate, that they played on Cafe. They know what they need to do. They know they don't need to peek. And just off the back of trust in each other and some brilliant calls from Forest, it is the best Oxygen have looked this entire stage.
No better time to look this good either. OXG turning up when it really matters here in our lower bracket quarterfinal. That win will advance them into our lower bracket semi-final. And I tell you what's exciting about that, there is potential for a rematch in there as well. We've got another big game coming yet here tonight. M80 versus Space Station, the winner of which will go on to play OXG. We're going to cut to a very short break. We'll be back with our analyst desk. Don't go anywhere.
Match up door. I have room.
I got restep. I got another step. I got what's
75. Match up me. Pump down. Pump down. Come on.
Yo, we all them nemesis, boy.
That was Oxygen domination, pure and simple. 7-3, 7-3. An unbelievably one-sided affair that Oxygen now take to advance to the top 4 and keep their playoff hopes alive. We've got Forrest standing by for the interview. Forrest, my friend, I mean, what a win. Obviously, you guys looked pretty good against M80. You guys obviously played very well then. Now, just 48 hours later, you guys tear Wildcard to shreds. What was the difference between then and now?
The difference is we have a much deeper map pool than it seems, and we've been kind of playing the same map over and over, then just happened to losing it. So, you know, we have a deep state map pool that people don't know about, and we're here to let it rip now.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll get to see some more of it in the playoffs. One thing I want to ask you is obviously in your guys' first game against M80, saw you playing a lot of the Blitz, you know, BB. There's a lot of situations that you put yourself in that were very risky. But today we saw you swap that up, running a lot of the Monty. I like that change a lot. What was the biggest decision maker coming with that shield talk? Was it you doing it from an IGL's perspective, or was it just a team talk?
We know Wildcard like shit pants against like the Blitz and like the Blackbeard, and then so like, you know, they have to ban it because we're just gonna abuse it against them because they struggle against it when we play it. So game plan today is just spam Montagne because like they literally can't do anything. They shit pants.
Oh, Yogg doesn't have the jeans on.
Oh, yeah, no jeans. Get the thicky out.
Well, Forrest, I got a lot of love for you. I criticized you going into this game saying that, you know, you were in some situations, obviously being that shield, you were sometimes being first picked, you were rushing rounds, a lot of rounds were telegraphed on your guys' attack side, and to Fox's point, you switching to the Monty, and then what we were seeing from the first match to the second, you actually slowing down on the Monty, being able to dissect the site, being able to set everyone up more than you were previously in your attacks. I feel that's really was the difference maker today, outside of maybe, you know, them pooping their pants as you were quoting. But I just want to confirm that with your end of you just taking a lot slower approach on the shield operator.
You know, the Montagne allowed us to play like a lot more coordinated. So it's a lot. I got no clue for. Yeah, the Montagne just allowed us to play like a little more coordinated and, you know, not play as hasty. You know, I made the mistake against M80, like, you know, kind of rushing things and, you know, bit us in the ass. We lost the series.
And is this something that we're going to see now going forward, even with you guys clenching top 4 now? Is this going to be the attack sort of play style that we're going to be seeing now coming out of you guys?
I mean, I think we've been still trying to find our identity when it comes to attack.
Sure.
So, like, you know, we are good at playing fast. We are good at playing coordinated and slow. It just depends on the opponent and, frankly, you know, the bans. You know, we've been fucking the map bans sometimes and the ban phase. So, like, you know, we focused really against the wildcard game. Like, it's really focused on the map bans and focus on the, you know, the gameplay.
Absolutely.
All right, Forrest, thank you so much. Congrats on the win. You guys now await the winners of our next matchup, M80 and SSG, to keep on grinding your way through the lower bracket. We'll see you then.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Forrest. Oxygen dominate. Link said it at the very end of that cast. The best that Oxygen have looked all season, and Lax, it's not even close.
It's funny when you say this, that it's the best that they've looked, and I'm not discrediting that, but when you look at this game from the perspective of just watching it as a former player, they didn't really do anything too crazy. They just played their defaults, and again, a good team is always going to play to the best of their ability and play a default game if they're able to. If the other team is going to be the one making the mistakes and making it a lot harder for themselves. Again, we're Oxygen, just they were getting it served on a silver platter. They didn't have to overextend. They didn't have to get aggressive in scenarios that was going to cost them rounds. And especially in their defenses, in these rounds, they were just doing so well, playing off of one another and just holding the position where Wildcard was just failing to understand. Just play your game. Make chaos, cause hysteria in a round where they just couldn't, and Oxygen was just calm, cool, collect, and concise through and through.
Yeah, I mean, I think OXG not losing opening kills, I mean, playing default is you know, at the end of the day, it is very basic, but there's teams like Old Empire, Virtus Pro, where they do the exact
100%.
same thing every single round, and it is basic, but they do it so flawlessly off of each other. And I think that's the point that we're trying to nail home is, yes, OXG did not look like they were doing anything out of the ordinary, but they were doing it very well, and they weren't dying. That was the best part about it. Wildcard didn't have a response on clearing the utility, and OXG brought a lot of it. It was really noticeable on Consulate. Kafe was a lot more of a clean shut. It looked like OXG had that map since the start, but Consulate, I mean, you could see every moment, like Wildcard would go for an execute, C4, C4.
Yeah.
You know, OXG would go for an attack behind the Monty, very black and white, standard, and they did it efficiently.
Well, we just spoke to one of the keys to this whole performance, Forrest himself. We highlighted him as someone who needed to improve coming into the game, and this whole series, he was playing lights out.
No, he really was. I mean, that's what the biggest thing that we were highlighting is who's going to be this entry point if it's not Forrest on the shields, and that's what we saw. I mean, we heard it in the interview. He was bringing the Monty for a reason, and he even said the dynamic of playing Monty is playing slower, playing safer with your team, being able to set people up. But even in the engagements where he had somebody behind him, we weren't seeing like Forrest, classic Forrest, peeking over the shield, trying to go for that 2v1. He would just be the annoyance and the hindrance in the face of Wildcard because he knew that that was going to take the distraction and somebody else would get a kill. And then the information that he was able to relay, that was a very good attack side from OXG, essentially being able to get IGL'd because your IGL wasn't on Blitz, wasn't running in. He took the time and made sure that everything was basic, but it was very calculated aggression.
That's all they needed, right? All that innovation, creativity from Wildcard, none of it could stop just pure, simple, very good siege. We have M80 and SSG next, two teams who also have the same stakes. Elimination on the line, a battle for top 4 on the line, and yet another rematch from the Super Week. That, and of course, the winner of that, waiting for OXG on the other side, so stick around and we'll be right back.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Road their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
It's the third day of the playoffs here in the NAL, and we had yet another day and yet another surprise. OXG dominate wildcard and send them packing, and they now await the winner of our next matchup. It is M80 and SSG. Welcome back, everyone, to the NAL. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxay and Laxing as we get into yet another lower bracket quarter final. This one, once again, should be a good one. It's a rematch of when these two teams met in the Super Week, but this time the stakes are higher.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are higher. Will the outcome be different? I mean, M80 took that win, but it was a really neck-and-neck match all the way to the end. But from what we've seen so far, M80 has looked unstoppable, so to say, up until, they faced SR, but it was a very close game. Honestly, their first matchup against OXG, a little bit rocky, but SSG, on the other hand, went out pretty early. Unfortunately, not the SSG that we hope to have seen in the playoffs by no means.
Yeah, M80, their game against Shopify Rebellion yesterday was amazing. It was close. They could not come out with the win, but it does tell you that this team has a lot of promise at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to kick off the first game on Chalet, you know, was a barn burner of a game, but they understood their approach and how they wanted to treat SR. They end up getting that win. Then you fast forward into Night Haven Labs, and then that's where everything kind of started to fall apart. I believe they got too comfortable. They weren't understanding what the priority was because they were feeling good about their win coming out of Chalet, being able to right their wrongs since the last time they met them. And then you fast forward into Border, where that game was so close. I mean, even Night Havens was close, but again, Border, it just really came down to small little mistakes that were just ruining each and every single round that we easily could have possibly seen M80 walking away with that win.
Where we saw yesterday, in a moment like this, just how well they were able to get into winning position. Of course, that final round, Canadian ending it, the dagger in the hearts of M80. But it was a fantastic matchup. They got themselves in position to win. Laxing, the problem was they had a tendency to let it slip.
Yeah, it's honestly the mid to late round comms. That's where you can clearly identify, not only as a player, even as a viewer, I'm sure you can understand when you're watching some of those rounds and you see them fall apart when they're in M80's hands. Everything is right there for them to just take it away. They just can't. And again, it leads into those comms. I mean, prime example is this round, round 4 in the Chalet game. They get all of the control that they need. They fall back. They do a good job. They just don't understand that they need that top floor, and they lose it outright when it was in their own hands. You can only imagine the comms that were flooded. And then round 10, this was a perplexing round that I believe all of us on the desk here were like, what just happened? Because it just came down to a bait scenario where Kino easily brings us back. Players are at 1 HP, and it just fumbles time and time again, where the comms, I don't know what happened between that trade potential that should have been there that ended up not falling up. And then the last round, like, I can't fully blame Hot and Cold here for getting, and Gunner getting smoked by Canadian Shop, but it just ends up just falling apart time and time again. I'm not in the comms, but I can only imagine chaos is just riding in there. And we've heard from time and time again, also from the man you're seeing on the screen here, is they should win these games. They know the things that are going wrong. Comms are their biggest issue, and it is definitely a nightmare, and it is constantly showing time and time again.
And all of those rounds, there's not necessarily one specific way to win it, but as long as you're playing off of each other, using that communication to make sure that you're playing the trades, that is the main goal. I mean, each one of those rounds, they look like the communication wasn't there. I mean, if we talk about the Kino missing the shotgun shots, could have easily communicated with his teammate before he had to peek, but he didn't. He could have communicated with Hot and Cold so that he could peek off of the Clash Shield, but he didn't. So that's the biggest issue, is the communication in stressful situations is crumbling.
Well, other than those communication problems, is there anything else they can focus on tidying up going into this matchup? Clearly, some improvements got to be made.
Yeah, and I love that you're talking about this matchup in particular, because what we saw with SSG versus M80 before, it was a constant back and forth. Who was walking away with that opening kill? Who was getting picked first? And that's something that is going to speak volumes in this matchup in particular. They aren't doing bad by any means in their opening kills. They're netting a positive ratio. But if you can, especially going into this match against SSG, if you can walk away and clean up those numbers and just set yourself up even further with those opening kills, you're going to have a much easier time in this best-of-3 series, especially going against a team like SSG that we already saw what Consulate delivered before.
Exactly. With SSG, though, they're kind of in a similar position, right? We see how quickly they're willing to take space, that desire to take that control. But we also see, in situations like that, Fox, how they can get themselves stretched a little thin.
Yeah, I mean, that's the identity for SSG, and that's why this plateau that we talk about that SSG always finds themselves in is something that we've been seeing more and more prominently, specifically in the playoffs. They like to take a mass amount of area very fast, very aggressively. But the issue is a lot of these players are often an island. So when they play against a team that is a top-tier team like Wildcard was in that matchup, they can identify who's the player that we want to hit, do it together. And it's very difficult for one player to fend off in a 2v1, 3v1. And once that player is lost, nobody from SSG is able to trade or be in that position. You can see it on the screen, an 8% trade potential when they lose a pick. That's really, really bad if you're SSG, and that's just because of the SSG strategy. Yes, against a good team, you'll be able to overwhelm them, but against a bad team, they're too far to be able to connect to each other when things go awry.
Well, part of that strategy that we kind of want to see more is maybe some embracing of the shield play. Most teams have a dedicated shield player at this point, such a key part of the meta. You've got Canadian, Packers, Spirits, Forest. It feels like this SSG team doesn't have that.
No, I mean, since losing Forest, we haven't really seen SSG play that many shields. Fultz has dabbled in it a little bit, but if you also look at the operators, if Fultz isn't on the hard support role, nobody really else is. Yeah, you see Newers on the ace, but he uses it more as a flex entry. So Fultz is not only their singular support, but also their only prominent shield player. And that's been the biggest issue because the meta now, I mean, everybody's abusing the shields, the BB, the Blitz. None of these players have the ability to play it, but also at the same time, they're such talented players. Putting one of them on that shield is almost a hindrance to their talent because they are so much better against their gun skill. But one thing that I want to be able to see is if running shield or not, the fact is, bringing a shield forces the teammates to play off of each other. And that's where they had success with Forest. They'd make plays off of that shield entry. That's what we just saw OXG do. So if SSG doesn't want to bring those shields, they still need to be able to have that same ideology of playing off of each other.
Well, they can do that on a variety of maps, as we know. We've seen both of these teams showcase a couple of different maps, definitely a good variety coming into the playoffs. Obviously, M80 showing us a little bit more, especially in that game against Shopify. Laxing, where do you think this one is
Definitely a respectful band to get rid of Border, not wanting to go back to that one. They just couldn't close it out yesterday, and for SSG, very comfortable map. What is it going to be? Labs, this makes perfect sense from M80. They had the most success out of this. Granted, they did lose their game, but in terms of just how they play it, I do think it fundamentally plays more in their favor, especially because they can use those shields on the side of SSG. This is where shields really can help you get into the building, not just allowing you to get open the walls, but that shield can be so oppressive with opening up that site, relaying that information. So maybe we will see Fultz be able to adopt a little bit of Monty play there, but the Chalet, that's going to be the scrappy one for me. That's going to be the similar to Consulate, where we're going to need to really see who's walking away with that first opening engagement and then playing that number game until the round is done.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Labs, great pick, because SSG, we saw them play it against Wildcard.
Smoked.
That was the reason why they were getting picked, and that's what we talked about with SSG not being able to help each other. They're too far away, so bigger maps usually don't work out in SSG's favor, which explains M80's bans leading up into this series. But also, Chalet, you can't ban all the small maps. SSG's gonna get one. But Skyscraper being left alone, yes, M80 is a team that's 7-0 OXG on it. They're good on Skyscraper, but it is a more aggressive defender-sided map. It's going to encourage SSG to play off of each other. So honestly, looking at it, I would say in this series, M80 is the better team. But SSG won the map ban phase, in my opinion, because of Chalet Skyscraper.
Interesting. At this point, I think we've learned to just kind of throw expectations out the window. Like on paper, M80, they got knocked out in the upper bracket semis. They at least advanced around. SSG did not. Does that mean, in your mind, Lax, M80 are the clear favorites here? Or like Fox said, does this sway maybe SSG?
I don't think they're the clear favorites, but I am more leaning towards M80, just given their performance against SR. That again, it's those mid to late round comms that are truly hindering their performance, whether it's on attack or defensive side, where if they can just clean that up, and again, they really need it here today, or else they're going to be done. So if they can just clean that up for that alone, and for many of those reasons, to me, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think M80 just showed us so much more, and if they can just clean up those late game little issues where they get overwhelmed, M80 should win this game. SSG, we haven't seen that much impressiveness from them, especially in that wildcard game.
All right, well, once again, elimination on the line, a spot for the top 4 on the line. It is SSG and M80, and we've got a little caster swap for you. It is Parker and Jesse taking over.
Thank you so very much. It's good to be back in the saddle after a decently long day yesterday, and we're going to have another long day today. Jesse, you forgot your hat. What? I mean, I know. I'm sorry. I led you astray. You thought we were going to go bareheaded, but no. One of these teams will finish in the top 4. The other will go home. We are in the lower bracket quarterfinals. Lower bracket, not losers bracket. Community vote is as divided as one can get. 53% of you favoring Space Station, 47% saying that M80 will succeed and go on through. We will start on the a map that you and I have casted unrelentingly, which is Nighthaven Labs.
We have, Parker. We've cast a lot of Nighthaven, so we know what to expect on a map like this. It's one of those maps that can be very tricky to attack on certain of these bomb sites. The top floor in particular can be really tough to crack for a lot of attacking teams. The operator bans have just come in, and we've got basically as standard as the bans get. All 4 bans targeting the hard walls. The IT wall, super important on this map. The Animus wall down in the basement, super important as well. So there's a lot of reasons to ban out those electricity operators as well as the hard breach operators. And so, yeah, these are statistically the 4 most common opening bans on Nighthaven. No surprises to start things off. You already mentioned it, Parker. This is an extremely important game for both M80 and SSG. We casted M80 in a brutal game yesterday. There's nobody that was saying these NAL playoffs would be easy. M80 started their run down 5-1 to their friends on Oxygen. They had to make a crazy comeback just to escape the first round of playoffs. Then, of course, winning that first map against SR, then losing 8-7, 8-7, choking away their land spot to be here in the lower bracket. And now they go against SSG, a top 6 team at the last Invitational, a team that's made the last 7 international events in a row. It's not going to be a simple task, but after all that they've been through, you have to imagine M80 will be ready for such a challenge.
Oh, both of these teams could easily be in the top 4. Unfortunately for fans in this region, only one of them will be. I mean, you've got world champions on one side of the coin. You've got major winning champions on the other. This should be a battle of the giants. I will say that. But preface it just by saying that I expected OXG versus Wildcard to be a more competitive match as well, and I was definitely wrong about that one. Wildcard just simply did not show up to the level that we had hoped that they could show up to. I mean, if you're a fan of Oxygen, you are overjoyed to hear that, should you not have watched the actual match, because it was not particularly close. Gunner will start things off. He's had a rough first map in almost every single series here in the playoffs. And with the very first kill, maybe the tides are turning.
It's a big one to get. A trade back onto him, though, will take down Gunner. So the roam play, maybe a bit too aggressive, got a nice opener. I think you take that trade regardless. A Malusi for a Blackbeard feels pretty good if you're M80. So, yeah, he goes 1-1. He's not a player who's known to survive very long on these defensive rounds, but he'll happily take the trade. He's done his job. He set his team up really nicely. They've still got the Suzami piloted by Gavin playing over towards Rafters. So despite IT being opened up, it's not like SSG have a ton of control. They still don't have a good way into the bomb sites. Electrical is probably going to be the second dimension that they're going to want for this push. I'm not sure if they've taken much control over there. It does still seem like M80 have a lot of bodies that side. So if you're SSG, you're still looking for another opening. Get in somebody towards Fish, get somebody in towards Electrical, try to crack this nut.
A tough nut to crack. So you send in a Dane. Gavin goes down. Benja with 2. Benja's also had a sluggish playoff so far and a terrible group stage by his standards as well. Lowest rated player on SSG on that role is quite frustrating. Now Fultz will have some issues with his secondary or with his main hard breach as he looks to open up one of those secondary walls leading towards the bomb site. Back to a 3v3 these will go. No real utility here on the side of M80, Jesse. Just one nitro cell to deal with. So you're going to have to go just for straight fragging potential. Can't be the same set on the side of SSG. They've got a smoke and 2 flashes in pocket with 20 seconds left.
Ashen's still below. I mean, this is really late to be hunting for picks. He'll run up the fish stairs at the end of this execute, but 17 seconds, and he's still not with his team.
Now, this is a very belated push from Space Station. I do worry for their sake about them stalling out. M80 will clobber them in the final moments of the round, picking up all 3 kills. A 3v3 becomes a 3v0, and M80 will take round 1.
Yeah, nice little defensive play again. We kind of expect the defensive side of Nighthaven to come out on top, and we saw that at the start. Really do appreciate Gunner's opening pick. Again, he only went 1 for 1, and he's a player we've talked about a lot so far through these playoffs, but he's the guy that's taking the vast majority of these opening gunfights, especially on defense. He's got a 46% entry participation rate, which means almost half of all opening engagements on the defensive side for M80 are coming from Gunner, and that's, of course, due to the positions that he likes to play. He's going to get aggressive in these early games. Sometimes that means he goes down, but when you clean up the tip of the spear, when you clear out Newers on that Blackbeard, it makes all the difference for the rest of this round. SSG weren't really able to get a second dimension going in that push. It was supposed to be Ashen on Fish Stairs. That was supposed to be that second dimension, but you saw it in the replay. Shut down easily by Hot and Cold, and it's a good start for M80.
I've seen so much Nighthaven Labs that just kind of, my eyes just kind of blur. I black out for a second and all of it just kind of mixes together. Before we got into this match today, you're like, I'm really excited to cast a map we haven't really seen much. And I was like, oh, was it like Consulate? I was thinking maybe even a Skyscraper. And you're like, Nighthaven Labs. I was like, curse you, Jesse. You have just made yourself a powerless enemy.
I think I'll be okay with that.
I have to say it. Huh? Just because we do talk about it from time to time, M80 is known for their prowess on attack. If they can run up the score here as defenders on this map, that will be quite nice for them. This is an attacker-sided map, so given M80's prowess on attack, given the fact that Nighthaven Labs also skews toward the attackers, irrespective of what you're like as a team, if SSG falls behind in this first half, I mean, hopes for them at that point to close out this map in a good way, meaning they win. Well, those hopes can be dashed very quickly and might just fall apart. If M80 can take like 2 quick rounds here to go up 3-0, I do worry about SSG's mental.
Yeah, I agree. I think M80 have been a better attacking team, even specifically on Nighthaven Labs. They have a slightly higher attacking win rate on this map. We've casted this map a lot. They've played it a lot, so there's quite a large sample size, but they're good on both sides too. I will say SSG's defenses have been much better than their offenses. All stage, the attack has been where SSG have struggled, so maybe there's some hope there once we get to the opposite side, but with M80, how good they can be on Nighthaven attacks, yeah, it is not going to be simple. First Nitro Cell from Kino did a ton of damage to Newers, but somehow he's alive. I think he'd have more HP if he'd been downed by that Nitro and then picked back up, but he's going to have to suffer with just the 1 health he has remaining. With IT open, it does open themselves up to a storage plant if they want to go for it, but based on positioning, looks like they want to clear through the entirety of top floor. Gives them a few more options when they do go for that execute.
M80 is prepared and ready for this top floor take too, which makes an awful lot of sense given that similar to all maps, you want to clear from the top down if the bomb site isn't on that top floor. Kino, for the time being, looks to be all on his lonesome as flashbangs go out and he can't see a damn thing, but nobody from Space Station is able to follow up that quickly off of it. They'll have to cut through the Kiba barriers thrown out by Gavin, not by Kino, though Kino will take advantage of their cover. SSG in danger of falling behind yet again. They'll lose Benjamaster, a huge C4 from Hot and Cold. Grabs Fultz and Newers. And I mean, the time isn't really going to be the issue here, Jesse. All 5 M80 players still alive on full HP. Not only the first one to take some damage, but SSG is basically dust at this point, about to be blown away. Kino taking down J90 and Ashen is just going to run for the hills and take a timeout with 20 seconds left. This round is over. M80 will win no matter what the clock says. A flawless round for M80. And we've been seeing a lot of timeouts after round 2. Do you think SSG officially calls it here, Jesse?
I think there's a good chance Consulate will want to say something. SSG know that they need to get a good couple of rounds here on the attack. This was storage as well. Most teams will run their secondary site in the basement on Nighthaven, and then storage and control will be their third site that they'll go to. M80 have been a bit of an exception to that. I mean, they play both storage and the bottom floor quite an equal amount on defense, so maybe it's not a huge surprise they don't want to go basement just yet, but I think SSG know that they need to get some attacking rounds early in this game if they want to stand a chance. And just with how rough these attacks have looked, I think calling the attack here from Consulate is the right decision. Maybe settle some nerves. I mean, this isn't a map that SSG are necessarily expecting to walk away with. You look at the series, Foxley said on the desk that he thought SSG actually won the map veto phase, but that's more because of what maps 2 and 3 look like. Nighthaven Labs, I think, was always going to be a map where M80 were the favorites on. Of course, they were on a 3-game win streak up until 24 hours ago when they lost this map 8-7 to Shopify Rebellion, so it probably should be a 4-game win streak for M80 on Nighthaven, but it didn't quite go that way on the day yesterday. For SSG, their last 2 games were both against Wildcard on this map, both at Reload and Wednesday. And they got 5 rounds across 2 BO1s on this map. So you look at the history, it should be M80 favored, but even still, you want to do everything you can to get some attacks. And yeah, we just haven't seen much good attacking prowess so far.
It's a system that Consulate expects his players to buy into. And I mean, SSG does have a smaller new look, which was Newers coming onto the team. The addition of Newers on the roster, though, does seem to have had bit of a ripple effect on Benja Master. Benja used to be relied upon on this team alongside Ashen as one of those two main entry fraggers. He's taken a bit of a more passive role, and he does more support jobs and support duties when playing on attack. And typically it allows Newers to flourish. Newers has been among the highest rated players in North America through countless stages. Admittedly, a lot of that was back during that Finca LMG meta, where we saw a number of players excelling because of the meta, and they weren't able to keep up after some nerfs came into those operators. But I don't think anybody is doubting Newers' bona fides. He's still a terrific fragger. He's still very mechanically gifted. He can compete with the best of them. It's just put Benja Master, I think, in a bit of a weirder spot, and I don't really know what his identity is on the team or what they want out of him, but more often than not, I find he has bad games these days, which he shouldn't be having.
Yeah, well, after reload, Benja flexed over to the flex position, no longer playing on that entry, but looks like we got a rush. Newers in the Blackbeard for his third attempt. Does get stalled out by Hot and Cold on the Azami, though. They're getting kills.
Oh! It was a flawless round previously. Could it be had by SSG? Same way. Gunner and Diffuser, the last two standing. Case getting planted, and now it's all up to Diffuser. Tears some strips out of these players, but doesn't accomplish very much. M80 got a couple good looks, but none good enough to find even a single kill. Space Station clobbering them and getting Diffuser down. It's about as close to a perfect round as you can get without taking any damage whatsoever. Could that have just simply been the bomb site as well? Rush in, get through the window, get the Diffuser down. You can't really do that on all the other bomb sites here on Labs.
Yeah, I think the bomb site has a huge effect in that round because obviously M80 had the choice. They could go kitchen cafeteria or they could go into the basement for tank and assembly. 90% of teams are going to go into the basement there, but M80 have a horrible defensive win rate on the basement of Nighthaven Labs. They've played it 5 times this stage. They've only been successful once. So a 20% win rate, I think, has dissuaded M80 from going back to that bomb site. They said, let's try kitchen cafeteria. It's not a common pick. Maybe it'll throw SSG off guard. But that didn't really work out. SSG clearly had a great game plan. They might have expected that M80 could go to this bomb site, just given how the stats have looked for M80 on the basement. So I do think SSG were prepared for that. Nice little Blackbeard rush coming through. M80 not respecting the Blackbeard enough to warrant a ban. They did deal with it very nicely through the first 2 rounds. So I don't hate that they didn't ban it away, but I thought it was an option for them based on how afraid of Newers they were. Back-to-back-to-back rounds, we saw one of those entry players in SSG bringing that shield operator, and we might not see it again going forward, but it's good to see that they can get their wins with the Blackbeard. It's something the desk we're talking about, that lack of a shield presence from SSG. It's still something they're really trying to develop and work into their identity.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
No Blackbeard ban, and yet no Blackbeard picked right away. He's a strong operator, but as we've seen through the playoffs, there are blunders that happen with these shield ops. You know, we are in a current point in the meta where shields are almost always required. SSG obviously missed that memo here. SSG also got rid of their top shield player by getting Forrest off of the squad. He's made it decently deep here and qualified top 4 as he's playing on that OXG roster now, but there's not really a good fit, I think, for SSG to run dedicated shields the way that a lot of the other top teams do. And even if you look at a team like SSG, just because shields are required doesn't mean you're going to have a player who feels comfortable on that role. And you know, Monty is strong, Blitz can be very strong, Blackbeard can be strong, but if you have no idea what you're doing with them and your team doesn't know how to play around them, in a lot of cases, you are better served to just bring 5 full fragging operators without shields.
Yeah.
I think that's the idea behind it for SSG here.
Yeah, some sense. A lot more difficult to take this wall without a Habana. They do get it soft eventually, but it's way slower. That's why M80 wanted to ban out 3 hard breachers. Never expect to keep it closed the whole round, but delays a lot more time. So I think M80 are still going to be quite happy with how things have gone over on the IT wall. Benja alone down on the first floor. There are no roamers for him to contend with, so he should have free reign down here on the Buck to make some chaos, try to force some movement out of these players on M80, but they haven't really had to give up too much space, right? They're pretty happy still playing top of fish, still playing in electrical, still playing in the site. Their Raptors player is still here as well, right? Gavin doesn't feel like he has to give this up just yet. I say it, he's playing a little bit farther back, and they might not be able to reinforce this, so some ground taken from SSG.
SSG can perform better than those first 2 rounds, we'll have ourselves a competitive contest. Not admittedly that that's so much of a challenge, because one of those was won flawlessly and the other might as well have been. But again, you said it. M80 are not necessarily the defender team that we come to expect. So the fact that they are up at the moment on a map that skews towards the attackers and they are an attacking team, it is a little bit astonishing, but it's astonishing maybe is too dramatic of a word. We could say that it's unexpected and SSG need to pick up the pace. Less about M80, more about SSG at this point in time. And they found the first kill. It comes with 30 seconds left on the clock. They'll find a second for their trouble. Ashen could have had a third as well as Kino walks back to the bomb site, turns his back, guns down the buck, and Gunner's got a pair of kills along with Kino finding one as well. The advantage that Space Station had is completely gone. M80 now just needs to sit and wait as Diffuser will get on the board. Who's going to find J90? Inside the bomb site, Gunner will get the job done, and he is locked in. You can see it right there. I think that was a 3K for Gunner in that round, Jesse, and with it, M80 goes back to their winning ways.
Indeed, Gunner started that round at 2, got the finals. That will be a nice little 3K coming out from the primary roamer of M80. A good start to this game after some of the starts he's had through playoffs so far. Even with a 2-man advantage, SSG struggling to get this execute put together. I feel like, Parker, we see this time and time again on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs, where an attacking team will get IT control, they'll get Rafters control, but then they just struggle so much getting into the bomb site. If you're not able to clear out kind of the back of CC and you're not able to clear out electrical, all of a sudden you don't have a good plant spot to get in. You're always fighting crossfires as you try to work your way from Rafters into the bomb site. It feels like the attackers never have that positioning, and I get it, right? It can be really tricky sometimes to get control of Fish, to get control of jungle, to have that second dimension to your push, but it does feel like it is absolutely vital for this top floor push. So often we see these attacking teams struggle to get in when they only have pressure coming in from one dimension. M80, they might not have had numbers, but they had all the crossfires they ever could have wanted. Really well put together.
Half of the way through this, or rather half of the way for M80, they've picked up 3 of these 6 rounds, meaning SSG are not capable of matching the tallies that most teams do as an attacking side on Nighthaven Labs. That is immediately bad. It can still continue to get worse. Des talked a little bit yesterday about expectations for SSG and how they have seemingly regressed as a squad. I mean, the game obviously has changed, quite literally. We've gone from Rainbow Six Siege to Siege, so different game. But beyond that, I mean, the game now favoring shields, which again, it seems to be an Achilles heel from this SSG squad, not having a comfortable player right there. And then times where they just lack consistency in the fragging department. I hate to sound so negative, Jesse, but this SSG team just sometimes gets me down. They have a lot of tools that really can just match up against the tools on the other teams and be put to good use, but SSG aren't capable of doing it, at least not in this current point in time. They still could finish in the top 4. But I mean, a start like this to Nighthaven Labs does not build a lot of confidence for the team.
Yeah, they'll definitely need their mental to be strong later in this series. Still attacking on this main floor. This is where they have an opportunity to get an entry. It's going to be Ashen, the first one to die, though. Up on the top floor, falls to Gavin, who works his way now in around those top floor rooms. This has been really tough. They haven't really applied much pressure to the top floor. Gavin's just playing a mirror window, got a freebie pick onto Ashen. He's got still Kino and Diffuser to hold top floor with them. Now, Benja's looking into the site. He can smell the bomb site from where he's at, but he knows if he goes in, if Fultz tries to get a plant from inside of control without vert pressure, I mean, this should not be a possible plant.
It's Benja just waiting now, but you can't be sticking somebody on flank watch when you're down in numbers. I worry about Fultz's HP as he escorts that diffuse case in closer to the bomb site. SSG has control. Gavin gunning down Fultz. What remains is now gone. Houghton flicks over and takes care of Benja. SSG's attacks are looking so limp at the moment, and M80 yet again have survived up to this point without losing a player. As I say that, J90 slaughters Houghton, so finally a kill for Space Station. They sure have their work cut out for them, don't they? J90 doing some damage from below, but Gavin returns fire onto Newers, and now Jack's position in the bomb site, watched by a bulletproof camera, will be ended by Gunner. as he gets the final kill of the round. M80 are just speed running this first map.
When SSG last played Nighthaven Labs, that was, of course, versus Wildcard on Wednesday. They went 0 for 3 on their attacks. They didn't get a single offensive round. They didn't have a huge sample size, but even still, that was where they struggled on that map. And I think we're seeing it again today. Sure, they got one round attacking onto Kitchen Cafeteria, but I mean, on the other bomb sites, these attacks just aren't inspiring. You go back to the storage round, and you've got players pushing in through control without having any pressure up above. Fault was inside of garage, and Gavin from Rafters just swung the mirror window. That was never dealt with. Was able to take down the IGL of Space Station. That's Diffuse Kit on the ground. That's full panic mode from SSG. It feels like these are real basics of Nighthaven Labs when it comes to these top floor and mid floor bomb sites, right? Getting pressure either in towards fish or in towards control or in towards electrical. Then on that mid floor bomb site, having some top floor presence, or at least being able to deny the swing out from Rafters so that you can safely move through bottom garage. You can safely move into storage to go for a plant. Just really feels like SSG are having a lot of problems on these Nighthaven attacks. I really hope that we see some better attacks from them when we get to the decider map of Skyscraper, when we get to their map pick of Chalet, because if this is what their attacks are going to look like through the whole series, I mean, it'll be M80 top 4, no question.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have seen very little through these 5 rounds to give me any indication whatsoever that Space Station will be a top team to get to the top 4. Gunner was looking to throw an impact to go for a run out there, but I think SSG are just a bit too quick to the punch. I don't think Gunner's going to survive this onslaught. Now it's the Blackbeard just continuing to run on in. The cavalry has arrived. SSG finds 2 opening picks. Not just Gunner, but Diffuser will die elsewhere. And that's the Legion down 45 seconds into the round. A devastating operator to lose. Logic bombs will come out to add insult to injury. And what just seemed like a bit of isolated fighting has now taken over the remainder of this map. M80 knocked onto their back foot thanks to SSG's aggressive entry.
Don't get too excited. The last time it was a 5v3 for SSG. It did not end in their favor. They've still got some strong roam positions. Gavin inside of storage will be a one-man army. He needs to answer back with some frags. They clearly know his position. It's not a surprise that he's going to be in storage. He needs to answer one back. It's going to be Newers and Kino that trade top vending. So now it's even more important, but the Blackbeard offers no opportunity. Kino is just sitting down in the site. There's little he can do to assist Gavin. He's going to play up on the vending stairs now to try to make some kind of a crossfire, but he can't help with this Blackbeard rush.
And he gets slaughtered for it. Knocked down, completely turned inside out, and hot and cold in a 1v3 against a shield. I feel like I spent a good solid 2-3 rounds talking about SSG's inability to find a comfortable shield player, and they've got Ashen now rocking on that Blackbeard. Out pops one of those Goyo canisters. Logic Bomb will give hot and cold's position away as Ashen is tucked in very neatly. Doesn't even get the diffuser down because the guy who usually plants it kills him. Hot and cold, that is. Before it can go down, a 4-2 half favoring the defenders of M80 is excellent for them, especially as they now go on to attack. But a 5-1 half was definitely there. Space Station managed to save it in the final round, but really have to step it up here in the second half.
It's interesting how halfway through the game so far, we've seen the Blackbeard position shift from Newers over towards Ashen. Felt like Ashen was able to get a little bit more success with it. Obviously, he played a ton of shields back at Reload. That was his worst event of his career, so he kind of swore off them coming into this stage. He still played them here and there. He had 2 rounds on Blackbeard coming into this and 4 rounds on Blitz prior to this game, so he's dabbled in the shields, but hasn't played them too often. Good round from him, though. I really thought that he did a good job isolating targets, making sure that he was finding 1v1 engagements so he couldn't get shot in from the back. Then, of course, choosing the right plant spot just at the end, cleaning up that 5v3 advantage, only for the first of 2 times, though. So 4-2 split favoring M80. They go on to their favorite half. SSG also go on to their favorite half, right? It's not all about the stats of M80. SSG have all stage long struggled on their attacks. They've been a lot better on their defensive side, 61% for defense, 45% for offense. So it gets a lot better for SSG on this second half too. I think there is hope to bring this one back, although M80 is still feeling the dominant position. And as op bans are concerned, we don't ban out any hard breaches. It's the double shield ban from SSG.
I mean, M80 has comfortable shield players. Hot and Cold has done his best to replace Spirits on this team, and I did troll through the subreddit yesterday, just reading what the Redditors seem to think about the results. And there was a lot of finger pointing at Hot and Cold for his shield play. I don't really think that was the major issue with M80 in their matchup against Shopify Rebellion yesterday. But I mean, again, there are smarter people than me out there. Do I think Hot and Cold is as good as Spirits on shields? No, I don't. But I also think Spirits might be the best shield player in North America at the present time. I mean, Dark Zero obviously succeed when he excels in that role. But I mean, you're going to need to have a shield op. Hot and Cold is going to be the guy. He's been playing shield since before they were in vogue, before they were in the meta. And obviously with this double shield ban, you've got two options at this point. You can run a Fuse Shield, which is a poor substitute for Blitz or for Monty. Or you bring a Blackbeard, which gives you a bit more fragging potential, but you're a little bit more exposed and vulnerable from a shield perspective. So there are trade-offs here. A pulse on the board for SSG is something that we don't see all too often, but I like this call. They know exactly now where the attackers are going to come from. And honestly, against a team like M80, you're going to need everything you can get to slow down this assault. Jane, I know. How do you win that duel against Hodden? SSG have broken things open, and we're not even a minute into action.
Hot and Cold tweeted after yesterday's game that he costed his team on the final map on Border, and whether that was all his shield play or whether that comes down to other aspects of his game, the shield play is certainly not good for the first round of offense from M80. That's a tough one to lose, even if it was a great flick from J9O. Man advantage being held by SSG, but it's only by 1. Never mind, it's by 2. J9O having a hell of a round. Bomb site's not top floor. They've gone storage instead. 3 beautiful shots so far from Jack will make this a near unlosable round for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, barring Diffuser getting in phenomenal clutch here, which right now nobody from SSG will give him any quarter. One over by Fish, one over by IT. Who's the intended target? Where do you go first? Keep in mind, J9O's got an embarrassing amount of goo mines already spread out across the map. He's got 2 in pocket. Another one will be generating, and there's still over a minute to go. The L85's a terrific weapon, and Diffuser's a good player, but kind of hard when you've got a shotgun aimed at center mass, and Newers can play the angle so effectively. SSG survives on their very first defense, and not just survives, thrives. That is a much needed round, because if M80 wins that, they get momentum, they find themselves in a very favorable scoreline. But now it's a 1-round game. And honestly, we are looking at a defender-sided Nighthaven Labs, at least from the way the teams are playing. M80 looked a little bit scared there on their entry. They looked a little bit confused. They will have to tighten up for the next round, because they themselves are going to be worried about stalling out.
Very good round, of course, coming out from the best KDR player on SSG. J9O has quietly been the best player on this team throughout the season so far. He has the second most deaths on this team, or second fewest deaths on this team, I should say, just after Newers, and then the second most kills just coming in after Ashen. So he's been very consistent in some of those more supportive anchor roles. We're seeing that come alive as these role changes in SSG have kind of necessitated him to take a bit of a back seat, filling in some of those roles that Forrest was playing sometimes in that more passive position to allow Newers to thrive in the spots that he was brought in to thrive in. Hot and Cold again going to stick on the shield, and I think him on shields is an interesting conversation to have. I put out a YouTube video a couple of days ago talking about kind of the shield meta in Siege, and in that vid, I called Hot and Cold the best shield player on Beast Coast during their major winning run, and I got a lot of, I think, confused comments about that. People forget Houghton was the primary shield player on Beast Coast, and was, even when Spirits was starting to play more and more shields, that's because he was just the Monty guy, right? Spirits never really played the big shield. Spirits was good on Blitz, but back in that Manchester run, it felt like Beast Coast were almost entirely relying on the Monty, very little on the Blitz. So Houghton has long been the guy who has stood on these more passive shields. I will say, since Spirits left this team, he's had to play a bit more of an aggressive role, playing more of the Blackbeard, more of the Blitz. So that's been a bit of a role change from him. But don't think he's not good with an IGL position, with a shield in front of his face. He can be extremely effective in this role for M80.
Let's see how it plays out here. You saw those Selmas go off, opening things up. Diffuser will use now a second Selma to try and get a larger vantage point, and an entry point, rather, for Fultz, who's over by Vending and can very easily scoot downstairs on Clash. He will be the main impediment. He knows he can't take any engagements directly, but one thing that SSG did very well in the previous round was swinging windows and taking odd angle fights against M80. It did catch M80 off guard. J90 was just recalled from the basement, and we'll see if he, with Fultz, can get an early pick, as Diffuser is quite vulnerable by that breach.
Kino's kind of clearing through the top floor. It's interesting he's using these SAM cams to see through the floorboards to try to help his teammates navigate through this vending situation. It's very obvious to SSG what M80 want to do. They've not taken much map control. They're just simply going to take this through cafeteria into EXO for the finisher. But now starting to move around a little bit more. They do have to contend with Ashen, who's just sitting at the top of cargo as he's starting to face a little bit more pressure, aware of the movements of SSG. Sitting on a drone for now, but with him on cargo and Fultz on vending, there's no good routes for M80 to get into the bottom floor. They've got to be able to crack one of these two routes if they want to get to the bomb site.
Very slow attacks have been the story so far through 7 rounds. This 8th round is just as sluggish. Diffuser and Ashen will perfectly trade each other out. That was Diffuser who was in harm's way earlier against that clash where we thought J90 might have been the one to do some damage. After all that stalling on vending, Fultz can now find some safety downstairs. And it looks like M80 might be running behind the clock. Using breach charges, using their can openers with only 20 seconds remaining, and now a death drop in towards the bomb site as Newer stays hidden. He gets splattered by Hot and Cold, who now with Kino can attempt to get a defuse planted. M80 thought that the clock was working against them, but they found 2 kills. Now it's Fultz and J90 to shut this down. Hot and Cold suffering through it, but J90 has just saved the round. M80 fall apart inside the bomb site, leaving Gavin upstairs alone and unable to affect the objective. SSG played from behind. Fultz and J90 spent most of that round sitting in the same spot, and they get called into action with just a couple seconds left and save the round for Space Station. High game on Nighthaven Labs.
Man, Jack Burkard, the 23-year-old from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, stepping up huge on the defensive side for SSG to keep them competitive in this matchup. It really felt like we were going to see M80 run away with this game, but it was going to be these late round plays, the anchor position from J90, which is constantly finding the biggest value. That pick to stop the diffuser right before it went down made all the difference to be able to clutch things out. He's now 7 and 5 on this defensive half. At the half time, he was sitting far lower than that. Just after the attacking side, it really didn't feel like he was going to be the player to save SSG, but I mean, here we are. It was 3 and 5 at the half swap, so already 4 big kills, all of them having impact on the second half. He's not been a guy that's necessarily been fragging out of his mind so far from SSG, not on the defense at least. He's more been an attacking player, but this game, the defensive side of Nighthaven, it's changing things.
Numbers don't always tell the full story. Nighthaven Labs has seen an explosion in play specifically because of how frequently it has occurred here in the playoffs. It's very familiar ground for all of these teams. I mean, M80 seems to have been the team playing it far and away the most. You touched on that as well. But yeah, I mean, where is this attacking M80 team? This unrelenting force where they can just walk in and get early picks. Hot and Cold is tied with Gunner right now for most kills. That is not something that should be happening. Hot and Cold's a great player, and he's not a purposefully built, dedicated hard support. He can frag out, he can flex. As you see right now, Kino is going to be their main hard support through most of these rounds. But where's Gavin? Gavin has been, dare I say it, up there with Diffuser as 1 and 2 best players on this M80 team so far through the playoffs, and Gavin has fallen away. Diffuser as well is having a rough go of it. Their fragging forces on the side of M80 are struggling to stack up against SSG at the moment.
Some early gunfights from Ashen. Wants to get aggressive on the breach player and finds Hot and Cold. He was shooting the Capital bolt as he went down. That's a beauty shot for Ashen to hit. Gets the opening pick then for SSG, but answered back as his teammate Benja does go down. That leaves Ashen a little bit alone. He gets out of there ASAP. As soon as his Danish partner fell, he fell right down the hatch. So 1 minute and 30 to clear out the top floor. You go 1 for 1 on the side of M80. I still think you're pretty happy with this. You've got Kino on the thermite. He just took 99% damage, but you still have him to start to open up the wall from the bottom of lobby. As long as he survives, doesn't hit a goo mine or anything, he should be okay to open this up good vert pressure coming in from M80. SSG will need some strong anchor play and maybe some good play enabled by Newers on that clash as well if they want to hold this one down.
One thing that SSG has been doing so successfully, which is a bit of a hallmark of the standard SSG, is being aggressive on swinging openings, be they breaches, windows, doors, etc. SSG is a team that loves to go for their spawn peaks, but here they realize that M80 likes to set up. SSG is denying them that opportunity. By being so aggressive and acting so forwardly, M80 is a bit reluctant to take engagements. Diffuser guns down Ashen, so while that initial burst of action might have favored Space Station, M80 will instead gain a numbers advantage. But again, they're running out of time. 20 seconds, same predicament as we saw in the previous round. Flashes will now go out. Fultz activating those smart goggles. And amidst that, he can find one pick, looking for a second. And oh my goodness, M80 has turned their backs to the forces on Space Station. 3 in a row for SSG as Gavin will not be able to get it done. And the lead goes to the astronauts.
Not enough information. Unfortunately, the coverage just not there. Great moves from Fultz in the late round. I said they needed some great anchor position, and I think that's really what Fultz was able to bring to the table in that round. Making the move on the Warden, was able to get through the many flashes that M80 brought to that defense. We didn't quite catch it, but Newers had a brilliant pick as well that started off that chain of events. Getting that kill on Aquino was really massive for that defensive half as well from SSG. And this has now been a flawless second half from Space Station. Once again, that 61% defensive prowess coming in strong for SSG. M80 have been a good attacking team coming into playoffs. They were the best attacking team in the North America League. But after some tough games against both OXG and SR, they lost that title. Their attacking win rate, while it's still good, has fallen to 54%. And you combine that with a map that they've attacked a lot, Nighthaven Labs, 17 attacking rounds recorded from M80 just in this stage alone, you start to think, well, maybe that attacking win rate is starting to turn on its head a little bit. Maybe the footage is just there from SSG, and they know exactly what's going to be coming out from these M80 guys.
Both teams now taking their timeouts, and they'll set us up very well for the remaining 2, potentially 3 rounds here. Try not to read too much into those numbers, right? And again, when you have a team like M80 who's so proficient on attack, and then we see them in their matchups, starting off against OXG in the upper bracket quarterfinals. That was our first match, then obviously against Shopify yesterday. You do begin to wonder if it's just that there's small enough sample sizes.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not critiquing the format here, but only 9 games of group stages, of which I think it's fair to argue you're playing up against 3 teams, maybe 4 that are a pace back of the rest of the league. There's only so much we can draw from those numbers. And it's the same reason why when we go to live events and we see through the group stages, oh yeah, you know, this is a defender-sided Kafe. Well, it's only been played twice. You can't really gain a lot from that. We use these numbers and these stats just to pad out the broadcast and give people perspective as to where we are right now, but it doesn't tell the full story. SSG are thriving here. As defenders, again, they are knocking M80 off of their stride. SSG are not being passive. They're not letting M80 get set up. They're not letting M80 gain all this intel from these drones. Space Station are taking a very forward approach. And when you've got good gunners on the side of SSG, as frankly all 5 of them are, Fultz tends to get the most flack, but that's more about his role. You can take those engagements, and if you win those engagements, you are defanging that entire execute from M80, and SSG has done it successfully now 3 rounds in a row.
We've got a Nook versus Valkyrie combo coming up. Not an easy engagement for the Nook if you don't know where those cameras are. I believe one was put IT, one was put just at the top of Fish Stairs, and then one was put inside of vending, just flicking back through the through the VOD. So might come across one of those soon towards the vending stairs. Gunner dodging those will be absolutely important. Of course, with the new Nook changes, you never really need to turn this gadget off. So hopefully he can avoid those cameras and start to make a sneaky play. He's getting past one of them right now. Janino just flicked past the cam too. I don't believe there's anybody here on the stairway, but I mean, it's movement that won't be read by SSG.
Deploying shock drone.
Again, M80 have been slow on time, largely because of Space Station. I wonder if they'll have tackled that during the timeout. We see a very forward defense from Space Station. Yet again, that thing that we were just talking about. Look at Benja. He's guarding the opening in IT. He set himself up quite nicely. There's a Kiba barrier blocking him from over towards Rafters, but I don't think he's been droned out here. Kino will take down Ashen again. It's another trade. J90 hits Gunner as they're all spread out across the map. M80, no cohesion at the moment. Maybe the idea was spread out. Let's track down these offsite players and beat them in 1v1 gunfights. If that was the idea, it has not worked.
That's the problem with a Nook, right? You have to play very far from your teammates because that's just how the gadget works. And if you go down to a random swing from J90, they'd even find him on a cam, but that's still going to be the death of you. Now Diffuser's got to try to make some magic happen, but J90 has not slowed down even once this game. 2v4 for M80. What can they do?
I mean, I don't know what you can do. They allowed Space Station to once again set up and control the pace here. Usually we're accustomed to seeing attackers control the pace through much of the round. Gavin and Han Cold is the last two remaining. Han's in the bomb site, but there's one below, and he needs to be a little bit concerned with this. I don't know if he has a good read as to Fultz's location. There is a bulletproof camera on the board, and now panic will ensue as Houghton takes damage to his feet. He's on a single point of HP dropped by the secondary shotgun brought by Fultz. Gavin will have to do more work now. Eliminating Newers, 2 more players to be found, but guess what? One of them's on your floor, the other one is not. You are running out of time. You have no intel. Bullets will whiz over your head. What do you do if you're Gavin? You've got 8 different ways to try and win this round, and not a single one of them will work. Another round in a row for SSG, as now they're the ones speedrunning this map. Goodness gracious, they're on match point.
And it's another multi-kill coming out from J90. I mean, how many times do we have to say this guy's name? He's having one of the best maps that we've seen from him all season long, being really effective on these defensive plays. Every swing, it feels like he's got an immediate magnet to the head of whoever he's looking for. Gunner was on the Nook. He avoided multiple Valkyrie cameras, but it didn't matter. J90 at one point decides, let me swing lobby, see if anybody's in there, see if anyone's in lounge. There was Gunner, got the opener, then killed the second player of, I believe it was Gavin or Diffuser. It was Diffuser trying to get into that storage bomb site as well. You mentioned it, M80, very solo by themselves. The first pick on a Gunner here. Kino died, I think, on the IT breach just upstairs as he was trying to cover for a eventual plant.
Good fucking shit.
Good from you too, Jack. I mean, it's been a really, really strong second half.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
J90 is oftentimes the unsung hero of this team. He also plays those flex roles, but has huge moments no matter what. Pressure does not seem to affect him the way that it has in the past affected other players in this league. I do like that he's finally getting his flowers. He's always been on a team with players that have bigger personalities than him, bigger brands than him, and bigger moments than him, but he really does strike me a lot as the glue on the teams that he's been on. That's just me talking from a strategic standpoint. I have no idea what he's like as a person on a team. He's very, very pleasant outside of the game and outside of the matches, as are his family, for the record. You and I actually got to talk to his parents in Boston, and they are wonderful people. It does not surprise me at all that they were able to have such a nice child. But that said, it's not just about personality. J90 seems to be happy, seems to be jovial, and with it, the team stock can rise if he stays level-headed. And I mean, right now, he's leading his team and leading this match with 10 kills on roles that are often a little bit more challenging and not as kill-oriented.
He's an easy guy to cheer for, maybe a bit more difficult if you're an M80 fan, because he needs to win 0 more rounds or else this is going to be M80 losing their own map pick in the most important game that they've played so far this season. Once again, it's going to be one of these basement holds coming out from SSG. Don't really have roamers too heavily at the very least. That Clash, of course, getting banned out from M80, so Hot and Cold's not going to have to deal with that. That's going to be something that they can worry about a little bit less. Ashen's still playing top of Cargo Stairs. That's going to be where he was playing previously on this Azami, and he traded 1-for-1 last time, don't forget. A clean clear onto this Azami player would be a big boon, and as he impacts himself, that will get a little easier.
What? Small mistake. Oh my, no, Diffuser.
Oh.
How does that go from bad to worse? Absolutely dreadful stuff from M80 on a pivotal round. We use the term do or die here in more of just a broader sense, but this is literally a do or die round for M80. They die here, the 4 remaining players, and that's it. They lose their own map pick. It would be familiar territory. The same thing happened to them yesterday against Shopify Rebellion. They won SR's map. They lost their own. Ended up losing the best of 3, which is why they're in this predicament in the first place, and there is no saving grace this time. If M80 lose here, they are done. Same with SSG, but at the moment it's SSG sitting on match point, and their lead will grow as Hot and Cold is punished. That was the Blackbeard who detracted the attention of the defenders all across the board, but nobody was able to secure the kill. Kino will shortly join him in the afterlife, and a double drop from M80 as Gavin gets 2, but Fultz saves the day and gives SSG yet another round in a row. My God, 5 consecutive round victories, and Space Station will steal M80's map.
Maybe it's the wrong thing to be caught up on, but I've just gone back and watched that diffuser shooting the leg of Benjamaster about 10 times, and I don't know how he did 0 damage. Regardless, big round from SSG, flawless second half. Their defenses look absolutely unbeatable. They are storming through this game against M80. With how close they came yesterday against Shopify Rebellion, you've got to imagine they were looking for more fight than that on their pick.
I have to imagine, I mean, they still have one more map. Chalet will be up next. Will we need the decider of Skyscraper? Right now, it looks a little unlikely. SSG are in full control. We've got a break ready, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both downs.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
convert on me, Fultz.
Running gen, I'm good now.
Top down, down. I'm not in a good spot. I'm playing under the side. Last drop.
Nice.
Let's go, boy. Good fucking shit. Good job. Dude, my mouse scroller just fucked me again. It just impacted.
From down 4-2 to up 7-4, SSG take 5 rounds in a row, and they steal M80's map pick from right under them. What a way to turn it up, kick it into gear, and steal this map away. That is a very good performance from SSG.
I mean, it was a great show of resilience for them to be able to know confidently that once they got to that defense, they were going to run away with it. And I think, I mean, we'll talk about it more too. SSG did a great job of playing together. That is the complete opposite of the SSG that we saw against Wildcard. Problem solving, fixing it, helping each other. That's exactly what we needed to see. But, you know, they played great. They knew that they had that defensive side at half. You know, M80, I hate to say it, feel like they kind of choked the mental game. They're kind of slipping away. SSG's a mental team. They're not going to lose that mental ability if you get a couple rounds on them.
Well, you brought it up. Some of the issues that M80 were having were glaring. So we'll talk about it first. Laxing their time management when it came to the attack. I mean, we were seeing so many attacks, that time ticking down, M80 just not kicking it into gear quick enough.
Yeah, it definitely still has to come down to comms here. I mean, it was a good idea to go for this push. They needed to get bombed down, but you only got 12 seconds left to go for this, and they do it well. They get everything that they need, but then I believe it's just a matter of understanding the position that you're playing from here. You just got to kill from here. Why hold that angle so aggressively? Make them believe that you're not there. Try to capitalize off of it. This round was extremely perplexing for the simple fact Fultz is just sitting in the corner, not droned out. And when you think of M80, talk about comm issues, I mean, that should just be a norm. If you're dwindling the time, you're bleeding out the clock, there should be someone in the back just saying, we haven't droned this. We don't know if this is clear. We can't go for this just yet. And you just see it time and time again with those rounds, just a failing of understanding what is going to happen or what can happen, especially when you're just running the clock, which again, that can definitely be a caveat of bad comms.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the communication, when you're in those late stage, late round scenarios, I mean, that's been the issue for M80, right? Like we talked about in the OXG game, this has been the downfall for M80. And I think that was the most observant that we've been able to see it, because they were cutting so many corners when they'd go for that execute. Common spots that should be droned. I mean, the Warden should have been droned in that position right there. There's no reason for M80 to be going for these plants and not checking the basic position.
What makes me curious, and I did this a lot when we played together, when the clock got down to like a minute 30, maybe a minute, like I was quick to be like, guys, we got a minute left. Fox, we got a minute left. Like, what are we doing? Like, and then you would immediately understand, okay, we got to make this happen. So it makes me question if anyone is actually just saying, hey, we don't have time left. We need to make something work. We need to get this information.
Well, obviously, M80 had some issues, as we've discussed. SSG, though, to turn it up from a 4-2 deficit to a 7-4 win, Fox, that takes a lot. I mean, everything has to be going well. Of course, M80 made their mistakes, but you need to be firing on all cylinders if you're going to win that dominantly for that many rounds in a row.
No, of course. I mean, a lot of teams, especially on defender-sided maps, you know, if you just get 2 rounds, you know, 3 rounds is even better. If you just get a couple rounds on your attacks, once you go into that defense, you can tell, even though they're enemy teams winning on defense, defense is the easier side. So SSG, I mean, mind you, they played really, really great trades when it came to their defenses and their attacks. And I think that's what we wanted to highlight is going into this, they only had an 8% trade. Already doubled it. They're up to 16%. So already one of the biggest factors that they were trying to focus on is those trades for every single death. But once you go onto defense, you are forced to obviously play a lot more together because you're on defense. But SSG was taking it a step further, and they were playing that calculated aggression, but off of each other. And that was what we've been seeing from SSG. And then once they played M80 in the regular phase, that's when we saw them try to implement playing slow. I feel like it just shook them all up a little bit, but they've been able to rally back, play the consistent style of SSG Siege that we wanted to see.
Well, and now SSG are going to be feeling incredibly good going into their own map pick of Chalet. I mean, this is exactly what they wanted going into this series, Lax. Now they're set up for success, and M80 have this awkward position of once again needing to recover it. Do they have it in them here, and what is it they need to do?
Again, I think you kick them when they're down here if you're SSG, but if you're M80, I think you just have to play into your basic functions, just being able to play together. Chalet is going to force that. Similar to what Nighthaven is when you're on defense, Chalet is going to force that even more. You're going to have to play off one another. You're going to have to be with each other. And again, I said going into what this map pool is going to look like, Chalet is going to be a scrappy one. It's going to play into both teams with their aggression and being able to fight one another, and who's going to be walking away with that opening pick to then play the trade game from there. And what we were seeing from Space Station side, they did walk away at the end of it with the most entry kills going in their favor. So it's going to be the exact same scenario. M80 just have to be better.
All right, really quick, and I just want one word. Are we going to 3 maps, or are SSG closing this out right now? Fox?
I think SSG is going to close it out. I think they're going to close it out. Chalet, the only deciding factor for M80 when we saw them against SR is they were fast, but a lot of those fast plays that they won was off of the back of big individual plays and kills. It doesn't look like everyone's firing in their right mind right now, so that's why I think SSG will just take it out.
All right, he missed the one word part. Lax, one word, yes or no. I'll give you the options, 50-50. Are we going to map 3?
We are not going to map 3. Space Station takes it here.
All right, SSG got it. That's what we think over here. We'll send it down to Jesse and Parker to hear their thoughts as we dive into Chalet.
There's confidence from the desk, who I would actually love to see their prediction rate over these playoffs, because they also predicted that Shopify Rebellion would win 2-0, and that did not happen. And they stuck to their guns after M80 took SR's map yesterday. But now here, obviously, you have SSG stealing a map away, going to very comfortable turf on Chalet. Do you think this changes anything for M80? And moreover, Jesse, a secondary question for you, because this is a two-parter. What the heck happened to the M80 that we saw yesterday?
Okay, do I have to answer in one word like the desk analyst did?
No, Jesse, unlike the desk, we have a lot more time.
Oh, okay, good. Well,
we have an entire match to talk about stuff. They have about a 5-minute segment.
I mean, even if you had said yes, I would have just done like both analysts and answered in more words anyways. I think that for M80, this is starting to feel do or die. I think that this is really starting to turn on their head. We go to SSG's map pick now, as the desk alluded to. SSG have a 2-1 record on Chalet this season. Their only loss was on Wednesday versus Wildcard, and that was an 8-7 game, which got them to this best-of-3 series when they lost it in maximum overtime. Yes, M80 beat Shopify Rebellion on this map, 7-4. That's a good game, but it's a lot more history from SSG on Chalet to bounce things back. As for what has changed for M80, man, I think they might just be getting tired. Coming into today, they had played 172 rounds just in the NAL stage. That is 41% more rounds than SSG have played all stage long. M80 have played a lot of Siege. They had a long group stage where they went a lot of close games, and of course that series versus Shopify did not help. So M80 have shown a lot of their strats already. They've shown a lot of what they like to do. And I mean, there comes a point in a stage where it gets difficult to continue to iterate, right? It gets difficult to continue to run these same strats over and over again. Even if the specific strats aren't the same, right? Your playstyle is getting read into. So this is going to be a bit tough, I think, for M80 to try to make a bounce back, even though they're now here against SSG.
Well, it also might be a little bit tough for us to get into this match, because it sounds like we are having some small hiccups. So we're going to toss to a break, and we'll come back once everything is in working order. Everything is working and we are all in order, but unfortunately for my co-caster, his favorite part of the day, the operator bans, was skipped over. And for that, I fear heads will have no choice but to roll. Production, Jesse will be writing you a very stern letter about this later today because, as you can see on your screen, 4 operators are no more, and Jesse was unable to talk about them. We weep for this moment.
Well, we can at least talk about them after they've come out, because they are kind of interesting. Well,
no, not allowed. The moment has passed.
Oh.
For the remainder of this match, we cannot reference operator bans at all. Sorry, that's the rule.
But there's a 2-brow ban. In
all
phase
right,
1.
fine, talk about it.
2-brow ban's kind of weird. Usually you'll see a zombie plus a castle, maybe a clash or a Fenrir. 2-brow not super common, but we saw how effective it was for M80 just the other day on this map. Holding down that office wall was a real strength of theirs. So I think SSG have had a good read to remove it from the field. M80 take out the Blackbeard and the Brava. Not the most common, but certainly not unheard of. Brava can be really good against some of these power operators like Malusi, like some of these bulletproof cameras that can be really popular on Chalet as well. So some cool strats, not the most common bans that we see, but definitely some good reasoning behind both of them.
Thank you for that. I'm very glad you're able to weigh in on that. Hopefully you finished crying. You didn't hear the silent sobs of Jesse J. Chick in the background after we went over such an incredible moment, but here we are. What do you think is the first thing that we should watch for here? Do you think the speed at which M80 is able to attack when the side swap comes out? Do you think the coordination from Space Station on their attack will be the first thing to talk about? What do you think it is?
Well, I'm looking at 3 players on the bottom floor from M80. That's a heavy presence below the site, and it will be hot and cold below who does find the opening pick. Another one from Gavin, too. So it feels like the strategy of M80 moving throughout the bomb site, going below the site as well, has really paid off. SSG, it wasn't their attacks that were their strong point on map number 1, and it doesn't look to be their strong point here either.
And there will be J90 going down. M80 did have a very strong start to Nighthaven Labs. Those first 2 rounds were impeccable. They were at a 3-1 score line before, I think it was actually 6 rounds that were won in a row by Space Station. For them to take map number 1, quite an impressive tally. I don't think that this map will start off any better than we saw map 1 begin for Space Station, as it's Ashen in a 1v4 with a minute to go. Doesn't have diffuser, miles away. That diffuser might as well still be back on Nighthaven Labs, as he's a gridlock sitting inside the bomb site, and M80 will give him nothing at the moment. They know that Ashen can get a bit antsy. He is a terrifically gifted player when it comes to mechanics. But in order to win a 1v4, you're going to rely on your opponents making some mistakes. Gavin has been dropped, but nobody else from M80 is looking for a follow-up. The flank is coming out. What appears to be Gunner over by Bathroom. But a Nitro Cell from Hot and Cold will seal the deal. He was downstairs the entire time, and he lets out a little bit of a giggle. M80 begin map 2 just as they did with map 1, which is a round victory.
Great game sense in the 1v4. To give credit where it's due, seemed to know when Gavin was going to swing at him, had eyes on the Bathroom flank as well. If you're a ranked player, you'd call that a cheater, but here in pro games, we just call that good old-fashioned game sense. So well done by Ashen. Good attempt at the very least to try to pull that one back. The rest of the team, though, not able to get anything going on the side of SSG, really struggling to get into that map. Previously, when SSG played this map, again, they played it twice earlier this stage, they had a 33% win rate through 12 different rounds, the 2 times that they've played it. So expect a 4-2 split for M80. That would be typical for SSG, and they have consistently brought those 4-2 halves back to win it on defense. So we definitely will expect to see maybe a first half going much the way of M80, similar to Nighthaven, but that bounce back from SSG in the second half will be what we're looking out for.
Newers, unfortunately, is having some PC issues, so just a brief tech pause as he attempts to reconnect to the server as quickly as he can. For people who've been in this predicament before, they know it's not quite as simple and as quick as it can be, so probably got a minute or 2 where we talk here. During tech pauses, the thing that separates them from tactical timeouts is that the teams call the timeouts, the coaches are allowed to talk to the players can talk to each other, and both teams get to talk. With tech pauses, the players should not be able to communicate with each other. They certainly cannot communicate with their coaches. They have to sit there in zen-like silence, waiting for things to get back underway. I suppose this is a good time while we're filling air to talk about Chalet as a map. We've casted a fair bit of it actually in the playoffs. It's up there now with Nighthaven Labs. Chalet sitting at 94 rounds played, which prior to today was the second most played map after Kafe Dostoyevsky. A fun little quirk here was that in best of ones, Kafe was far and away the preferred map. It was played way more than the map that was in second place, which at the time was Lair. I think the stat that we referenced was Kafe had been played something 33 rounds more than Lair in second place, which depending on how quickly those games go, that can be 3 whole extra matches, which really is quite a bonkers number. Chalet is now cruising up there. It's in second place, just behind Kafe Dostoyevsky by still about 30 rounds for what it's worth. So that lead for Kafe remains. Chalet is incredibly defender-sided. 63% of all rounds have been won by the defenders. It is the most defender-sided map based on numbers. That will bode well for M80, a team that does struggle to defend, but then it will go the complete opposite way. M80 is a terrific attacking team, but they will have to deal with a very defender-sided map. The question will be is how does SSG go about that? And numbers, of course, don't paint that full picture. We said that in map number 1, so I'm excited to see what the second half of this map gives us.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Parker. Important to note as well, the one time M80 played this map this season was against Shopify Rebellion. They went 5 for 5 on their defenses, didn't drop a single defensive round. So you know they can be good on the defense half here for Chalet. They can be very good. So can SSG. Expect it to be lopsided. Expect a comeback from SSG in the second half. And expects to see some top floor bomb sites. Despite the fact that Chalet has historically been a 4-site map, we've seen almost 0 play on the basement so far.
That Senswall will go off, and Newers is pushing in, finding the Ella. He gets the lead-off pick, but M80 sweeps them off their feet. Benjamaster and Fultz will get toppled shortly thereafter. So Gunner dispatched over by Piano. Another great shot, this time from Ashen as Diffuser and him trade. That's Ashen's 3rd trade today, by the way. That is an absurd number. We're talking trade as in he gets the kill and then immediately gets traded back by the same player. He shoots a bullet, they shoot a bullet. That's wild. Man of the hour, who started off the round in very strong position, is the last one standing, and Newers will attempt to get the plant down with 1:20 to try to draw them out. He had a good idea about where M80 was coming from, but he just missed the shot. Houghton on the other side, he did not miss. M80 up 2-0, same scoreline as map 1 began.
I like the response coming out from M80. They managed to get aggressive right as that push was coming through from SSG. We didn't quite catch it, but down inside the bomb site, Hot and Cold was first floor. I think he did a little bit of a run out from the front door to be able to get that pick onto Fultz, who I believe was on the master bedroom window, which was a huge pick that kind of started things off for M80 after Newers had that opening pick. Answered back on a Benja. Ashen gets traded, as you mentioned, once more, and then everybody just falling to pieces for SSG. The deaths really highlighted that trade game from Space Station. I think it was a lot better on Nighthaven Labs than what we've seen from them historically through the stage. But on the attack, it still is something that they need to work on. If they can manage to answer back those picks as soon as they go down, get one in return, that's going to be massive. And for the second time, Parker, we will get a tack timeout after just 2 rounds from SSG.
I do think Fluke is on to something here. I almost said Flink. I do think Fluke is on to something here when she mentioned that teams call their tactical timeout at the tail end of the second round because of the impact that that operator ban will have at the end of the third round. I know it's just one operator ban, but you are going to have an operator ban against you, and you're going to be taking away one of their operators as well. And that can have a huge impact on the remaining 3 rounds, so much so that it can completely blunt the momentum. If you see that a team is running you over with shields, for example, if M80 thought that SSG was bringing too many shields, something that would be absurd to say about a team like Space Station, then they could easily use that third ban on a Monty or a Blitz. Haven't really seen that, so I don't think that'll be the case. But with teams like when they swap sides and SSG bans out both the Monty and the Blitz, that third ban could be a Blackbeard, it could be a Fuse, or it could be another high-value utility op. It could be a Maverick, it could be an Ace if they think those operators are having big impact on the rounds and could have extra big impact on the remaining 3 rounds before the side swap comes in. Not to mention the fact that SSG are just starting off poorly. I mean, M80 are playing as defenders on the most defender-sided map. There is an expectation there that they will win more rounds. I think that's a very safe expectation, even if M80 does have struggles to defend on certain maps. the map will do most of that work. A 3-3 scoreline is, in my eyes, worst case scenario for M80 starting in this first half. If M80 does not get a 4-2 scoreline, I think they're in trouble. But if you're SSG, you still need to fix things because you need those 2 rounds at minimum, and you need to start now.
I agree 100%. This could be the good opportunity to make it happen. Of course, bomb site going down to bar and games, as we do tend to avoid that basement on Chalet. Looks like it's going to be a solar overtake coming out from SSG. They had a lot of pressure early on the games window, the library window. They started to make some ghost pressure on that side of the map, but now they're moving over here instead. There aren't really roamers that they'll have to contend with. I say that, Gunner is sprinting through solar, so he'll have to be contended with as they are starting to enter in through West Main now to try to walk up those trophy stairs, get up into solar. Gunner already making his way into master bedroom, so not too far away. He could be the first point of contact for M80, as he usually is on the defensive side.
Gunner taking the first bit of damage. He's also being tracked by Ashen's death mark. Ashen is a great player, and if you put that strong secondary in his hands, he can do some serious damage. Benjamaster walks up a little bit too oblivious to the defenders playing not far away from him, just a door frame or a room away, and now it's Fultz to test his reflexes against a Legion who wants to peek this door frame. Diffuser first kill will be on Ashen. So that death mark cuts both ways. I don't know if they were playing a game of cat and mouse, but in this case, the cat is certainly on the side of M80. Fultz takes out Gunner finally, and now Benja gets on the board, taking down Hot and Cold. M80 have lost 2, and a third is not that far removed, playing inside of Office. Hitting the deck as Benja continues to chew through those soft walls. Diffuser eliminating J90. That'll be a second kill for M80 as numbers equalize. 45 seconds remain in the round, and Fultz has found himself in a bit of an odd spot amidst all of those Sens walls. He's searching for somebody over in Office, but he's boxing shadows. They have vacated that space, and with it, we can see more confidence from SSG as they push up.
Really aggressive roam game was almost a disaster for M80, but Diffuser stood up and was able to be a hero. Now Gavin, as they fall him back to site, will start things off in the 3v3.
M80 just continuing to get these kills and maintain that advantage. Gavin and Diffuser are both very low on HP, so SSG are in a not as bad of a spot as the numbers would suggest, but they are running out of time. Final 10 seconds for SSG to get into the bomb site. Newers has accomplished that. Benja has Diffuser, and he's far away, and here's Gavin on the flank. Benja catches him, and now it's all up to Newers to seal the deal, but Kino will stop him with a nitro cell, and the case will not go down, giving M80 a third round.
Huge 1v2 from Kino. That is massive for M80 to be able to win that one out with such little time on the clock. SSG, no hope of being able to get that plant down. It was a weird hold from M80. For the first 2 full minutes, they were fighting and contending for Master on a bar games defense. Sometimes you'll see 1 or 2 roamers hold over towards Master and Solar for the first, 60 seconds, right? You slow down that clear a little bit. But M80 didn't really have a lot of utilities posted up towards Mezzanine, posted up towards the top of blue stairs. Instead of making your real bulk of the defense over on top of the bomb site like most teams would, they brought so many players. All 4 of the former Beast Coast core were playing over in Master, trusting Kino just to hold down the site by himself, which he had no issues with, didn't really receive any pressure as that lone anchor player. So with 4 roamers, it felt like they were really committed to fighting by Master. Again, it almost fell to pieces with Gunner and Hot and Cold going down. But Diffuser got that first pick onto Ashen, got a second pick whilst falling off back towards that Mez side of things, and then another pick from Gavin before that 3v3 push could really come out. So bit risky from M80, a bit new, maybe a bit aggressive, but it pays off for them, and they will go up 3-0 in this game.
A worse start than map number 1. I mean, the desk was so swift to say it's over. Space Station are going to win this one. I mean, obviously, it's possible. SSG did win those 6 rounds in a row on the previous map to get the victory. Anything's possible when you can be that dominant on one side. But I mean, what we've seen out of Chalet, which is, and I will quote our good friend Lynx here, inherently attacker favored, but some teams are just not the most proficient at attacking on this map. Well, we're seeing that. We're witnessing that. Just as M80 had some struggles on attacking Nighthaven Labs, largely because of the obstacles Space Station kept putting in their way, M80 was unable to get over those in time to pull off successful executes. Space Station is now dealing with the same thing. They are finding some serious trouble with information. This round, though, 30 seconds into action, you've still got 80 or 10 drones remaining on the side of Space Station. They should not be struggling through intel, especially when you look at the lineup of M80 is absent a Mute and absent a Mozzie. There's nothing to stop these drones from gaining maximum value.
Like statues on the M80 defense. A small movement from Gavin, but he does still end up losing his teammate of Hot and Cold. Doesn't move too far, though, just behind the mirror window, which will get popped, and if Nade forces a little bit more movement, he is still somehow holding down this Mez position. He's playing to die, of course. He does not expect to live through the round, but he's killing so much time off of this clock with already a man disadvantage. He would love to take one player with him. They know his exact position, though. You got to imagine he's not going to last much longer. Time keeps going down, though.
I can't believe Gavin got out of that unharmed. That is absurd. SSG will use an Adrenal Surge. They've got one remaining. Newer is reunited with a longtime operator that we touched upon on the previous map, which is Finka with the LMG in hand. A bullet hose. 75 of those bullets can easily destroy those defenders. You only need 5 bullets, one for each player's head. It's also a good suppressing force. If you're going for a plant, you can lay down that LMG and dare one of the defenders to try to cross it without taking an awful lot of damage. Gavin has a read on the upstairs player. J9O eliminating Gunner, and the growth for SSG will now be 2. Diffuser taking down Newers with a Nitro Cell. Ashen trading out Kino, and now the final players from M80 are in similar positions over towards blue stairs. Gavin will die. Diffuser inside of his corpse looking for warmth, maybe? Ashen takes him down as the diffuser in the hands of Fultz was almost completed. SSG on the board. They'll look to draw even in this first half. They've only got one round to their name, but still, they've got time.
I really liked the way that Gavin was playing. We were on his POV for the majority of that round, and I think he did a great job of wasting time. But eventually SSG said, you know what? Gavin's too annoying to find. We've already let him slip away from library. Let's just go kill everybody else. It was actually a jump out from Gunner. He jumped out the bathroom window before getting knifed by J9O. So clearly trying to make a play. Thought J9O might have been on cams or maybe a bit farther away, but we didn't quite catch it. He was apparently right there in his face to get the knife kill on the jump out, something you don't see every day on Chalet. And then, yeah, just good target focus from SSG, be able to pick off those players around the bomb site, ignoring Gavin after he made his great escape towards the blue stairs. Nice stuff going on from Space Station. When you're going up against a team like M80, who have shown that they want to play quite an aggressive Chalet, who are willing to go for these jump outs, willing to go for spawn peaks we've seen all weekend long, sometimes playing passive and just holding your angles, biding your time is the right decision.
The one thing that I really liked of M80 through those first 2 rounds was they gave SSG very little. M80 is playing a little bit more forefront, just as we saw from Space Station on those defenses back on Lighthaven Labs in map number 1. I mean, there was a period of time where you'd have roamers play either unsupported or as a dynamic duo. I mean, for our particular broadcast, Laxing and Skies were the dynamic roaming duo for quite a long period of time in NA, if not outright one of the best. They were certainly up there. But the way that you now play defense has changed, and the team that changed it was that old W7M core. Now they play under Furia, but they took defending as almost offense and popularized it. This time around, M80 will have to be a little bit more active as they've lost Hot and Cold in the first 40 seconds of the round. Newer's fishing for another kill. He's under watch. This is a real gutsy play. Some would say a little bit stupid, but he's getting watched by a default cam. And he's basically just going to test his reflexes. The fact that M80 is not swinging him shows that they have the utmost respect for his ability to punish them despite all that intel for the defenders.
M80 have shown up with a really deep strat book on Chalet. They just played this map again against Shopify Rebellion, and they're playing completely brand new defenses, even different from the first quarter from what we saw, providing a lot of puzzles that SSG will have to solve. They'll start by opening up this office wall, which is a good start to things. Fault's starting to make a movement on this shield player as well, but that doesn't result in any kills. There's J9O finding the second for SSG, and now we start getting a little antsy from M80. Will those aggressive swings come out to try to equalize?
I don't want to speak too soon, but when things fall apart for M80 in this series, they have really fallen apart. They have not been able to stick with it. We saw it in map number 1. We're witnessing it now here as SSG are a single kill away from winning this one flawlessly. They've got the castle on the run. He manages to tussle quite effectively, but while the shield doesn't get dropped, there's no other kills to be had. To that point, though, as SSG win the round, Jesse, is that when M80 lose that first pick, they really struggle. They're almost always certainly losing the round. They had challenges on labs. Those same challenges have now presented themselves through the last 2 rounds here of Chalet, as SSG are now starting to figure out their game, and they're doing it at the right time. They can salvage this first half, grab 3 rounds. M80's already got 3. It's going to be a wash, but again, the defenders are favored here just based on numbers. SSG will then take that side from here on out. You will have a great map for the defenders going up against a team like M80 who are great on attack, and it will be fireworks. I said it at the very start of the series. I think the second half is going to be intense compared to what we see out of the first half.
Yeah, Parker, I hate to give you credit for anything, but I think you made a really great point in what you were just saying there. When M80 lose the opening pick, especially on their defensive halves, they really fall apart. This has been consistent not just here on Chalet and earlier in the series on Nighthaven, but throughout the season. M80 have the single worst defensive recovery in the North America League. They've won just 19% of defensive rounds when they don't get that opening pick. That is abysmally bad. You might not see it if you're just looking at the overall stats, because their offensive recovery is actually the highest in the league at 41%. So on attack, they have no problems with that. That's a big reason why they're a better attacking team than defending team. When they lose the opening gunfight, they're able to recover. But on defense, this has been their Achilles heel ever since the stage started a few weeks ago. M80 need to find a way to trade back those kills so that it's not a 5v4, it goes to a 4v4, or to just ensure that they win those opening gunfights, because every time they lose that first fight on D, they end up falling apart.
If anybody's wondering what that clattering was, that was the notebook that I'm taking notes in falling off of my desk. I apologize, I wasn't able to hit my mute button loud enough. All is well, by the way. I'm not in any serious peril here. First pick is going to be Diffuser, as Blitz in the hands of Fultz will gun down Gaveni. And SSG sure do seem like they're poised to tie this up. 2 very swift kills again. Something you just talked about. How well do M80 recover after surrendering these first picks? This round is going to really tell the story. So far, the answer is not well. You've still got utility to spare. All of these gadgets are passive gadgets at this point, though you do need to activate those dread mines in the hands of Hot and Cold, and you do need to pop the canisters in the Goyo that's brought by Gunner, but oh my goodness, Newers finding himself in harm's way over by blue stairs, and now Fultz will pinch him. Newers needs to win this duel. How? Oh, Gunner comes to the rescue. I was a little surprised by that altercation. Now Kino is on the board, and it seems like M80 might have been able to get themselves out of a sticky spot. Well,
you have to speak, don't you, Parker?
I did have to speak. Unfortunately, it's part of the job, much to the haters. Shout out to the haters. They were wrong there. Hot and Cold on a single point of HP as now Kino bites the dust at the hands of Benja, who's having a pretty good game. He's leading the team with 6. Ashen will collect kill number 4 as what remains of Hot and Cold is sent away in a pretty little box. 3-3, the first half, and the parallels to map 1 continue. M80 started off this first half real strong. They actually outdid themselves compared to Nighthaven Labs, picking up 1 more round. But then SSG started to streak, and they are presently streaking. They put together 6 rounds in a row to win map number 1. Now SSG's at 3 in a row and are situated quite nicely as the side swap comes in.
At some point, things have got to start getting a little frustrating, hey? Ashen, I think, very much aware of the mental state going in for M80. He knows that they have taken full control of the momentum in this matchup. I can almost guarantee you everybody on M80 has muted Ashen since the very second they spawned into the server. But even still, I mean, it's Ashen's game plan, right? He wants to get in your head. After choking out that 4-2 lead that you had on Nighthaven, you lost every single round in the second half. Now you had a 3-0 lead. You've lost every single round in the second quarter. M80 have to be getting annoyed with how this game continues to spiral out of control. Just when things look up, they start to fall back down. And it does come down to those opening picks. It does come down to their inability to trade.
Shit, guys.
SSG are playing a great game here on Chalet. They were really good at reading what M80 were doing on a lot of those defenses. They were holding their angles. They were waiting for M80 to get aggressive. And once they had the lead, they refused to give it up. Now SSG will go to their defensive side. Through 14 rounds this stage, they have a 71% win rate on Chalet, specifically on that middle floor. 100% through 4 rounds on bar and games, 80% through 5 rounds on kitchen and dining. It's not getting easier for M80.
Obviously, you don't want to write off a team way too early on. And I mean, I did stick up for M80 yesterday against the haters on the subreddit. Today, unfortunately, I think the haters might have been onto something. They were just a day early. The M80 haters, by the way. Though I do find that because Ashen is such a polarizing figure, he does drive lots of attention his way. I think you're correct. I mean, I would have muted Ashen the moment I move into a server. Admittedly, what Ashen says in the heat of the moment wouldn't bother me because I'm a 34-year-old man, or a 35-year-old man now, actually. Oh my goodness. Almost forgot my own birthday.
Happy
I'm a
belated.
35-year-old man, and the things that get said in the server don't bother me because it's just trash talk and I move on with my life. But I know that for some players, the emotions are a bit more volatile.
Yeah.
Ashen obviously can take all of that hate, which is good. And then again, goes back to something that is said on the broadcast quite frequently. We need good villains to have the heroes and the good stories that come with it. Ashen is quite content making people mad. It's part of his brand, and frankly, it's very welcomed as long as he's doing it in a non-toxic way, which for the most part seems to be the case with the things that he says. How harmful is a little question mark in chat? Let's be honest.
I feel like Hot and Cold is usually one of those guys you can expect to be very mentally resilient. He's been in the game for a long time, but he showed some emotion yesterday after the loss, slamming his desk after the 8-7 throw. Good pick, take down Benja. That starts things off nicely for M80. It was strong passive play from SSG that got them their 3 attacking rounds, and M80 are doing much the same, holding their windows and just letting Hot and Cold be the tip of the spear, make that space.
Down goes Kino as now it's time for Fultz to get a bit more active. He's watching his teammates fall by the wayside, and he'll have to confront the Monty tucked into the corner of Solarium, but Fultz is in an uncomfortable position as he vaults on down, missing out on the Deimos. Great poise by Diffuser. Wanted more than that, but he'll have to settle for 1. Down goes Fultz at the hands of Gavin as they have effectively pinched him, but Ashen is just on a tear. Every single player on the side of M80 he sees, he punishes. There is no answer here at the moment. Hot and Cold getting the Diffuser down as Gavin will now watch for a potential flank up those Solarium stairs. Houghton is successful. Gavin's in a great spot, but there's no silhouettes nearby. Ashen is looking for something, and he runs right into the shield. Viewers will now be the one called into action, and the Monty will likely be the first that he sees as Gavin is down below creating kill lines. Lines of sight for those kill holes. Viewers will need to shield break Houghton as he tries to isolate him with those goo mines. Look at that. What do you do? Houghton dancing around all of them, playing some footloose with Newers as Newers is just running out of time. I mean, his singular focus is taking down Hot and Cold. His focus should be on the timer, but I think he knows he's not going to be able to get there without the kill. Past the point of no return, the round will go to M80 after a successful plant, and 3 players in the server will survive in that post plant. M80 breaks the streak, something they couldn't do on map 1, and they've regained the lead.
Man, in that 2v2 with both Ashen and Newers down below the site, it sure would have been nice if they had some information so that they could stop the plant from Hot and Cold. It's a soft floor, and Ashen had a shotgun. Newers as well on the Legion, able to deny from down below. If only they had some information. Unfortunately, both Ashen and Newers had their bulletproof cameras in their pockets, not up in sight giving callouts like the other 2 BPs were up inside of Piano. Both were in their pockets, not being used. You saw Newer spamming all those goo mines at the end as well, also not being put out until the round was already lost here against Hot and Cold. Just little mistakes in the utility department. It was a great 3K from Ashen. I loved his gunplay, loved his positioning, but you gotta put that util down. That's game-making decisions that are ruining things right now for SSG. Sloppy mistakes in that first defense.
5 seconds left.
Said we'd see a thrilling second half. I mean, that's a great round. There were lots of good moments. Ashen in particular was a superstar defending, but the rest of his team were crumbled like a wet paper bag. It's good to see that SSG are going to do the exact same thing that they did in their very first match against Wildcard back in the upper bracket quarterfinals a couple days ago. Wildcard did end up winning that series, but Space Station were quite eager to go for spawn peaks in that map too, which was on Chalet. Ultimately lost it to Wildcard 8-7, which was enough to give Wildcard that 2-0 victory. Wildcard, spoilers, are gone from the playoff hunt. They got eliminated by Oxygen in the lower bracket quarterfinal that occurred just before this match began. That means that OXG is waiting for the winner of this game. The winner of this game will finish in the top 4 for the region. We know that Shopify Rebellion, Dark Zero, and OXG are the top 3, but we don't know what order they will end up finishing in. We're just looking for a 4th finalist, and one of these two teams will get it. Right now, it's SSG's to lose because of the map count, but they're going to have to do better now on this defending side than they did in the previous round.
Only player in the building right now is Kino, who's lurked into the basement, and as I say that, he leaves. It's going to be a solar focus take, but Faults is close, and while he does get naded out, he's killed off the Blackbeard, and that's going to be more than value for his position on the blue stairs. Now that he's got that big pick from solar stairs, I should say, he's been able to really halt this push from M80. How do they get into the building now without a shield on the back of hot and cold? How can they start to make these entry points? It's going to be a lot more difficult. The window play will be what determines if SSG can hold on to their man count or not, as it often does on Chalet. Gunner is hunting for a pick. Ashen trying to answer back too, but no movement is good news for Space Station.
Just be patient if you're sitting there to defend. That's all you need to do. M80 did an exemplary job of it in that first half, giving nothing to that Space Station team when they tried to dig their claws in and mount a comeback. Again, if you're going to pull off a 1v3, a 1v4, even a 1v2, most of the time, if you're in that one, you are relying on the majority numbers to make a mistake. I don't know where Benjamaster's been downed from, but SSG will now be behind in numbers as Kino asserts himself in piano, and down goes what remains of Benja, crawling out looking for some comfort. Kino will find a second as he pivots onto Newers. Diffuser is dropped, but still an advantage at the moment for M80. Desperately looking to grow their lead with just 20 seconds left. A Lion Charge will go off. One remains in back pocket. J90 slaughtering Kino from the hatch just after Diffuser had been picked back up. J90 must have an idea over towards that Solarium. J90 and Ashen working together so perfectly, and Jack will get the final kill to equalize. No lead growing on the side of M80. Space Station tie things up yet again.
I mean, how many times do we have to say it? Big round coming out, the 2v4, double DMRs. SSG, they're aware of the assignment. They sit in some rat spots, they take some weird angles, and they just say, we know they don't have time to drone us. It was also really good work from the roamer players as well, I should say. They lost a lot of man count up there, right? Top floor was a bit of a bloodbath for SSG, but it was a bloodbath very late into the round. Yeah, Benja maybe dies to bathroom window, gets downed really early on, but he gets downed after wasting tons of time, after standing still for so long. Felt like Gunner was in the same situation where, yeah, maybe he dies trophy stairs coming on down right in the midst of that push. It comes so late.
Good fucking shit.
Every time J90 makes a good play, he just says nice to his boys. He never takes credit for himself. You notice that?
I mean, good leaders say we, not you.
That's fair.
Good leaders say us, not you. So, I mean, if you're saying great job to everybody else, even if you're the one who's doing most of the work, I mean, it goes to show you that you've got a good perspective. That's the type of person that you want to follow into the dark. Not the person who says, well, why didn't you do that? The person who says, well, why didn't we do this? It is a subtle difference, but it is a big one and something that I think more people, including myself, could learn from. J90 is now tied Ashen for most kills. That previous map, we saw J90 stand atop Space Station, which again, on his role is not something that he really should be doing. When you've got a team like Ashen, Benja, and Newers on it, it's not J90 who should be the one getting the most kills. Bolts will go for a run out, and he just missed what looked like Diffuser on Repel. An opportunity that will slip by and might come back to haunt SSG depending on what happens over the next 2.5 minutes.
I said we wouldn't see the basement. That was a lie. SSG deciding to go down to the least popular bomb site on Chalet. They've got a heavy roam setup with Ashen on the top floor. You saw it, Benja and Newers playing around the mid floor here as well, over towards Games. Benja's fallen off. He's gone back down the snow stairs. He's left Newers kind of by himself. Ashen is solar, so across the map, they are very isolated right now as these SSG roamers are just trying to survive.
Oh! Not
clean.
much to say there other than just a sound, maybe that noise of the wind leaving your nose a little bit faster than usual, but my God, Gunner is put in a box. What a shot by Newers.
Now, I mean, Ashen still remains up on this top floor. Less pressure on him to try to get something done. He's holding on to kind of west main, that kitchen area of the map, trying to protect that dining hatch, I think, so that if they do go for a back push, they can't hold that control. He can go for a denial. Don't think that's where M80 are headed. Just based on all this soft breach, they want to get in through the snow breach. They want to maybe walk down the stairs with that defuse kit. Can't imagine that they've left the breach soft so far, so hopefully Gunnar was able to open that.
Now there's a fade away from Space Station as they buy some time over by the trophy and solarium portions of the top floor and middle floor, leaving most of M80 assembled inside of the lobby. Still need to get down to the bottom floor bomb site. Track stingers will stop any potential flank, but for now, I don't know if we're going to see it just solely based on the positioning. My God, how does M80 come out ahead of that? What a sloppy gunfight for all involved. Newer's inside of blue as last man standing as Ash has been taken down. Diffuser on the case at the moment. He'll have the objective in hand with 30 seconds to go. Newer's manages to get away, and he ego peeks Gavin, who swiftly shows him why sometimes you need to eat a little bit of humble pie. Newer's could have easily rotated around, but he decided to go for the fight. I imagine based on limited intel. Newers has been feeling his shots today, so not always a bad idea. But it does give M80 the round, and they regain the lead. Space Station has either tied or trailed this entire map. This is their map. That is not a good spot to be in.
That's a crazy attack to win, by the way, if you're M80. They did not have the main breach open. It was closed and electrified from Benjamaster. So they were funneling everybody down the snowmobile stairs, just trying to get in from Fireplace. And Faults was in the power position to stop that. He had the nitro, he had the gun skill, he had everything there, but he only got one before being traded out. A chaotic end to the round as M80 took control of that bomb site. We see this positioning from Gavin with a couple of players coming down through this storage hatch. That really made the difference, right? You're into connector. Now all of a sudden you've got that second dimension. It becomes a much more doable push for you. Quick thinking from M80. Didn't get everything they wanted in the early game, lost man count, didn't get the breach, but still walked away with the win.
We are seeing a thrilling conclusion to this map unfold in front of our eyes. In the top right-hand corner of your screen, you'll see the maps that we have played on. Skyscraper awaits us as the decider, should, of course, it be needed. No guarantee that we will get there because a comeback from SSG is entirely possible. Skyscraper is the least played map in the map pool right now. Only 28 rounds have been played on Skyscraper from the start of the groups to this point. It's effectively a 50-50 map, but with such a small sample size, there's really no way for us to talk about it. Skyscraper does tend to skew towards the defenders like most maps, just based on other regional data and obviously data from previous NA leagues, but again, hard to say. 28 rounds, that's it. That is insane. We've seen more than 28 rounds of Nighthaven Labs in the last 24 hours. So crazy stuff.
To get there, it still will require M80 to win at least 2 more rounds, potentially 3 if SSG can force an overtime. This attack, once again, going to clear all the way through Master. Bombsite will be barring games. Ashen's a bit aggressive inside of Piano. More or less alone. Newer's over by Mez. Ashen kind of backs off now. So unlike what M80 did on this bomb site, they're not hard committing to holding Master. They're playing a much more traditional defense on Chalet where you really focus around Mez, you focus around blue stairs. Ashen constantly repositioning as he gets droned. This Damos might make that a little bit difficult. He's playing the Malusi, so they'll surely have a free ping onto him. Once they get that information, the death mark could come out from Gavin, which could feed that information and allow an easy pick onto Ashen. Until then, it's going to be a simple setup from M80. They've got full piano control, full office control, diffuser over on the Mez window too, so plenty of setup. They just need to execute.
Smoke will go out, followed immediately by a Sens wall to give them a bit more concealment. Good value from that Rotero drone to grab 2 ADSs and a deployable shield over by Chimney towards the reading door, or towards library door. This is a shrewd move by Newers, but he misses most of his shots. He's not credited with a single kill. SSG comes out ahead, and it leaves Gavin as last man standing right now inside a library, and he's going to have to hit the books because he goes down in a hail of gunfire with the Dane. Benjamaster getting the final pick. Space Station answers back, and again, we are seeing both of these teams scrape their way to what might be an overtime conclusion. I don't know if either of these teams will have what it takes to win in regulation. OT does give us at 3 rounds for this to get decided. I'm looking forward to it. I want it. I feel it. I want it. Doesn't matter if there's a map 3. Doesn't matter if we have to cast. We are way ahead of schedule, by the way. I just want these teams to continue beating the stuffing out of each other.
Well, if it's anything like that previous round, it'll certainly be exciting. I mean, crazy finish there as M80 ball all 5 players in through the library hall. They get into library, and it really comes down to the trades, right? Once again, this is something the desk have hammered on over and over again. SSG have historically struggled to get those kills back once they lose one. When you're playing against a big death ball like that, and you're playing somewhat solo positions, I mean, only Benja and Newers were up on the top floor. You still had Ashen and J9 lurking around the main floor, and then Fultz was all the way in the basement when that push came in. It's really important that if you lose one pick, you can immediately answer it back. SSG were doing really well with those trades on that 10th round. They will equalize the score now at 5-5. I got to agree, Parker. It does feel like an overtime is coming our way because these rounds, even if they're somewhat dominant on the man count, feel very back and forth.
Just enjoying the telltale signs of the DMRs, which have taken a pretty steady place in the meta. Great for caliber-based destruction. They hit like a truck. And also, it's just more that the alternatives have been nerfed. The F2 used to be, pound for pound, one of the best guns in the game. But now its recoil is kind of crazy, and it's just not in vogue. Instead, you bring that 417. You can tear through floors, walls. You can tear through Kiba barriers. You can tear through the hatches with a lot greater ease. M80 is on a collision course at the moment, DMR or not, as Hot and Cold with no weapons in his hand, just the shield extended all the way. Will creep up on J90, feeding Gavin a free kill. Benja will answer back from the same position. He knows somebody was out on Repel, will waste his Nitro Cell as that Repel mechanic that was changed over in Siege X will pay off so well for M80, but Benja is unstoppable in this position. SSG looking for their first lead of this map, and if they pull it off, they'll be on series point. Hot and Cold fighting for his life, and Newers' ascent up blue stairs will net Space Station the final and necessary kill to win them the round. Series point for SSG.
These last 2 rounds, Parker, have been blink and you'll miss it. M80, this game was leaning their way, 5-4, now it's 5-6, just like that. Ridiculous play from the import for SSG. The 6th Invitational 2023 MVP coming up and showing just why he was imported to the squad to begin with. Space Station have consistently been using their attack time out very early in these games. It seemingly has paid off for them. M80 will now play it at potentially the last possible moment. Backs are against the wall. They must win this next round or they will be eliminated from the North America League. They will be forced to play in that 5th, 6th place decider match, which is mostly just for 50 SI points. Not the biggest deal, still something for sure. They don't want to be in that situation. They want to guarantee that 50 SI points. Now lock down top 4 and make sure you're in a good position for the rest of the season. They came so damn close yesterday, Parker. 8-7, 8-7 loss to Shopify Rebellion after winning the first map. To go out like this to SSG after 2 more brutally close games, they know it's all on them. If they can just lock things in, get the comms figured out, they should be capable of winning these rounds, but it's not coming together.
I don't know if they were just simply broken from yesterday's matchups or not, but I had higher expectations for M80. What I will say is that all of these teams are evenly balanced when it comes to their results in the NA League. They've got an incredible amount of experience across both teams. I mean, if M80 loses here to Space Station, in my eyes, I don't think that's a terrible thing. I mean, there's gonna be losers. There will be teams that don't make the top 4. 6 of them, actually, based on my numbers. So you can be in some good company with some great teams that are down there. You look at a team like Wildcard that was bounced out earlier today. They are a good team that is rapidly improving. you look at a team like either M80 or Space Station, these teams are quite steady. They've got major and world champions on these squads. They are no slouch. They can do well internationally, depending, of course, on the meta and the other teams that are present. You're not worse by not making the top 4. But yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a fall from grace from M80 just based on their own expectations. The one thing I will say, and not that I take any enjoyment in a team losing, is we'll get to see Fabian's tweet should M80 bottle things here. He has been unhinged, and I have been living for the things that he's been saying on social media.
Ashen, really good early round play. Messing with the team, not just in the text chat, but also on that spawn peak. Just faking it. Use the impact, too. Put some fear into the heart of SSG, or of M80, I should say.
Grenades going off, and Newers is surviving on what might be borrowed time, but that's M80 just dumping a ton of utility his way, still dancing around it, and now droned out twice. Look at all that's being wasted on Newers, and he dies to a peek to Gavin yet again. A similar situation. Gavin has Newers on a t-shirt. I don't know what Newers could have done more there in that situation. Now it will fall on the rest of his teammates to hold the round intact. If they can't do that, overtime awaits us, which will be a sigh of relief on the side of M80.
Faltz is over on Fireplace Stairs right now. He could make a big flank. He's down in the basement, hoping he'll do some sort of a lurk right up towards Fireplace. He's got to choose his moment correctly. I mean, if this gets caught, if he gets droned, if they have any idea that this play might be happening, it's easy to snuff him out of that basement. You walk down blue, you deal with that threat. That's going to be huge. But just based on how he's playing, based on what M80 are droning at the moment, it doesn't look like they have any clue where he's at. They have pinged Malusi, so they could go for a deathmark track, but they don't even have a clue that he could be down there. And Kino is just breaching the wall. Nobody's watching for this flank up the stairs.
This could have come back to haunt them. Will it occur? Nope, they just had it on drone. Okay. Kino is now turned around. It is spotted, but for a second, Fultz has been figured out. A pick here will give M80 a 2-player advantage. That might just be enough to tip the scales as they overpower the remaining defenders. Kino will take matters into his own hands, sneaking on down. He manages to dispatch Fultz, but not before Diffuser dies, so still a small loss for M80. Despite that, they still hold the advantage. Hot and Cold will be immobilized with that Diffuser in hand, but only 2 players from Space Station remain. Kino is having a terrific game. They didn't expect J90 to hit another flank, but Gavin is there as the insurance policy, and my God, what a nail-biter that round was. M80 saving themselves from an early exit here in the lower bracket. We will have at least 2 more rounds in OT to decide whether SSG moves on or whether it's M80 propelling us to a 3rd map.
Not one thing will be given for free. M80 has to work for every inch of space, every push. They expected the first flank. They didn't expect the second, but it's fine. They had coverage in the end. The man count was strong enough as they went to stop that flank. Scary stuff. The double support duo, by the way, going for the flank on SSG. When you think of the players getting aggressive, it's not often going to be J90 and Faltz for Space Station, but this time it was, and they almost won the game for SSG. Lower the heart rate a little bit after that one. Lock back in, because overtime is a brand new best of 3 rounds. You're going to have 2 chances to attack on this site. It was SSG's choice whether they wanted attack or defense first, as this is their map pick. They chose defense, so we'll get to see what they can do. Once again, it has historically been the defense that's been stronger on Chalet between these 2 teams, but in this game, it feels dead even.
I don't know which one of these teams you take right now in OT. It is that evenly matched, so... we've been seeing some great games here in the playoffs. You know, we've been seeing some really terrific series getting played out by these teams. Win or lose, there is no doubt that all of these teams deserved to make it here. Even if it was a bit of an unfortunate exit for Wildcard, they still are a top team, and they proved it. They just are a younger team that needs to sort things out. They've got 2 imports, both from different regions, for the record. Baby Shark obviously coming from EU, and then you've got from Brazil Dash. Teams are not given a lot of time to really work through this. You know, if you didn't play in Reload, you've got 9 group stage days. That's it. You've got 9 matches to go through this. You can scrim as much as you want. You can dry run as much as you want. But at the end of the day, scrims and dry runs are not a proper substitute for actual matches. SSG will defend at least once here in overtime. They could defend a second time if it goes to a third OT round. First minute has gone by and M80 are in the building and are still in the discovery phase as they've got quite a lot of drones left on the board.
Yeah, I mean, lots of space taken from Gunner. They don't seem to know he's here. If they know about that basement entrance as well coming out from Gavin, then that'll be something they can try to capitalize on. You saw the vert angle being held by Newers. Default cam still up from faults too, so they have lots of opportunity to catch these roamers, or sorry, these players that are lurking around for M80. I mean, it does feel like this is going to be a really slow push from M80. They don't have a whole lot of pressure. Gunner solo inside of Piano is quite nice, but unless he gets a freebie and the Malusi gives away his position, they don't have a whole lot of room to work with.
Out goes Ash charges, explosions all across the board. A nitro cell in pocket for J90 is the only real round-saving explosive that's present. Newers knows there's a player down there, and he manages to tussle with Gavin after he saw the Selma go off. SSG starting with 2 kills. Newers could have ego peaked yet again, but hopefully he's told not to do that. He's not been very successful through the last couple rounds. Diffuser now dies, and it looks like the same old M80 that we saw in this first half, where when they lose one, they struggle to come back. Hot and cold, last man standing, just barging into the window through the A-bomb site. A nitro cell from J90, and then the gun in hand will give match point to Space Station again.
Disciplined defense coming out from the Astronauts. Really well played. They didn't overextend. They trusted in their utility to be able to get that information for them. You had Gunner lurking through Piano, but a Banshee was there to tell you his position. You had some information down in the basement with the default cam being shot, so Newers was watching it the entire time, was very, very focused on making sure the ace could not open up the wall to bar storage. Really good stuff. They weren't overswing. They weren't playing over aggressive. They just let M80 choke things out. You're going up against a team who have known to be chokers. I've got to say it. With how they've played so far in this playoffs, they have really let the mental get to them. They're a great team, but when the pressure gets high, they clam up a little bit. You're playing on defense, let them clam up. Let them waste their own time. That was the thought process from SSG. It pays off. They are back to series points.
They weren't able to get the job done the first time. How will it work this time as SSG moves on to attack? We have not really seen the sides here play out as importantly as the way that the teams approach that. An upstairs defense now from M80 as SSG have not tinkered with their lineup just yet. They have time to blow it up. They were absent a traditional hard breacher. They'll make a small change. Ashen will go on Hibana, and there we'll see a Twitch subbed in for J90's Kali. I did kind of want to see the Kali, to be honest, but maybe not on a round-defining moment that SSG will face. Maybe another time. Round underway. M80 potentially 2 minutes and 45 seconds away from watching their group stage and their time in stage 1 all be for naught, as they could be going home here.
So M80 played this bomb site twice in round 1 and in round 4. I should say round 5 as well. They have 2 different defensive setups. This is the one they ran in round 4. They didn't find much success. They did lose that one. So SSG will have a read on what this push looks like, what this hold is going to be set up for, and that's why they've got good positioning with their shield, but loses it anyways. Traded out by Benja at least, so the roam clear isn't a complete disaster. But with the tip of your spear falling in faults, that makes this push a lot more awkward to clear through the rest of these roamers. Still 3 players on that top floor, and then Gunner in the basement going for another cheeky play.
Flash out as Diffuser just stays away from that one. He doesn't get flashed because he's dead before it can go off. Benjamaster surpassing J90's total with 14 kills, but he's just on a whisper of HP. And these teams will be in a full-on shouting fight in just a matter of seconds. Approaching the halfway point of this round, and we've lost 3, 2 on the side of M80, 1 for SSG. SSG desperate for another kill. Gunner heading over towards that dining room. He's got targets, he's got silhouettes. He does not have an idea, though, as to where this player is. Ashen finds the Jaeger of Gavin, but Gavin's been on an absolute tear, and Ashen will pull out his sidearm, hoping for more. J90 punished by M80 as they fight for dear life. Down goes Kino. Gavin taking some damage too. Ashen is in the ground. Benja still on a single point of HP, but Gavin is done. Gunner with 3 kills to his name will need to find 2 more, or that'll be kaput for M80. He starts with Benja, but now the job becomes getting over to Newers, who with case in hand will prolong this round by about 45 seconds. Over by the door, posted up. Gunner repositioning. Does Newers know this? He swings, and he's been dropped. Gunner will win the duel and head to the case to send us to a 15th round by a hair. Gunner saves it for M80.
Leave it to the Manchester Major MVP to lock down the 1v2. It wasn't a clean defense, but it got the job done. You saw a lot of players in M80 were playing very solo. Diffuser swinging on those blue stairs, ended up going down by himself. Even Gunner completely alone inside of Kitchen. Now Gunner's an insane player, so he clutches it out anyways. But really, the inability to trade brought that really close from M80. SSG had a lot of opportunities to trade out deaths. They just couldn't quite find the answers, despite having the man count advantage in a lot of those isolated engagements. What a ridiculous clutch coming out from Gunner when it matters the most. You call this team a choke team. You call this team a team that has struggled with the mental. All of that has been true in the past, but will it be true right now? Only one way to find out, Parker.
I don't even know what to say. I have loved this best of two up to this point. I am hoping for a thrilling conclusion. If that means a best of three that goes all three maps, or it means that Space Station blast off to fight up against OXG, I don't really care, to be honest. Like I said, I'm here for the story. And it's been a great story from both of these teams. I will say, I think a very compelling story to tell, should it happen one day, is the comeback from that Beast Coast core. Obviously, they soared very high at Manchester, but they haven't looked like the same team since. Again, a lot of people seem to think that they were just the right team at the right moment, which is entirely possible. But the core of this team is still a major winning team, and they need to be in a position to finish top 4 in their region. They need to be in a position to take on the best and reliably beat the best. Up to this point, it was them beating OXG 2-1, then falling 1-2 to Shopify Rebellion, and now could lose 0-2 to Space Station. If that happens, they are going in reverse. A 2-1 victory into a 1-2 loss and an 0-2 loss. That's not the way that you want to go.
Parker, I'm scrolling back as far as I can. I've not reached the end yet, but M80 have lost at least the last 5 round 15s that they have played, dating back to stage 2 of the NAL last year.
It's not good.
Round 15s have been the bane of this team. 5 in a row at least that they have been unsuccessful in winning, and of course that means the map as well. This has got to be the time where that stat turns on its head and changes. It'll be a Chalet attack. SSG, a great Chalet defensive team, so it's not going to get easy, but M80 have found 3 so far. This top floor hold will be the first objective to clear out. Ashen's up here, Benj is up here, Newers is up here. The 3-headed spear of SSG. They're 3 aggressive players holding things down on the top floor. And M80, happy to play it passive so far, hoping for an unfortunate swing, hoping that the nerves will get to SSG and they'll make a mistake, but it has yet to come.
Hot and Cold will lead the way into this top floor, dancing around a Nitro Cell, which does a fair bit of damage, but he still survives. Last time around, he did an excellent job with Diffuser to bait one of these defenders into a damning spot. Can they replicate that again? Will SSG take the bait again, or will they be a bit more static in the way that they approach this defense? Ashen getting aggressive now, moving up to where we saw the shield positioned. Limited action beyond that. J90 felled. Gavin will join as well now. Diffuser taking some damage. Ashen was on the board. Foltz now backing away. Down he goes into the basement. SSG have retaken this top floor control, and the Monty is down on the main floor. An upside down rappel will find one of the players. Gunner taking down Newer. Kino looking for something. They'll trade back. Diffuser goes down, and it's Ashen and Benja's last 2 standing. Skyscraper looking like a certainty at this point. Barring an incredible retake and post-plant from SSG, M80 should be able to lock this one out. Diffuser gets gunned down. I don't know if that information is there for Space Station. They've also spotted the shield of the Monty, so the bigger obstacle will be Gunner. Hopping on the case is Ashen as he watches over top. Benja buying him time. Ashen taken down by Hot and Cold. A bit of a miss as Benja Master has to turn and look towards the door. That's the cavalry as Gunner finally emerges, just enough to buy time. Benja has no choice but to stick, and he knows that it's all but over. Hot and Cold gets the final kill. A breath let out by Gunner as they know how close it was. M80 take the 15th round, and we are headed to a 3rd map between these teams.
How's that for some hot and cold shield play? Maybe he's had his struggles so far in the playoffs, but when they had to get it done, the first round 15 win for M80 in at least 6 months comes off of a massive 3K from hot and cold on the Monty. Taking down that player on the diffuser was absolutely critical in the post plant. He's the real hero of that final round, but it was a team effort. Everybody on M80 can take a sigh of relief and then lock in because map 3's up next.
Honestly, a great job for both of these teams, and both of them could have walked away with a victory. One of them will emerge with a win on Skyscraper. We've got a break ready for you, and then we'll come back with the thrilling conclusion of this series.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Don't fight Sean.
Do not fight him.
Not fighting.
He's looking for you now.
boys.
He's gonna run out on you.
Oh, let's go, map 3.
Run out on you. You back on me, I can stop.
Map 3, boys. Map 3, boys. Come on, boys.
Good fucking shit, boys. Good fucking shit.
Skyscraper, boys. That's our domain right there, bro.
I fucking love you, man. I love you.
The hard part, Matt.
It's M80 SSG with elimination and a spot in the top 4 on the line. Of course, we're going to map 3. We had to be going the distance in what has been a back and forth series, especially this map, a back and forth map. Fox, I mean, this one, neither team was really able to get out ahead of the other, the lead flip-flopping the whole time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think there was a lot of innovation from M80's side. I think they were trying to throw a bunch of different looks every single round. If it didn't work, they'd change it. I mean, yeah, they were constantly being adaptive, especially in that last round. Bringing the Monty was a great call. Obviously, it's what ended up getting that plan and was end up actually getting them that win. Yeah. So essentially just constantly diversifying your attack pool, especially when the attacks have their ups and downs, obviously. Really smart play from M80. They look to play a lot better, but you know, I hate to say it, I feel like SSG, it was their map to lose, and they lost it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it was their own pick, and SSG, they did have their moments where it looked like they might be the team to come out on top. I think round 8, Lax is a great example of this, where we saw this team clutching up in a pretty tough situation.
Yeah, and it also goes back to M80, though, of those mid to late rounds where they fumbled. They could have ended this series a lot quicker if you don't let this retake happen from SSG. You've already done the majority of the job here. You got down to a 2v4, and what happens here? It just falls apart. SSG just somehow manages to bring this back, but it's obviously kudos to the players of SSG just remaining calm, staying composed, playing together, understanding that they don't need to make the move here. It's all on M80, but again, it does go back to M80 just losing rounds that should be in their hands.
Yeah, it was the mismanagement of time. I mean, it was a nice crossfire that the SSG players had, both with DMRs, but the mismanagement, I mean, the 2 players walk down solar stairs, a player drops the hatch after they die.
Yeah.
They didn't all
Bad
sync
timing,
in
bad
coordination.
comms.
Yeah.
Well, SSG took the lead for the first time in round 11. A few rounds later, M80 bring it back, tie it up, we go to OT. And then, of course, round 15, Fox, where it all came to a head. And within this round, it went back and forth, but it was M80 who played a very strong end of that round to push it over the line.
Yeah, M80 had the diffuser planted. The execute was already done. They just had to be able to rely on hot and cold not going down. And here was the blunder that I'm sure Benj is going to be thinking about. He had a C4, and look at hot and cold's HP. He missed the C4 on the hot and cold to be able to get rid of him. They could have got that diffuse off if the C4 would have landed. And also on the coverage, Benja gives up his teammate's position to look behind him, and in that moment, that's when hot and cold, great timing for him to ADS to go for that 1v1. But again, that is not a round, in my opinion, that hot and cold or M80 should have won. Hot was so low, Benja just needs to not get nervous and hit the C4, and the Monty would have gone down. They would have won the round. Nobody else was there in time to be able to win it. And I think Benja just misplayed it on the C4 and on the coverage. That's going to be a round that he individually, you know, if they don't win Skyscraper, he's going to be thinking to himself, wow, if I just would have solved that, we would have been done 2-0.
Well, Skyscraper, the map that you hinted at, is next, and thankfully, we do not have to wait much longer to actually get into it. Our players are ready to go. Our casters, I'm sure, are ready to go, and we will finally see the conclusion to this one. Elimination on the line, a chance in the spot. A spot in the top 4 on the line as we get into this one. Going into Skyscraper. Parker and Jesse, it's yours.
Well, thank you very much. And of course, the conclusion is going to come on one of the maps that we see the least, Jesse. So we're going to have some fresh expectations here, and we're not really going to know what's coming on Skyscraper. What is your immediate takeaway on this map and how these two teams' play styles will match up on it?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. We haven't seen Skyscraper so much this stage, but of course, we have seen it through previous stages, and in every other stage since Skyscraper was introduced into the game, it has been incredibly defender-sided. Now, maybe the addition of Rara will completely change the Skyscraper meta. I think it's probably still going to be pretty defender-sided, though, between these two teams, much like what we expected from Chalet and saw from Night Haven Labs. So it's going to be an interesting game to finish things off. It's going to be a little bit risky, of course, for M80, who coming into this third round, they will be starting on the attack. For the first time, they're likely to fall into a deficit on their attacking half, right? If SSG go off to a lead, that'll kind of break the trend from what we've seen so far in this stage, where historically it has been M80. They got a 4-2 half on the first map. They went up 3-0 in the second map. So this might be the first time that we see the shoe get put on the other foot, where now all of a sudden it's SSG who have to have the strong mental to lock down a lead, and it's M80 who will have that motivation to fight back.
You did all that talking. Now what am I supposed to say as the operator bans come in? That's not my thing, that's your thing.
Well, I mean, you can say that there's only one shield banned, which is a little bit odd. Not the craziest situation. We just see the Ying get taken out instead, which is a crazy strong operator. I will say it's very weird to see the Clash make it through. They go for the Bandit Kaid instead, which can be good. It's far less common than what we see on, say, Nighthaven Labs, where Bandit Kaid is almost always going to be the two banned operators. Here, it's usually one or the other. Sometimes neither. You've seen kind of Clash smoke bans sometimes, where both electrical operators get taken or get left up on the board. So a bit interesting from M80 to choose to leave up the Clash and to instead remove focus, or to focus entirely on these electrical operators. But I think it's still a sound strategy, right? We'll keep that outer wall on Geisha a lot more safe, as well as the top house wall and of course the office wall.
I know there was speculation when the second wave comes in after the end of the third round that you would see both Kaid and Bandit get banned out all the time. It hasn't really come to pass. Of course, it depends on maps. Kaid is not always the best ban. He's not exactly an operator that works on every single bomb site. Another operator that I think it fits that bill really well, which has just come out of quarantine actually, because he was I don't know, he was doing something wrong, I guess, is Castle. Castle is a strong operator, but he doesn't see use on every single bomb site. He can see use on most of them, especially if teams are going to extend upwards. Castle can have some serious value off-site, but he's not always an operator that you want to bring every single time. Kaid fits a very similar bill. Bandit too. I do like Bandit's loadout a little bit more than Kaid's, but I'm also not a pro player, so take what I say with a grain of salt. Said before that when Bandit gets brought, he is one of the few guns that can be comfortably run without any optics or sights on it. He's also got a nitro cell. He's just overall, I think, a very strong operator in the right hands, and we've seen some good Bandit play so far in this series.
Well, we'll start Skyscraper off with little tea room karaoke action, as we so commonly do from SSG. M80 have really focused on taking this bottom floor control, which means J9O will likely be the first point of contact, although there are some shots going on towards the Newers on the top floor window. Still, expect J9O to be really what they're focused on clearing out, as they need to get up these black stairs if they want to get a push going into karaoke, into T.
Activating glass.
Newers is taking a bit of damage. Same with Kino. The Warden and the Glass both not at full HP. A little bit funny to see that. Halfway point of the round, and down goes Diffuser, as now the Shield of Hot and Cold is watched from multiple angles. J9O doing most of the job, keeping his attention. Benja Master with the kill, though, and SSG finds themselves in a great spot. You nailed it, though. Is it likely that M80 will be off to the races in the first two rounds? I mean, there's still a possibility. They've taken down Fultz. Kino gets answered right back. J9O dies. M80 keeping it close. Ashen has time to type a GN in the chat after his singular opening pick. It leaves Gavin and Gunnar to pick up that case, sort out the final minute, and get to the bomb site.
Gunnar eventually rappels into the balcony, and they've got 45 seconds to come up with a plan, right? Gunnar is top black, Gavin is on the black stairs as well, so they'll be together trying to push through. They don't have great information, but they have one lion charge. If they can get a read on where one player is at, they could cycle that into a kill.
You've got two great Gunners here, pardon the pun. One great Gunner, I guess, in Gavin. A bit of a stalemate right now as M80 plays this one slow. Logic ball, or rather the EE1D will go off. You can see them paralyzing them before a second. Ashen is fed right into Gunnar, and a beautiful play by Gunnar as Gavin almost had that diffuser down. M80 somehow wins the round. My God. 3 maps in a row. M80 has started off with a victory. SSG has trailed through so much of this series, and it will not get any better to start Skyscraper. You saw energies running a little bit high there as Gunnar was erupting like a volcano, but immediately Mr. SoCal himself, as cool as a cucumber, hot and cold, easing expectations and trying to keep people's heads in check.
Wow, Gunnar has woken up. He's realized it's map 3, which tends to be where he shines in the playoffs. A beautiful round coming out from Gunnar. Perfect coverage on Gavin. You could definitely point some fingers at SSG, some swings there that maybe were a little ill-advised. They did let Gavin...
Talk about fucking... Oh my God, let's go!
They did let Gavin get into a plant spot, which they probably should have been a bit more proactive about, but my God, it is absolutely worth the pop-off. It'll be a 4K from Gunnar in the very first round. We mentioned how this will be a defender-sided map, and historically it does tend to be, but the one time M80 played this map, it was against OXG. They started on the attack, and it was a 7-0 victory. So M80 are no strangers to putting together strong Skyscraper attacks. I'll say this game against SSG, with how high the stakes are, could be a little bit tougher for them than that regular season match against Oxygen, but even still, this is a great first sign from M80.
Assembled outside, and there you go, the Aurora being brought by Hot and Cold. Eager to see what this the Kiwi operator is able to do to impact this particular map. Aurora functions very similarly to Castle, but just from a bit farther away. You can shut out defenders from being able to get back to the bomb site, providing layers for the attackers to work with. Very util heavy operator, and of course it'll be Hot and Cold running that operator. 4 kills for Gunnar in the previous round, by the way.
Yeah. Usually you see this Rara come in kind of to block off the drum door, play outside of Shrine, block that off so you can then get into Shrine and start pushing into site. Not sure if that will be the same game plan that Houghton currently has, but he is positioned to do something similar. Fault on the Clash is going to be a little bit annoying. They've got the buck down below, but Clash is not going to be playing anywhere near that soft floor, just happy to sit outside the building. Watch for anybody on the main breach. That'll be the doorway. Hot and Cold right there is trying to block off. They'll start first with some smokes, hoping to prompt some movement from Ashen, but instead it's the Clash who comes on over.
Fultz is just waiting now with Ashen to tear through whoever is unlucky enough to see that shield operator. Clash's prominence through the roof after she got reworked with Siege X coming out, and now she can put down her shield, do some serious damage amidst the smoke. Kino's been having some good success on this glass. What an absolute, I was gonna swear, but I mean, what just a calamity inside the back of the bomb site. Benja and Newers left to hold off against the M80 hordes, and they will watch as, well, they almost were held back from the bomb site. Hot and Cold will go for a second attempt. Necessitates an impact being tossed out from SSG. M80 have started every single map up 2-0. 2-0 map 1, 3-0 map 2. What will the scoreline look here? SSG, can they close the gap? They just got a pick to narrow the numbers down. Diffuser going down in the hands of Gavin. Down below, it's a great play by Benjamaster. Newer's eliminating Diffuser, and it's all up to Kino to clutch now. On a glass, not exactly the operator you want in this current situation. He's worried about being watched by a cam, and he will have to scoot out of that spot. Almost at the point of no return. And you can see the little head wobble from Kino. He's aware how hard this job is to do. He won't even find a single kill. No diffuser to be planted either because he'd be a sitting duck. And well, SSG would be duck hunting. They win a round earlier than every other map. They tie things up in round 2.
Yeah, great 2v4 clutch. The Gone 6 betraying Kino a little bit. If he had that SMG, it could have been a whole different ball game in the clutch. Maybe could have got a bit more aggressive, but some questionable decisions from SSG. It'll be another 2-round tack timeout for the 3rd map in a row. SSG will call their tack here after the first 2 rounds have gone down. And it makes sense after how scrappy that round was. It surely could have been a 2-0 for M80 if they weren't able to clutch the 2v4. Some interesting decisions. Hot and Cold sprinting through the site, trying to get to his plant spot, gets caught with the diffuser for the first time, and then the player that picks up the diffuse kit after Hot and Cold goes down chooses not to plant on the little island in the middle of the room instead of office, which cannot be denied from down below. Instead, he's just next to it, and that does get denied from the vertical pressure. So really smart focus from SSG to be able to manage control of that diffuser, always be aware of who's holding it, of where it's at, of where it could be getting planted, and lock things down. Yaug's a great entry from Kino on that glass, but in the 1v2 with only a sniper rifle, there's no chance he's going to win that.
Yeah, I mean, Glaz is a terrific operator. I don't think there's any doubting that. And Glaz, in the right circumstances, can be a real menace. This M80 team seems to conceal Kino on this Glaz effectively enough that it catches the defenders by surprise time and time again. And I mean, a Glaz emerging through the smoke is a terrifying surprise for anybody to deal with. Doesn't matter if you're playing casual matches, doesn't matter if you're in your ranked games, doesn't matter if you're a pro player. But that concealment is usually only good enough for a single kill, maybe a second if you're able to be quick enough. But again, that depends an awful lot on where the defenders will lie. Neither Kali nor Glaz are great at taking multiple engagements. I will say, unless Kali has the secondary out, and then some damage can be done. Yeah. But beyond that, you're usually going to want to be the setup guy. You're not going to be the one to do serious damage. Ashen will go for a spawn peek. He did the same on pretty much every map he's ever played, and Gunner almost dies because of it. That could have been very scary. Hot and Cold will go down to Fultz. A second spawn peek has hit Skyscraper, and it'll be Hot and unfortunately on the wrong side of it.
And now this gets very awkward for Space Station. It's going to be an Amaru straight in through the window. This will put him at the bottom of Black Stairs, but I believe this is being watched by Fault. No, his attention isn't quite towards the window. So with a shotgun, it's definitely doable for Diffuser to win this fight. Gavin's going to be there with a stun as well to make it even easier.
Off to the races. Diffuser slingshots in, Supernova out, and he might actually die to that barbed wire. He manages to escape with a single point of HP. Barbed wire does damage now, by the way. People often forget that. Kino is down in the midst of the smoke. Not down, still potentially fragging, but he's on the ground. Prone, watching that back stairs hallway all the way down between those two former bomb sites of Karaoke and T. Good upstairs control will be integral for M80 to pull off and execute to this main floor bomb site. All of this action, it's occurred with still half of the round to go.
Ashen goes back up to the top floor. I think they might have thought it was going to be a bit more of an aggressive top floor take, but they just got the pick onto Faults and then said, we're happy with this. They will open up the wall now. That's likely where Diffuse Kit is going to get planted by Kino. You'd like to be able to plant there with a shield on your back, but that's no longer in the cards. They're going to set up to try to cover that plant. They don't need to full clear top. The fact that Benj is in Geisha is not going to be the end of the world, but they will require control of Sushi where Ashen's at, of the bottom of Restaurant, and certainly of just that top floor area inside of Karaoke where you can deny that plant. They don't need to take everything up above, but they need to take enough ground so that the plant will be stopped, and Kino walks right into Restaurant and finds Ashen. That's a huge pick to give them the man advantage.
I'm sure SSG were aware there was a Glaz on the board, but that, if not, is a sobering realization. It's put SSG on their back foot. M80 strong starts in these two, now 3 maps, have helped them so well. I mean, without that strong start on Chalet, do they even make it to map 3 is the question. How much staying power will M80 have, though? They start on attack. They are a great attacking team. They need to run up the score here on a map that, while historically defender-sided, we don't have a lot of play on to give us a good idea. Kino's been down, leaving 3 players from M80 still alive. SSG with 2 bodies up, staring at the bomb sites. J90 almost missed an opportunity. Tearing through them. Diffuser is down as well. Gavin is the last one standing, and he'll run out of time. SSG wins the round, and with it, they take the lead. They have struggled to do the latter, which is lead. They've trailed so much of this series, and with the exception of an improbable but incredible comeback in map 1, M80 has been in excellent shape. Ashen will get his licks in chat, as it's time for these teams to ban another operator.
J90 shakes his head a little bit after the conclusion of that round, maybe aware that he got a little bit timing, just some players were crossing his vision. It took him a while to react, but he shouldn't feel too bad because Kino got screwed in the exact same way. Just unlucky timing with the swing of the Warden that took him down, and that kind of started the spiral out of control from M80. This is just how Skyscraper plays, Parker. It doesn't matter if you have a man advantage, it can be a 2v4. The defense still have such incredible positioning. Even with some top floor pressure, you can't really do a whole lot. lot with the players that are in the site, the angles that are being taken by SSG. Excellent anchor play coming out from that squad, and they will get their second round on the board, and they will also ban out the Glaz. So Kino will get 3 picks with the sniper rifle, but there will be no more unless, of course, he wants to swap over to the colony.
I do like that change. I think it works very effectively. And I mean, Glaz is a bit of a paralyzing operator, not just on his own, but when you put him with other ops that have access to smoke, whether it be a Sens, whether it be a Capitao, etc. And you can keep him hidden for a period of time when he's ready to emerge amidst his own smoke or any smoke that he can see through. You can't really move with the same level of confidence. Same with Kali. From a far enough angle, Kali can hold you in place. It was something that was said about Maverick when he first launched into the game. Whether Maverick was having an immediate impact on a round or not didn't change the fact that you had to approach almost every single wall as if Maverick had opened it up or might have created a kill hole or two that you can't see. That alone changes the calculus for the defenders. Getting a Glaz off the board, whether the Glaz is being successful at getting kills or not, which Kino was to his credit, you are now removing one of the most oppressive operators that attackers can bring, and it will allow SSG to be a bit more confident with the way that they play on defense.
Much different take from M80. They go back to the same bomb site as round 1, but instead of going in bottom floor and trying to work their way up black, they are going to commit to clearing out these office side players. The first one will be Ashen, whose phone rings, and he rings out a headshot too. Big one onto Gavin to start things off for the roamer. He is somewhat solo. Benja is playing house stairs at the moment, so they're on the same side of the map, but will be difficult to trade if they do get into a gunfight with some of those opponents. Ben just starts to make his retreat back through Dragon now. I don't know if Ashen really cares to leave. I think he's quite happy just sitting here on the roam, wasting as much time as he possibly can.
An ideal start for M80 to lose Gavin. Space Station want to run up the score as much as possible. Again, it is not a great feeling to constantly be fighting from behind, but that's been the position that Space Station has found themselves in so far today. Real winner of this series, by the way, is Ashen gets a second kill running out on hot and cold. The real winner, Jesse, is OXG, as these two teams beat each other to a pulp. OXG is just patiently waiting, sitting for the victor in the very next matchup. OXG breezed through their series against Wildcard 2-0, and now they get a bit of a rest. There will be no rest for the Weary here, and one of these teams, don't doubt it, will be Weary after this series concludes. Kino wearing the M80 skin on Capitao. His own team colors will take down Ashen, and that's the very first pick for M80. But I don't think it's going to get much better than this. Kino will be the last one standing as down goes Gunner, and he's not long for this earth. Foles punishes him from inside a drum, and that'll be all she wrote on that round. SSG, their lead grows by 1.
Skyscraper can be such a difficult map to try to enter in on. I believe Pangu, your former co-caster, was tweeting about this the other day and how some of these really defender-sided maps like Skyscraper, like Consulate, can be just a nightmare for the attack to get into because there's so many little spots that the defenders can be playing in. Even when you think you have a read on them, thanks to those Dokkaebi calls, there's going to be an aggressive play comes out, like Ashen running out the Shrine door to be able to get a big pick from there. Even if you have that intel, it's still so incredibly tough to find a good angle because as long as the defenders are playing smart positions, and Ashen and Benjamaster will be playing good positions, well, it just becomes so incredibly difficult to kill them without having to walk in through another handful of angles that the defenders will surely be holding.
The whole fucking round, bro.
So, big stuff coming out from SSG in the roam game. M80 having their struggles. I said it before, they had a 6-0 attacking half against Oxygen earlier in the stage. That is, of course, not being repeated here against SSG.
5 seconds left before.
Very impressed by what we've seen out of SSG to start this third map. Both of these teams evenly matched through the 2 contests up to this point. I'm going to say what I said on Chalet, but I'll say it now for Skyscraper. I am intrigued to see the second half of this series. M80 will move to defend this map, and whether it'll be realized as a fortress that it kind of looks like for the defenders at the moment will be answered. Obviously not ideal for the fans of M80, seeing these struggles to get into the building. Skyscraper is a pretty big map. It does require an awful lot of discovery. Good news for M80. They've still got plenty of drones, though SSG have brought both Mute and Mozzie to take that information away. There'll be a rush on in from M80, though. They hit the gas over by Kitchen. Fultz has to fear for his life now as the soft wall will do him no favors. Diffuser credited with the kill, but Hot and Cold was really the man of the hour there. First pick goes to M80.
Yeah, still fighting though. Benjamaster would love to get a trade back, but there's a Blackbeard. You're gonna have to fight past that shield, and Hot and Cold's played really passive, really well, not bringing that shield down. He knows how to stay alive on this operator, and so is doing a great job opening up space for Gavin. Now they've got a lot of the other side of this map. Keep in mind, bomb site is master bedroom and bathroom, one of the least played bomb sites in Siege. Back at the 6 Invitational, this was the only bomb site where not a single round was played. Benja with a lot of util being held up towards the top of Dragon, making sure that he can have a good opportunity, a good bit of information. He's likely to be droned soon, but without that drone coming forward, he might just choose to get aggressive. They're in a man deficit, so it makes sense to go a little aggro here.
A reposition now from M80 as another minute has expired. Getting to the do or die point of this round. I like that M80 got that leadoff pick, but didn't get a bit too jumpy. They flushed Fultz out of position. They went back to Discovery. They got more information, and now they can push their way towards this top floor over the bomb sites. Gavin will hunt down Newers, and Space Station will be even worse off than they were. Benja wouldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. He basically falls on Gavin, but Gavin catches him so gracefully. J90, the only player for SSG on the board at the moment. He's got a lineup for a potential second player. Though I don't want the silhouettes to give it away. It does look like a Blackbeard, which will be a tough shot. Now it's Ashen lined up over on House Stairs. He's on a collision course with Kino. Down goes Hot and Cold. Ashen punishing Diffuser. Where has SSG found these kills? It might all be for naught, as J90's last alive in the midst of these bomb sites. He can see both door frames and has to square himself away. Gavin and Kino will be the two targets. He traces over to get Kino, and he gets Gavin as well! I am Jack's complete and utter surprise. What a performance by SSG and a stunning end to the round.
I mean, what do you do against a guy like that, bro? Insane clutch coming out once again from J90. Defensive merchant here for SSG, the man who is pulling the team on his back. That was a ridiculous final shot to be able to get the last kill, surprising even himself that he managed to get away with that. The least played bomb site in Siege. It looked like a foregone conclusion that M80 would be getting their second attacking round win, but J90 had something big to say about it. Just a disgusting shot to come out. It's again a 2v4 clutch. How many of those have we seen? That's beautiful.
What a shocker. What a shocker. And M80, a team that already looked like they were battling mental issues in this game, might have just seen that proverbial back get broken by that play. J90 really has been the star of the show for Space Station today. They do not make it to this point without him. He was top frag in map number 1. He was just shy of Benjamaster for top frag on his team in map 2, and now he leads the way just ahead of Ashen by 1 kill. A reminder, J90 does not play traditional fragging roles. He can frag and often does. And depending on what's going on with SSG's composition, he could be asked to do more. But that would put him into a flex role. Ashen has been playing more sheltered minutes on Skyscraper, which has allowed J90 to frag more effectively, and he is doing exactly as been asked of him. That's obviously bad news for M80.
J90 is a great role player. You know, you're going to put him in the bomb site every single round, and you're going to get results. You can guarantee that your site is not going to be run over. He'll be locking things down, and if the roam game falls apart, as it did in round 5, he is there to make sure that you still have a fighting chance. Incredible in the late round, always able to stand up and get kills. Game's not over yet, though. It's just one incredible play, and at the end of the day, it is defensive side on Skyscraper. You expect to be going up. 5-1 would still be quite difficult, quite a mountain for M80 to climb, so they would hope to get just one more as they force their way into the second half. The bomb site will move up 1 floor to Office Exhibition, but M80, plenty of players lurking around on this bottom floor. It's mostly Diffuser right now. And the roam game, supported by faults on the Clash, looks to just be falling off with the logic bomb. They don't want to stick around, happy to just let M80 waste their own time.
Two shields will do dances with one another. Fultz and Hot and Cold, the dedicated supports at this current point in time, might just find themselves in a fun spot. We've had a couple glimpses at the two operators clashing in the past. Again, pardon the pun. It's a pun day today, I guess.
I've noticed.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling good. I got a good amount of rest. It's the playoffs. It's a beautiful day today. What might be the nicest day in Toronto that I've seen. And I'm very glad that both Spoit and Canadian got the day off. They'll probably be scrimming, but I hope that they're enjoying this beautiful weather as they're both stationed in Toronto at the moment. For Canadian, that makes sense. For Spoit, it's a little bit far from home. Diffuser starting things off, gunning down Ashen with a minute still left on the clock. A bit of a later opening pick for M80. But they're desperate for anything at this point. J90 continuing his sensational play. Now looks for the shoulders of the Monty. Gets swept through by the Ash of Gavin as Newers trades that one right out. Fultz eliminating Gunner, and the advantage will go back to SSG. Gavin and Diffuser will need to make something work. They've got 8 kills between them, but Newers has something to say about that. Leaving Gavin all by his own to take down Fultz, but it's Newers again to get the cleanup kills. Call him the janitor because he took out the trash that round. 5-1 in the first half for Space Station. They are oh so close to knocking out M80 and setting themselves up to battle OXG.
Perfect positioning from Newers there. They know he's house stairs, so he's got an angle down below where he can cheese even more kills than that. Moving his positions to the stairs, to down below, to the stairs once again to get all 3 of those picks. There were a lot of people, especially after some of the failures that SSG have had this stage, that were looking back at that trade that they made with OXG, taking in Newers, dropping out Forest. The roles really had to switch up on Space Station. You know, they look like a completely different team, and especially after their failures at Reload, a lot of people were wondering, was this the smart decision? Because SSG had been so consistent through top events through the last 2 years prior to making that move. But there's a damn good reason why Newers was brought onto this team. He is so incredibly talented with these mechanics, and when SSG saw he was available, they had to pounce on that. Pays off for them now. They get their 5-1 they're hoping for.
I'm the fucking GOAT. I'm the fucking GOAT, bitch.
Many have said this. But once again, Skyscraper, a defender-sided map. This could still be M80 making their comeback.
Let me get ahead of this and just say the direct comparison to a player like J90 who says, yes, guys, great job, when he clutches around, and then Newers just goes, I am literally the greatest of all time. Look at me go. It was a team effort on that round. Newers does deserve his flowers for the way that he played that, but can we alone say that he is the single reason for SSG's success? No, of course not. Just goes to show you a bit of difference, that's all.
He knows that, of course, but he's very happy to pump himself up after a big round where he did have a huge impact. It was actually a great interview that was done, I think, just a couple of days ago on the desk between Newers and his old teammates of Fox and Laxing, and they talked about how much he had matured being on this very disciplined SSG team compared to maybe some of the times where he was on Oxygen and not folding his own bed sheets. Well, now it seems like he has really grown up both in the server and out. You will need to be disciplined to close out a 5-1 Skyscraper half. These attacks don't come easily. Kino's going to jump on that clash. You've tried to ban out both the Zombie and Goyo, interestingly enough, to make this a little bit simpler for you, but that means that getting some of these walls open will be a big problem, and Benja looks like he was unsuccessful in getting that wall to drum, so it gets a little bit awkward going for this roam clear now.
I will say, as we have watched more and more of SSG here in the playoffs, Benjamaster seems to be settling into his role with a little bit greater ease than he was before. I specifically pointed this out, I think it was yesterday, that the addition of Newers to this SSG squad kind of put Benja in an odd spot, and Benja's overall effect on this team has seemed much smaller. That has not been the case today. Benja has been having a very impactful day in all of the maps, maybe not in flashy ways, but whether it comes to kills, as we saw in map number 2, or utility in maps 1 and now maps 3, he looks like he's fitting the current roles. And of course, it's going to take time. Again, when you bring in a new player and you change things up and you get rid of a guy like Forest, who Forest and Newers are not the same player, and the team is going to function completely different with Forest versus Newers. there's going to be some time for these teams and these players to adjust, find new roles, and get the most out of them. But as Consulate said, when a player like Newers becomes available, you get him. And right now, he's a huge part of why SSG is where they are.
No great answers to Kino. They're trying to chuck in some nades. They've actually trapped him. They used Aurora Gate so he can no longer leave Dragon. He's got a rotate behind him, so he should be fine. Good idea. Didn't quite get it off, though. And he will survive with safety, but Gavin strikes first. Opening pick on Ash.
Will continue to get better for M80, though they do lose Gavin. A bit of a bummer there. They answer right back by taking down Benjamaster. Newers on the board. J90 now will join him as that shield of Kino persists, slowing the advance of Space Station, but not enough to make them falter. Now it's Newers to hunt down the player of Gunner, who's playing very shrewdly on what looks to be hard floor. A nade will come up. He's flushed out of his position, still being hounded by that death mark. Hot and Cold is there for backup. Unsheathing a Nitro Cell. It will go out. It claims almost both of them. Newers dances backwards. Gunner takes him down, and M80 is so desperate for these rounds. They need a comeback. They will find their second round here on Skyscraper, but they've got quite the climb ahead of them.
Likes the demos play down below. It was a good idea, but the response to it was even better. Standing on that hard floor, making sure if you're Gunner that you cannot get killed from that death mark down below. It is such a difficult thing to play against, but Gunner played it really well, dodged the nade, stayed on that hard floor. Not an easy 2v2 for Hot and Gunner to clutch up, but the longtime teammates do make it happen up against J90 and Newers. So really well played. That's definitely a must-win round. You know, you cannot afford to go down 6-1. You have to rely on the defensive side of Skyscraper to bring this game home. If you don't even win your first defense, you start to really panic. They needed that last round. They're going to need this round again. They can afford a single round loss on the defensive half. That's got to happen on some tertiary site, right? That's got to happen on Barbecue Kitchen, or it's got to happen on Master Bedroom and Bathroom. If you lose one of these top floor sites as M80, your whole hope is just going to sink, because it's going to be so much more difficult to win the site right after that, knowing that you don't have the fallback of being able to win your top floors.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
Aurora's played a big role here on this map in terms of finding her place in a team's meta, but I don't know if I can say yet with any certainty that as an operator, she has changed the way that a round will go. Maybe I've missed something because, again, she's got those gates, she shoots them out. You're not going to see all of them. You're not going to see how it will change a flank, etc. But from what we've witnessed, I don't necessarily know if the Aurora's been a huge part of influencing these rounds. I thought the same of M80 when they brought her on attack, and now I'm seeing the same with SSG, or I can see the same with SSG. J9 is a creative player. We'll see what he can do with her, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, she is a new operator. People like to bring them, see what they can do. Doesn't matter what operator that was. J9 just gets a freebie. Gunner picks a long-range fight from a window, and SSG have a very important first pick.
Well, the long-range DMR certainly doesn't hurt to have on an operator like Rara, so you're going to be feeling pretty good about that if you're SSG. She's definitely had an impact on the Skyscraper meta, but she hasn't really redefined it. The map still feels like it does favor the defenders. Give us some more options to the attack, though, that is for sure. This drone is catching Hot and Cold as he goes for a wide rotate down towards Restaurant. It's not really where the rest of the SSG players are at. So they will safely just get on into Office now, trying to assist with this roam clear. Really smart play with those Rora gates will allow them to much more safely jump into that trophy window, get this part of the map. Everybody has retreated on the side of M80, so it's ground that was being given for free anyways. But part of the reason why they've got to leave so early is just because that Rara is on the board. Now they can make their way into Drum, clear out some of this utility, start to get the Geisha wall open, which has just, I believe, been opened now. And start to make a push forward in towards the site. Still lots of ground to cover if you're SSG, but they've been pretty much flawless so far.
Down goes Diffuser. Things will continue to get better for Space Station. Jesse with a minute still left to go here in a round that could push SSG up to match point. BM80 on the brink. For those that don't have the visual component in front of them, this is a lower bracket match. No way, no way. Gavin. Oh my goodness. That is a frustrating position for him to be in. He doesn't leave Kino with much left to do, and it falls apart in a hurry for this M80 defense. SSG sitting on series point, 1 round away from top 4 in the North America League.
And that round really comes all down to information. They constantly knew where everybody on M80 was from the very first opening pick. Jay and I know the long angle onto Gunner seemed to have information that Gunner was playing down around Pantry. Then they got another pick onto Diffuser. They saw that he had dropped the Geisha hatch. They get another pick on that information. Hot and Cold gets caught on a drone, running around down below towards Restaurant. He goes down with nothing. The only player they weren't aware of was Gavin, and he only got 1 for his troubles. So really good information from Space Station Gaming, showing just why they are so good at this attacking half. Sometimes it's been the bane of them, sometimes it's been something that they've struggled with, but I think it's consistently gotten better throughout this stage, and in these playoffs, it's really showing up for them to be a big factor. It will force attack timeout now from M80. It is do or die. You must win the next 4 rounds, or else it will not be you headed to the top 4.
Don't want to say it's a fall from grace for M80, though I did say earlier that they have obviously taken a step back, but this is a team that has been steadily improving. Obviously not the same core that we saw from the Beast Coast side of things, but they swap out Spirits, they bring in Kino. It's a change that's worked for both of the teams. I mean, Spirits is right now on the #1 team based on the standings in these playoffs. For those that didn't watch yesterday's matches, Dark Zero sits in the grand final of this playoff series. They are awaiting one of OXG, M80, Space Station, or Shopify Rebellion. It just really depends on which team makes it all the way to the lower bracket final to do battle with Shopify Rebellion. And then the winner of that series will have an opportunity to take on Dark Zero. At this point, once you make top 4, I think for a lot of teams, you've accomplished a huge goal, but from there on out, it's more about greater prize pool winnings because there is a difference whether you finish 1st or 2nd.
Yeah.
4th place gets, this is a bit goofy. I mean, obviously because it's in Euro, it's not in USD, which I think is kind of funny for a North American league, admittedly. It's about $14,000 to finish in 4th place. 1st place gets just shy of 30,000. So it's not an insignificant amount of money. Do keep in mind that most of the teams, if not all of the teams, get paid monthly as a salary from their orgs, and they also will get a cut of those winnings shared amongst them. Potentially equally, we don't really know what the contracts of the individual players say or how much of a cut the orgs would take, etc. But still, bragging rights also on the line.
And more importantly than both, I would argue, is the SI points, which really ramp up if you get 1st or 2nd in the league. That's going to be really important later on in the season, as there's not very many opportunities to get SI points this year compared to previous tournaments. We do have an extended roam coming over from M80. This clash, of course, providing a lot of good value, as Hot and Cold is not being able to give up anything. They are trying their best to get a cheeky pick on a Gavin, but he will escape with his life intact. And Hot and Cold, again, he's only here to slow down SSG. Knows that he's not going to get any kills on his side of things. Will delay that roam clear coming out. And now Ashen is taking control of Drum and is starting to really feel the wrath of this clash.
Down goes Fultz. They'll answer back by getting rid of Gunner. And just like that, M80 saw what little advantage they have slip through their finger. The Kaid that was banned out in the 1st half is able to be played here unless we see him get banned at the end of this round when the next wave of operator bans come in. We might not even get that far. If SSG prevails in this fight, that will be all she wrote. It's up against OXG. Things will go from bad to worse for M80. They've now lost Gavin. Their best players in terms of kills are down for the count, so you'll need big moments from Kino and Diffuser, and even Hot and Cold if he does decide to hop off of that class shield. 45 seconds left, and SSG are stacked up close enough to the bomb site to taste it. Down goes Benjamaster to Diffuser, so there we go. A comeback brewing. Newer's removing the head of Diffuser, softening up the shield of Hot and Cold, but the bullets just bounce right off. Hot will have no choice but to pull out the sidearm, and it's Kino to save the day. Everything falling apart, but Kino finds 2 very swift kills, and it's Kino and Ashen in a fight to the death. Diffuser being planted. Ashen will pop up, falling off of it. They know exactly where he is, and Ashen wins the fight! No time to type in chat. SSG will be in action very quickly against OXG. M80's hopes dashed, and it's a top 4 finish for Space Station.
SSG will finish their 2-year-long streak of attending every single international event here in Siege. 8 in a row as they qualify. They get the invitation to EWC. That's going to be M80 falling down to that 5th, 6th position. They will no longer have the opportunity to get above 5th place. A devastating loss after the tournament that they've had, but SSG today were the better team. Excellent defenses, excellent resilience through that game. Extremely well played.
And very little time for them to prep for the next match will be coming up in just a few moments after this break.
Close.
Yes.
Hey, that's how you fucking do it, fellas. When the heads start dropping, when the pants start shit, we start taking fucking soul spells. That was some good shit. That's how you do it.
Holy shit!
SSG shut the door on M80. They send them packing, and they claim their own top 4 spot here in the NA League. We welcome in J90, victorious against M80 in the grudge match from the Super Week. J9, we know this one was a big one. To play for top 4, to go up against a team that beat you earlier this stage. What's this victory like right now?
I'm glad we pulled through. Our game versus Wildcard, we were not playing like ourselves, and yeah, we were much more like ourselves today, cranking hard.
Great. I mean, I got quick 2 questions. First one is, would you want to elaborate on what Callout was saying at the end of the win comms right there? People were pants were what?
Yeah. Basically, people get nervous in these kind of situations. Not us.
No, not you guys. I mean, we saw that, and that kind of follows me up into my next question. I mean, were you guys worried at all? Obviously, Chalet was really close. You guys go to Skyscraper. M80 previously had 7-0 to OXG on it. Was that at all in the thought process when you guys were going through the map bans, or were you confident if it were to go to a map 3 that you guys would have the win?
No, we weren't worried about that. We were pretty confident, and we scrimmed them before, and we made some adjustments and whatnot. So yeah, we were pretty confident.
Well, Jack, I want to congratulate you on your performance because you put in quite the effort, put a few of your teammates in your backpack, to say the least. But I also want to talk about, obviously, especially throughout the series, me and Fox were talking about, you guys really haven't been adopting the meta too much of using the shields, but today, particularly, you guys were jumping around the shields, whether that was Newers, whether that was Fultz, whether that was Ash, and any reason why you're showing it now that maybe you weren't showing it throughout the stage?
I think M80 kind of just deals with the shields poorly, and like they're very like pulled to pressure and whatnot, so yeah, it's just good against them specifically.
Okay.
All right, J9, we're going to let you go because you guys have another match to prepare for. OXG ahead, and not too long before that. So best of luck in that one, and we'll see you then.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, guys.
All right, thanks so much. A big win there for SSG, 7-4, 8-7, 7-2. They shut the door on M80 in the end. Fox, a great way to bounce back from that wildcard matchup. As J9 said, that was not their best. This was pretty close to it.
No, it was pretty good. I mean, I think we talked about it in the pregame that M80 definitely set SSG up when it came to the maps, in my opinion. I mean, Skyscraper just looks like a map that SSG would thrive on, and they sure did. I mean, they started out on defense first, which is probably not the position that you'd want to be in if you're M80. And I really do think there's an element of gassing out, essentially. Just, I feel like M80 losing the first map, struggling and barely winning on the second map. I want to say there was a little bit of mental game of them just worrying, them not feeling confident in the way that they wanted to play. It looked like there was a lot of blunders on their end, whereas SSG, their defenses were with lights out. This map truly amplified them being able to play off of each other because we know they're so aggressive, but when they're able to combine their aggression with teamwork, that's where you see the scary SSG that we hope to be more consistent at the end of the day.
Well, obviously, M80 could not correct those mistakes in time. Lax, we talked so much about the little things they wanted to get right, the changes they had to make. We didn't see them here, and now they're gone.
Yeah, and it's tough because I can feel for it as being a former player when you're in these situations where, you know, you're finding some success, you're not finding success throughout the stage, and then you come into a scenario where the comms are the biggest problem, the mid to late round, and it's so hard to fix it game to game because it's not something that you can just look at and identify and be like, okay, we're going to fix it for the next game, because it really comes down to each individual being in that moment to understand not to get chaotic, not to talk when they don't need to talk, or to relay information that needs to be relayed, and being able to decipher everything properly. And again, I can feel for M80. It's very hard. I really was hoping they were going to carry the momentum from Chalet, especially from a hot and cold. He was down on himself after that series against SR, blaming himself for not being able to get it done, and then to push them to a map 3, but then to start on attack and just immediately fall flat due to, honestly, Skyscraper playing a lot of that, just a very defender-sided map. It is unfortunate, but what can you do?
Well, SSG, they move ahead to face Oxygen in the next round of the losers bracket in our final best of 3 of the day. The winner of that will play Shopify Rebellion for a spot in the grand final. So the stakes are high. We're going to give our players a second to regroup. We're going to step aside for about 10 minutes, and when we come back, we will get our final best of 3 underway.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
We've seen just about everything here in the NAL playoffs. This time on day 3, it was the teams eliminated in that upper bracket first round that get their revenge. SSG and OXG moving on and now go head-to-head in the lower bracket semifinals. Welcome back, everyone. Jonas Willinger alongside Foxe and Laxing for our third and final matchup of the day. The last preview before we get into grand final day. But Fox, this one is a big one, but it is a surprise as well. As I mentioned, Oxygen, SSG, lose in that first round, bounce back, get the revenge against the teams that knocked them out.
No, it really is a matter of who shows up on the day. Wow, SSG first on defense. Sorry, I just had to highlight that, but it really matters on who shows up on the day, because we saw both of these teams fall out in the first day of playoffs. Didn't see them play yesterday. They come in, they look like completely brand new teams beating M80 and Wildcard that we both thought were going to potentially beat SR and DZ yesterday. So obviously, I mean, it really shows up on who's performing, and just the even if it's a day, these teams are constantly adapting.
I mean, yeah, today we came in talking about how many things both of these teams needed to change, fix from those issues they showed us in that opening round. Oxygen fixed quite a bit. We asked them to play around Forest a little better. We asked them to incorporate more shield play, and look at that, more success.
Yeah, Forest has absolutely been delivering on that shield play, and not just that shield play, being that IGL that he can be behind those shields, because that's what we were highlighting going into their matchup today was, can Forest slow down? Can Forest use the shields to help his team set up on attacks? And sure enough, sure, his stats might not paint a picture that he was playing amazing and finding all these kills, but if you look at the games that were won as 7-3, 7-3, it was very convincing, and it was a night and day difference in terms of him just rushing in with a blitz dying, or a very telegraphed, extremely fast take that ends up just meeting a brick wall. So again, Forest is delivering on the end that we've been needing him to since the start.
Even if he's dying, at least in today's matches, he was dying for a purpose,
yes,
with somebody behind him. And that's the big change, because obviously when you're on a blitz or a BB, you're going fast. Sometimes it's hard to pay attention to where your teammates are. But playing on the Monty, you're playing for the utility, playing for the information. And specifically, since OXG needs him to be the primary IGL, that voice, it made things that much easier for him to be able to call everything on the execute. And I really like seeing OXG kind of fall back, play a more basic style of siege around Forest, so that they can use themselves. I mean, they're all great players. So now we're getting to see them showcase their own individual skill, because they're not just losing their entry off rip. They're not just throwing away bodies for free.
Right, that's what it's really been all about. The Forest numbers aren't necessarily what it's all about. It's about the team uniting around him. And as a result, those attacks have improved considerably.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, when everyone can just slow down and take a deep breath and understand what needs to happen for a round to be brought back, or understand how you're going to go for an execute, it starts with your IGL, and it definitely starts, especially in this meta, is using those shields and be very oppressive with them. And we already highlighted the fact that, no, Oxygen didn't do anything super crazy. They weren't doing anything flashy or being super innovative. They were playing the default siege, and the default siege is going to be cut, concise, and clean gameplay. Sure, some people could look at that, oh, it's boring, you're not rushing, you're not throwing bodies at every situation. You don't need to do that, especially when you're in a better team in that situation, where we saw Wildcard was just delivering everything on that silver platter. Oxygen just was feeding into it. They didn't have to do anything crazy. And again, I'm not expecting that even going into SSG. I think they are going to have to ramp up some of their aggression in some areas. But if they can just play default siege, play together, be trustworthy, and follow in Forest's footsteps, that's what's going to carry them through this matchup.
Well, SSG, like Oxygen, have had some things to work on, and it's clear that they've improved, because not only did they come out and beat M80, they did it with a substantial round differential in their favor. I mean, 7-4. Then an 8-7, only losing by 1, and then they close it out on Skyscraper with a 7-2. That's the best possible way to go into a matchup like this.
Yeah, and the argument could have been made that they should have ended it on Chalet, but obviously it didn't go in their favor. But they instantly respond with an amazing insane deficit on Skyscraper, and it goes to show that maps do have a big effect for how SSG is going to play. But that being said, I think what we saw on the first map, the second map, and the third map was just SSG playing together as a whole. We highlighted how they only had an 8% trade. They were struggling against Wildcard to just trade each other. They instantly doubled it. The trades were that much better against arguably a better team in the moment. So obviously they understood what they needed to do to play together and have that calculated aggression. And of course, I mean, it goes without saying that Skyscraper definitely amplified that. Was it perfect? Chalet was a clear example that it wasn't perfect. It needs to still be better, but that being said, they're on the right track.
But I think that's something important to note that you even discussed as well, is there's only been one player that's truly been playing that shield, and it's been Fultz. But throughout that entire series, we saw Ashen, we saw Newers, we saw Fultz that were bouncing off of it. And sure, they said it was based off the prep. They knew M80 couldn't handle those shields, but the fact that they are having that prep just makes me then go into, okay, going against Oxygen, you saw how much that Monty played a factor in terms of Oxygen success. Now, do you get rid of that, and then maybe you then focus on a Blackbeard and a Blitz on your own side and just alleviate that Monty?
Well, right, this was the night and day difference. We showed this graphic when talking about their general attacking ops leading into this game against M80, and then in the game itself, some pretty big changes that made a pretty big difference.
Yeah, we only saw Fultz on the Monty, but now we're seeing both Newers and Ashen bringing the BB, and obviously a big change is Benja bringing the Thermite. It's very difficult to put Benja on more supportive roles if Fultz is going to be playing those shields, but at the end of the day, when you have a team full of Slayers, somebody's going to have to take that back seat. And you would argue maybe J9O would take it, but we saw how he did.
Taking it.
You know, you got to get somebody else to do it. And Benja has also been improving and flexing, and this is one of the struggles he had at the start of the stage, is being able to learn more roles and adapt them. Because with bringing in Newers, Benja is not going to be that primary entry anymore. So it's nice to see that all of them decided to flex a little bit more and use those shields. And you could see when they're playing behind the shields, when they're playing together on defense, it's a way cleaner SSG than what we saw against Wildcard.
A team full of Slayers. I like that. Where is the team full of Slayers going to take their opponents, SSG and OXG? As we get into the map bans, a lot of questions about this one. Again, Oxygen haven't shown us the deepest map pool, but yeah, Skyscraper
out, get a Chalet
off the board
out
right away.
Oxygen. I think remove a Consulate, in my opinion. Okay, so they're removing a Chalet. It's kind of going in where I thought. Lair, okay, I'd feel comfortable if I was to go to Lair for SSG. Bank, that's questionable for me for Oxygen. We're talking about playing as a team. Obviously, we did see that in Consulate, but Bank, it's a bigger map. And I'm more expecting, if they're doing their prep, they're doing their due diligence, you might maybe remove that Monty, as I was talking about, just because it can be the Achilles heel for Oxygen if we already see what Forrest has done on the Blitz and the Blackbeard of getting too aggressive, having those takes that you just will see that is probably most likely going to be a very fast take. And then you pivot into Border, which is a very strong map for SSG. I honestly can't really agree with these two maps coming out heavily going in Oxygen's favor.
No, I don't think any of these maps necessarily look like an OXG map, but at the same time, if we see the same OXG that we saw today, some of these maps can completely change. Just the identity of OXG is looking that much stronger today, especially with how default they were playing on that utility. So when I look at a map like Bank, I'm thinking of the same way that they played Consulate today. Playing back, using the utility, way harder to do on Bank because that's bread and butter on Bank. Everybody knows how to deal with it. You go for the C4, the smokes for default plants. You play the C4s below. Obviously, you know how to do it. I do agree. I think OXG is going to have to target SSG's shields a lot more on maps like this because that's going to be SSG's main way of being able to get in if that sporadic play doesn't work.
Lexing, you look like you're questioning this.
Yeah, it's just because SSG is going to be in your face and you're allowing a big map like Bank to go through here. Maybe you have a counter strat. Maybe you have something in your mind. I mean, Forrest said they have a deep pool. They just haven't shown it. But again, if Forrest dies first in any of these scenarios, that's where we see Oxygen fall apart. And I have no doubt SSG is going to bring that aggression and try to force their hand and get that first pick and fall back because they know how to play Bank. They're comfortable on Bank. We haven't seen anything from Oxygen in terms of what their Bank look like. So I really hope the game plan in here really is playing that default Siege playing together. But again, for me, similar to what it was with the M80 game and SSG, it is going to start with those opening kills, and Oxygen is going to need them.
Well, I think we're, what, 0 for 2 in terms of predictions here because they've been a bit of a surprise.
I probably shouldn't be throwing up predictions at this.
So maybe you just should throw a prediction out there and we'll know what not to pick. Simple as that. Fox, where do you want to begin here? Give me a team. Give me a little bit of a reason. Obviously, unexpected results today. Hard to know. What do you think?
I mean, my favorites are SSG, but honestly, after seeing the map, I don't know. I have this feeling in me to go with OXG, so I think I'm going to swap it. I feel like when I was on the team, Bank was a great map. Border was our best map by far. I feel like they definitely know exactly what they need to do to be successful on this map. And like I said, if we see the OXG that we saw today, utility based on Bank, I think they take the first map. If they play utility-based Siege against SSG's aggression, I think they would win.
They've also been loving Kafe. I mean, we're seeing a lot of Kafe from OXG. They pick it every time. It feels like they have the opportunity. And here, SSG let them pick into that. Laxing, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I see the decider being more of a comfort, but I'm still going to stick with SSG. I think also coming off of a 7-2, I mean, one, they almost could have closed out Chalet. It came down to a big clutch from hot and cold, which then, you know, that could reset your mental, everything like that, but they kept it strong through Skyscraper, coming on a 7-2, coming off of a hot series. You're only going to come into this game feeling extremely confident on Bank. So, no, don't say
we
yeah,
saw
don't
what happened
switch.
to SR.
I'm going to stick with SSG just for the simple fact they're coming off of a very hot game and a confident game.
You want to switch back?
No, I think OXG's got it, but I can agree. I mean, we saw what happened to SR. When you have that first game, it is a long day. So, I mean, I'm hoping we see a brand new OXG today and the resilience shines through.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this yesterday. You play back-to-back matches. You do have momentum. You're warmed up. You're ready to go. On the other hand, you sit on the sidelines. Got to find that game again. Our last few players are loading into the lobby, so while they do, we're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. Our final best of 3 of the day, elimination on the line, coming up next.
Well, SSG just managed to clinch their spot in the top 4 with an impressive victory over M80, but there's no rest for the wicked here, Jesse. They are immediately in action against the team that prevailed earlier today, OXG. There are the numbers on your screens. As you can see, the edge going to OXG on the attacking side, but SSG absolutely the better defending team. Bank is a big map. It's aggressive. It can allow great deep roams, nice lurks, and incredibly quick action. How will these two teams match up in the server as the fight for third place gets underway?
Well, we'll have to find out, Parker. As we get through these operator bans, I'm seeing a Monty ban on Bank versus SSG. Monty plus Glaz. I mean, all right, the typical wisdom on Bank specifically is you ban Ace and you ban Habana, the two ranged hard breachers in Siege, because it makes getting that Kanto wall on the top floor extremely difficult. Ashen is as confused as I am. It's odd bans coming out against Space Station, but maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe SSG are just trying to play it off to be cool. Not exactly sure, but those won't be the operators that are available to you. Instead, you will get all hard breachers still being left up. SSG removed both Kaid and Mira. Those are both pretty common. We see castle bans quite often, clash bans quite often, but Mira and Kaid are both very typical bans too. So nothing really surprising from the SSG side of things. OXG definitely rocking the boat a little bit, not taking out those ranged hard breachers.
It'll be interesting to see how this unfolds. Yeah, a bit of a head scratcher. Are they aware that it was Kino who is playing the Glaz on M80? He's not in the server. I fear they might have done their homework for the wrong teams because you've just banned out Hot and Cold and Kino's operators. Maybe not ops that are so integral for the Space Station team. I joke, of course. Bottom 4 defense to start things off here on Bank. Jesse, you and I don't even know if we've casted Bank so far this stage. I'd have to go back through all the games that we did. It feels like it's been eternity since we have seen it. Bank is pretty low pick rate, by the way. Second lowest pick rate of all of the maps. Skyscraper was the only one below it, and Skyscraper's actually gone up just one round beneath it. But they've gone up since that match we just saw of M80 versus SSG.
Well, we'll have a take coming through. It's going to be a server-focused take, looks like, with Fault on the OSA. I've, on occasion, been a little critical of this strategy. I feel it is often not successful to push an OSA through server here. The win rate through pro play has been quite low, and not a lot of teams run this strategy anymore. At SI, I think it was the win rate of the strat was, or the pick rate of this strat was incredibly low, but we'll see what SSG are cooking with this strategy. They will have to go up against 2 Nitro Cells and the Tachanka Fire of Forest, plus Yokai drones, one of which is in the pocket of Grixer. They don't care about any of that, though. Parker, they're planting.
And the fire will just bounce off of this. No damage done. The Echo Blast does the same. Both Grixer and Forest miss it. Look at the exasperation on the side of SSG. Ashen looked positively radiant in that moment. Shield has been destroyed, and now the case is in a position where they might be able to long arm, and I don't know if this is reachable or not, but OXG are going to just pile on. Ashen's got the shotgun out. SSG are sweeping on through. Gomez with 1 pick. That'll be all she wrote. As SSG get the case down and win the round within the first minute or so of action.
And as I've always said, Parker, OSA on that site, incredibly powerful. The way that you can stop that plant denial from going down, really good stuff coming up from SSG. They had no hard breach, by the way, for that push, so they were really in a tough spot. Usually you need to get the hatches on that site. You got to get the wall for the coverage, but SSG decided we don't need any of that. We're just going to go in with the OSA instead. Fair enough. It did stop both the Tachanka Fire and the Echo Blast from denying that plant, so it does work out in their favor. Definitely catching OXG off guard. Beautifully played out by Space Station. Maybe not a strategy that OXG expected to see coming through on the first round of Bank.
Would you like to apologize now? Would you like to apologize to the OSA strats and the OSAs out there who like to play on this map, of which you are a hater?
I was literally playing OSA in Siege yesterday, too, after we finished casting. So maybe OSA's making a comeback.
You did ask me after we were done if we would like to do OQ, and that was very touching. And my answer is Literally never. I would never want to play video games with you, but thank you. I appreciate the offer. It's very nice, but no.
The problem is you're a morning Siege player and I'm an evening Siege player, so we don't get to play together very often.
Well, you do also live 2 hours after me.
That's true as well. That's true. I'm in the past.
I'm in the future.
I'm still trying to figure out who's going to win between M80 and SSG.
I'm all the way back. I'm actually so far in the future, I know who beats Shopify Rebel. Oh god, I just spoiled it.
Oh, Parker.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to. Winner of this series gets 3rd place. The loser goes home. All of these teams that are still remaining have secured top 4 in the region. Dark Zero sits alone atop the throne at the moment, though they are waiting very patiently to see which adversary will be given the go-ahead. Will it be a rematch with them and Shopify Rebellion? It's entirely possible. DZ skated their way here by getting a bye and then beating Wildcard, then beating Shopify Rebellion. Wildcard is gone, so if Shopify Rebellion do lose the lower bracket final, it will be a new finals match. OXG and Space Station will play Shopify Rebellion tomorrow in the conclusion to the playoffs. At this point in time, the things that you'll be fighting for now that you made top 4, greater prize pool, bragging rights, and of course, SI points. Gomez was the only person with a kill in the previous round, and he will get the leadoff kill here in round number 2, so a good start for him. One of the rest of OXG as they are left wanting. Adam gets on the board, guns down, Newers goes for the jump out. Looks like he runs out of ammunition. Benja tries for the swing in, but Gomez shuts the door on that. Look at all this repel play from SSG, and what has it landed them in? A little bit of hot water. It's Fultz and J90 as the last 2 standing.
Yeah, I mean, they had a fun little Rauer strat coming in here with the Capitao as well, but it hasn't really worked out the way they wanted it to. Everybody on OXG happy to capitalize on those players swinging in. Usually Rauer on this site will go towards stock to make it a bit of an easier entrance in stock. This time, that's not where they used it. Fultz considering it as a late round position, but deciding against it now as he walks in top square. 45 seconds and Diffuse Kit in hand. So if Fultz can lurk through and get a couple of kills, there is an opening to win this round, but certainly won't come easy.
Don't like these chances at all for Space Station. OXG just need to sit and be patient, and they're doing an exemplary job of it at the moment. Fultz looked like he was going to scoot on by, but instead will now take the engagement over towards conference room. Yaga can see right through that one, as can Grixer, and OXG do not let the 2 players from Space Station accomplish much of anything. A small sip from the Coke Zero of Grixer, watching his sugar intake, but still getting the carbonation and caffeine that he so desires to keep him in the game as OXG gets on the board.
Much more awake, I would say, from OXG in that round compared to the first, where the strategy of the Osa plant seems to catch them off guard. Not so far this time, though. And for the 4th map in a row, SSG will call their attack timeout after round 2. I don't know if this is some kind of a ritual coming out from Callout, if he's figured, well, listen, we won the first series by constantly calling attack timeouts. Maybe won the second in the same way. It's been a consistent trend, though, and I mean, it has worked out for SSG in the past. Whether they go down 0-2 or whether they go 1-1 through these first 2 rounds, they are always calling this attack timeout early. Kind of an interesting thing to keep note of if it does continue on to happen. Should be noted for this game as well, the pressure is somewhat off because you've secured top 4. That is kind of the goal that most teams were shooting for. There's no real difference between 3rd place and 4th place in the season. It's the same SI points. It's a slight increase in prize pool. There is a big jump in SI points if you get 2nd. So the winner of this will then play Shopify. That Shopify game will be really important because you get a lot more SI points. I believe it goes from 50 to 150, so a 3x increase just by winning that lower bracket finals. And then the grand finals similarly is a big jump in SI points. So if you lose this or if you lose the next game, it's not that big of a difference, but it is important to give yourself the shot to play tomorrow to then get even more SI points. So still both teams want to be able to walk away with the win.
I mean, we're doing a disservice to the teams that are competing and to the broadcast if we downplay what's at stake for these teams. I mean, you hit the nail on the head as well in our previous matchup where you said there are fewer opportunities to get SI points for the coming SI that will be next year. There's one less major. Reload that was played earlier was a one-off tournament. It was done to celebrate the release of Siege X. It was not a part of the official circuit. It does not tie into SI at all. It does not tie into the point standings. So for these teams, they've lost an opportunity to accrue more SI points. You got to make up for lost time where you can. All of the remaining 4 teams are acutely aware of that. Similar lineup being brought by OXG. I will be intrigued to see what they are able to do with this Tachanka. It's always nice to see the Lord get brought to a bout, but whether he'll be strong enough to deal with the defenders or the attackers and help keep the defenders in play is anybody's guess. He was not back in round number 1 because of the good strategy from Space Station.
It's a full anchor setup from Oxygen, and this time there's no rushing going on from SSG. They've got a very standard op lineup with lots of hard breach, the sends walls for the execute, so don't expect any action into the last 45 to 30 seconds of this round. It'll be really up to SSG to decide where they want to take this execute, because usually you would go server, you'd want to open up the walls, open up the hatch, and then you can make that push through. But if you go server, you're going to deal with a lot of nitros. That Tachanka is going to be looking at you the whole time. There's almost certainly Yokai's positioned that direction. So sometimes you'll see teams try to drop gold, dropping through elevator. With J9O doing excellent Habana work, they will have every option available to them as to where they want to push. This sends wall makes it really awkward, though, to get some of those denials off. So I would anticipate Faults throws down these sends walls and then chooses maybe an unorthodox plant spot to try to confuse the Tachanka, confuse the C4 operators, and hopefully be able to sneak that plant just past them.
Out go those flames in front of Yaga, who's a little bit farther back. Smokes will go out again. Warden has been a staple so far because of his ability to see through the smokes being brought by Space Station. Yaga will be very well situated to receive these attackers when they get into a position to influence the execute. Gomez will die first. He's been involved in some very big moments up to this point. He'll sit on the sidelines for the remainder of the round as now a drop comes in through elevator. Ashen's patience on main stairs will be rewarded, and he looks for yet another, and he'll claim it. Yaga, vaulting over in a bit of an ugly fight, manages to take down Ashen as they both needed to reload, but SSG will get the cleanup kill as they had conquered the rest of the bomb site. Space Station answer back, their timeout works, and they regain the lead.
Yeah, excellent coordination on that push on in. Ashen giving credit where it's due, certainly not sarcastically in that round. Ashen, of course, on the Dokkaebi, managed to just walk down those main stairs. Jan, I know, was doing a lot of distracting from over inside of elevator, so Ashen had a great opportunity. You noticed as well, Ashen in that round just sprinted through the Tachanka fire. The big reason why people don't run Tachanka very often is because that fire doesn't do very much damage. Ashen hardly noticed as he sprinted through the fire, was able to get a couple of big picks in that site execute. It's good if somebody's going to be planting the defuse kit in that fire and they'll be sitting in it for 7 full seconds, but against any player that wants to get aggressive, it can be really, really weak for the amount of damage that it deals.
I hate to break the privacy of a talent group chat, but our good friend Fluke, who we have referenced multiple times here in regards to her speculation surrounding the timeouts getting taken in the second round before the final operator ban comes in, is now taking a victory lap. Fluke is saying, and I quote, "It's gotta be because of the second wave of bans. My conspiracy is confirmed." So we have no choice but to celebrate Fluke and say, of course, you were right. We don't actually know if she's right, but we're just going to say it for the sake of saying it.
It would be a good interview question if we do get to talk to SSG after this game. I know we did talk to them previously, but with how important these games are late in playoffs, there's a lot of questions that do need to be asked, so it sometimes does get tricky. We only get so much time with these players, but would be interesting to know. For round number 4, we will go towards one of these main floor sites. Open area, if I'm not mistaken, for the bomb site. So it's going to be one of those decisions now for SSG. Once they clear through the top floor, will they go for that stock drop? Will they clear out everything and then try to get in from the main stairs and from the stock hatch? Or are they going to focus more towards square, start opening things up? They'll have to make that decision after clearing out the top floor players, of which there's only one, Adam, all by himself for the top of lobby stairs.
I'll shoot through the window and damage will be done to J9O, but the Hard breach will still tear through those panels, giving a greater window and also forcing the defenders back out of their spot. Those double panels that we tend to see that were for a long while affectionately referred to as Kanto spot because of his ingenious echo strategy that happened over in that position. It effectively works as a barrier for you to play the lobby. And because of those two walls being reinforced and the rest of the way that the map is situated, you're really only exposed from lobby or from over towards vending, which leads to square stairs. If you've got somebody watching square stairs, you're only then going to be exposed to lobby, which you can control when you decide to take executes there or take initiative there because you can play those two walls. Losing those two walls, and you're a lot weaker. It shoves the defenders back, and OXG cannot play with the same comfort level that they did with the wall up, and that's exactly why you saw Adam peel out of that position.
Opportunity missed for Newers. Almost had the pick on a Forest with the clash. OXG playing a very passive style of defense, similar to what they were doing in their previous matchup to get to this situation in the lower quarterfinals, but not enough information. Ashen on the Blackbeard falls to Adam in the elevators. We saw a drone just in front of him, but Adam must have avoided a nice stealthy play coming out from Adam on the Goyo. Now his cross is being covered. If he wants to leave that room, he's going to be shut down by J90. Even still, though, the time he's wasting is exceptional as SSG's push just continues to stall.
Benja looking around for something. He's still got utility, flames, and smoke to go out. Fultz in the midst of the site now. Yaga taken down because of it, and they will now need to cover Fultz as it seems to be going quite well. Adam dies. Gomez with a fadeaway nitro cell stops the diffuser in its tracks. What was Newers hitting? No, the table absorbing all the bullets. An opportunity missed, and now Benja will need to jump on in. OXG might have just been given a great round because of environments and not because of themselves. That is a heartbreaker. Newers must be fuming, and OXG take the round.
Oh boy, that is a tough way to be able to lose it. They were so close. SSG felt like it was surely going to make that plant go down, and then I don't know how Newers, we had the earlier kill or the earlier lack of a kill too in our first series, Parker, where a leg was just not able to be hit. Sometimes Siege gives and sometimes it takes away, and that is exactly where we're at. Space Station very nearly making it work, but it'll be OXG to tie things up. A real identity forming from Oxygen as they have consistently been playing these very slow and passive styles of defense that allow the attackers to waste their own time. We saw it in their first series the day up against Wildcard. We're seeing it again today. It's a style of Siege that suits Oxygen extremely well. And part of the reason is because they've got such good anchor players, including Gomez and Forrest, there on the support.
Stuff like that's really going to get under your skin. You just need to get over it. But I would love to have heard what Newers had to say. We have cut to him a couple times after he's been triumphant, but I want to hear him now in the gallows down when he's quite miserable over a bad round. It sure looked like he should have had that pick onto Warden, which would have completely changed the tide of the attack, especially inside of staff area. It would have forced Benja to not have to vault in to get killed immediately. At least I think it was Benja, if memory serves correctly. But either way, SSG had to react to losing that key part of the map. Let's turn our focus to something a little bit cheeky, though. Our good friend Fofo-san XD, Forrest, against his former team, will be rocking the Caveira. This is a big map. Cav does tend to excel on Bank. It is one of the few maps where she is not considered a suboptimal pick. You could argue whether there are better picks here, but if Forrest can stay hidden, Jesse, this can be quite the surprise for Space Station.
Parker, if there's anybody who should be able to predict a Forrest Clash pick, surely it's got to be his former team of Space Station. This still could catch them off guard, but we'll have to see if SSG do ever recognize that there is a Cav down in the basement. They're not really playing positions that the Cav can do much in. I mean, most of these players on Space Station are out on rappel, which, yeah, Forrest, if he gets to lobby, could shoot them on the rappel, but he's certainly not going to get an interrogation as they're out there. Would have to be a ridiculous play, maybe a jump out the window and somehow everybody dies, fails to cover. They'll start by opening up this elevator wall as the Habana pellets go off. Once again, you'd expect those to get banned, but that's not the route OXG went with, so that wall will be a lot more vulnerable than what we've seen previously. Good util clear so far as Forrest is still just sitting still down in the basement.
Just wait. Just wait for them to come to you. I mean, Cav's pistol also does an incredible amount of damage at close range. Newers has just found that out the hard way. Obviously, a Cav being on the board is now something they're very well aware of. Around the corner, Fulton J90 with the right reads, picking apart two separate players on the side of Oxygen, and now they will blanket the bomb site with that Sen's concealment. Forrest will have to do his best to get back to the bomb site as quickly as possible, but he's got some support from the rest of OXG. Gomez, in particular, having an extraordinarily good game, breaking 7 kills here in the 5th round. And things have just fallen apart for Space Station. They had a frustrating and disheartening previous round. I don't know if they're still feeling it, but they're about to have yet another, unless the Dane can pull something together in these final 30 seconds. OXG sitting and waiting. Out goes the smoke. The vault in from Benjamaster. He also having trouble hitting his shots. What is going on with Space Station? Have they packed their guns with blanks? OXG wins yet another, and they take the lead.
They're not exactly getting fair gunfights, whether they're winning them with Forrest getting the opening pick on that Cav, or whether it's during the execute. It's going to be a player like J90 who is rappelling in and dying as he goes down, or whether it's going to be Fault mid-plants trying to get the defuse kit down as he dies to Gomez. Then feels almost like they're overcomplicating these executes. That Sens wall goes out. You've got multiple players trying to get into the top floor at the same time, whereas it might have just been simpler to smoke it with something like a Capitao and then have everybody else cover from the windows. Either way, SSG currently certainly had a game plan going into that. It just wasn't able to be executed the way they were hoping for. It means that it's going to be a 3-2 advantage for OXG. They get to go right back down to the basement, which was a strong site for them earlier, despite maybe some fast movements from Ashen on that second attempt at this site. They're going to switch things up a little bit. Forced over to the Clash, no more Tachanka. I like these moves.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go.
Clash will be a staple for the remainder of, I imagine, this game, unless we see a ban come out in the second half. Similar to how Glaz works on attack, Cav does the same thing on defense. We spent some time discussing the theory behind a Glaz and how oppressive that can be. If you don't know the remaining operator being brought by the defenders, and suddenly somebody dies to a Caveira, and God forbid there's a interrogation, that is going to throw a spanner into the works. There will be chaos in your team. Very similar to if you try to peek smoke and suddenly you get slaughtered from the telltale sign of a Glaz, as his rifle is very distinct. You can't really plan for it, but you have to immediately deal with it. Whether the Glaz gets the kill on attack or whether the Cav gets the kill on defense. Forrest was striking fear into the hearts of SSG there, now playing a much more stable operator. And it's a slow lineup from OXG, right? They've got the Castle, they've got the Smoke, they've got the Goyos, they've got the Clash, and with the Fenrir, all of these operators are going to work together to slow down your advance. Just troubling on a map like Bank for Space Station because A, SSG wants to be a quicker team, but B, it's a big map. You can already be a little bit slow if you decide to take your time droning it out.
But they are extending outside of the basement quite heavily compared to their previous defenses. It's almost a little bit faster in that respect. SSG opening pick at 1:44. You wouldn't have seen that with their previous lineup. So they actually are allowing SSG to get a lot of space early. Already in garage, looking towards gold, and just Benja and server.
Benja will get 1 kill in this round, his first so far, so he'll go without the first half being empty-handed, picking up yet another, and the Bailiff in the hands of Ashen is too much for Forrest to deal with. He's knocked asunder. Adam fighting for his life now, protected on one side by a Castle barricade, and the Vector can chew through the best, but not J90 on the ground with his pistol out. Space Station manages to salvage the final round of that first half, drawing even with their adversaries. But again, you do have to wonder, if Newers hadn't been perfectly aligned with hitting that table, if he'd killed the Warden in that crucial 4th round, would that have changed what we're looking at right now? Possibly, but you have to move on. We will do so. SSG has moved on, and with the side swap, they are literally going onto different sides of the map.
A perfect 3-0 on the bottom floor, and then nothing for the top floor is somewhat interesting to see on Bank, but way it goes sometimes. for SSG on that push, once again, being able to find the gap, right? There was a lot of pressure towards main stairs, a lot of pressure on elevators. The whole castle setup on the main hallway was really cool, but then 2 players drop straight into gold. It's not really being watched. You've got eventually players taking control of that main stairs position as well. So I love the timing from SSG on that. Kind of does come down to a battle of pacing, right? If OXG want to slow the round down, SSG want to speed it up, whoever can kind of dictate that pace is often able to walk away with the round wins. SSG easily able to make that round fast, walk away with the victory of it with a good sight hit. Neither of these teams banning out the Ace plus Habana setup for the opener, so they'll both choose to take different options. For SSG now, it'll be the double shield. Just for some context, 4 times that we've seen banks so far in the North America League, there's of course been 8 halves. And of those 8 halves, 7 of them have started with an Ace Habana ban. 1 of them was Ace Monty. So very odd to see Ace and Habana both be letting through. It's happened twice in this game. Maybe the meta is evolving as things continue on. Maybe these 2 teams in particular just don't really mind playing against that range. They don't really think it's going to be that on the top floor.
Keep a laser eye on Forest's operators, by the way. He's running the Fuse Shield, I would have to imagine. I haven't seen his operator loadout yet. He's still on drone, but I mean,
probably.
The idea being with the 2 shield bans that he's going to be on that Fuse. I have not really loved the Fuse picks so far, to the point where I would argue, and I might do so wrongly, and some of the, again, the brighter minds are welcome to speak up here. I would argue that Fuse is oftentimes a suboptimal pick. I think if you can't get a Monty or a Blitz on the board, bring a Blackbeard or don't bring a shield at all. I do not like what a Fuse provides. I do not like the way the teams play this operator. I do not find that it works very effectively. Now, certain bomb sites, Fuse alone can make a great deal of sense. You know, it was the SSG team, I believe actually, Forest, who showed us how you could crack open the lobby of Chalet by using those cluster charges upstairs on the top floor of the map. Bank is different. I mean, if you want to flush out open area, put the Fuse upstairs, that's great. It's his cluster charge that will make the most difference, not necessarily the shield. Most of the time, I'd say just bring the Blackbeard.
It was interesting before Blackbeard got added to the game, but after Shields got buffed, we saw the highest Fuse pick rate in Siege history because he was being brought as a replacement when 1 or both of the other 2 shields were being banned out. Sometimes it would be a Monty ban, and then you'd bring 2 shields with the Fuse and the Blitz, or plenty of different combinations. When Blackbeard got added, Fuse's pick rate tanked right back down to where it was before Shields got reworked. So yeah, it's odd seeing Force bring it out now. The cluster charges, you can get some utility with them, right? I mean, you can maybe clear out some of those Goyo canisters, might be the idea if you can use it on the site hatch, if there's going to be maybe some of those bulletproof cameras that you can clear out as well. I can see the logic in trying to bring out these cluster charges, but for the actual shield, it's certainly a far cry from what Blackbeard can bring to the table. Hard Breach is going to be very, very awkward on this bottom floor. Again, Ace and Habana are an option, so usually this mirror window would be counterable, but they haven't brought them on the side of OXG, so just the can openers, if they want to plant from this side of things, Force on the shield might make it a little bit easier, but it's still going to be very predictable where he puts that defuse kit down.
There go the Candelas. 2 cluster charges still remain in pocket for Forest. 3 Candelas for Gomez as they look to exert their influence over this bomb site. Adam starts off the killing, answered back by Newers onto Grixer. Goodbye to the Maverick. Grixer's numbers not particularly great. Gomez obviously doesn't hear the side of the C4 as he walks right into it as the trigger is pulled by Newers. Sidearm from Newers, though, does not prevail, so explosives will have to do the trick. J90 has the door watched. Same with Benja. Their sights are aligned, and look at that. It's the shield Fuse in the midst of the bomb site on the ground. Once again, the Fuse not playing a huge part in the execute. Forest eventually taken care of, and the round goes to Space Station.
Very odd, because usually you'll see, right, a plant focus from server, you maybe open the walls, then you get the plant down, and a shield on your back can certainly help with that. But Forest had no teammates with him in server. The brunt of that push came either down through the main stairs or Gomez dropping the elevator hatch with the Ying. There were some other players on hatches as well. Nobody else actually went server with Forest. I feel like this has been somewhat of a consistent trend. I've noticed a couple of times when watching OXG over the last few days where it just seems like Forest is quite alone zone with the defuse kit. And sometimes that comes back to bite OXG. This might have been one of those rounds. The hatch play was still strong, but there were some really strong answers from Newers, who got some critical kills. And then Jin, I know, some fantastic site play as well to kind of end that out. He's been having an insane day throughout the last couple of hours, as he was the MVP to take down their first opponent. And now here against Oxygen, still putting up big numbers.
10 seconds remaining.
Did we really expect a matchup that would not be this close? I did not have many expectations here for two reasons. Number one, both of these teams have already been in action today. Space Station was given very little time to prepare for this match. That's the way the lower brackets go. I understand the frustration that teams might feel and the fatigue that will come in from what could be a 6-map day for Space Station. But I suppose you can avoid this by simply not getting into the lower bracket in the first place. That said, teams will also tell you that while 6 maps can be a grueling schedule, it's similar to what they scrim and what they practice. So they're accustomed to playing this long. Obviously, again, scrims are not the same as an actual game day. But SSG might also be warmed up. This break that OXG has might actually be their undoing. We'll see. Forrest has been downed on that fuse shield, immediately rebuffed over by Electrical. Gomez trades Benja out, so both teams find themselves in the same spot that they were in, into a 5v5, just minus some utility. I will say that's a devastating loss for OXG. They've lost all the secondary gadgets, they've lost the shield, they've lost the cluster charges. SSG will go down in numbers. The best player on the side of Space Station today has been J90. He will be gone. That means more players on SSG will have to pick up that mantle, and it'll be Ashen and Newers to do it, each with a kill to their name. Newers has died. It's Fultz now on that smoke, completely starved of utility. He's out of gas with 1 minute and 40 seconds left. That's a bit early, Jesse.
Yeah, and they don't have the fuse kit either. Yaga fell with it inside of Archive, so it will need to be recovered from Grixer and Adam if they want to go for a plant-focused strategy. There's one Nitro in the pocket of Ashen, so if they do want to plant, that'll be their primary real roadblock in getting that objective down. I think they know this on the side of SSG too. The way that they're playing suggests that they know they can extend a little bit more towards Archives. It's okay if they get in through stock. They were playing stock, but with the hatch reinforced, they will have to push down these square stairs or the main stairs, as Adam might be headed towards now. They've got their time though. They've got soft breach as well, which Grixer can use on his secondary gadget. They're gonna do their best to take this as slowly as possible, pick the right game plan, and dropping the janitor hatch would not be the right game plan, as there is a Nitro aimed and ready for this play that Adam is about to make.
Look here, Ashen punching the cubicle down below. What office worker hasn't wanted to do that to their space before? Nitro sell out. Don't advise office workers to do that. Ooh. It's shot away though, taken care of. They were prepped and ready for it. Ashen now quarterbacking this defense, playing by the bomb chassis, wading through the smoke. He's got some pings to assist him. One over towards double doors, the other in small office. Ashen doing some damage to both of them, but not enough. That pea shooter just can't be handled properly. Fultz could go for the retrieve here, but he needs to be wary of where these players are. Ashen secured, and things for SSG have just not gone the way they want. Now it'll be Adam with a shotgun of his own, reaching up to the SMG in hand, but Grixer gets the job done. He planted the diffuser inside of staff area. All Adam needed to do was keep Fultz at bay, and he succeeds, while Grixer gets the final kill to give his team the round.
Excellent backup plan coming through from OXG. Their main plan was to completely flood the site with chaos. They had candelas, they had smokes, they had a glass to see through those smokes, they had Sens walls, they had Forest on the shield. Everybody except for Grixer was playing something that was meant to completely disrupt the defenders, annoy them, take away their ability to see so they could get some chaotic plant down. But it didn't really go that well. Forrest was the first person to die. Then there were some really nice aggressive moves from Newers, as you're seeing, which equalized that man count down to a 2v2. But Adam and Grixer never panicked. Took their time, really slowed things down, regained the defuse kit. I truly thought that Nitro Cell from Ashen was going to end the round as it stood, but Adam was so smart with it. He smoked the doorway so it would be less obvious when he was dropping. That made the Nitro Cell a little bit late to come out, and that allowed Adam to shoot the Nitro before it went off. I think if Ashen gets that kill, it's a completely different ball game because you cannot plant in the 1v2. Really well played by OXG, not losing their heads, always staying calm under pressure.
Gotta be cool as a cucumber, which on these hot summer days exactly where these players need to be mentally. Lineup from SSG, very similar to what we've seen out of OXG when they were defending, which is a slow and steady lineup. You've got an operator that quite literally slows you down in Clash, another operator that quite literally slows you down in Melusi, and an operator that quite literally slows you down in Legion. That's crazy. And then you've got the fastest operator in the game. Benjamaster on the Oryx, and then Ashen's just chilling on Warden. So I do think if teams want to be quick, and after the pace that was set in round number 1 with Space Station getting into the bomb site, getting Diffuser down, and winning the round in the first minute and 10 seconds, give or take, I can understand why you'd want to bring these trap operators, these slow operators that will position the attackers into potentially dangerous spots. Whether it works out or not, well, that's the question, isn't it? I am curious to see what the Oryx is accomplishing here. Benjamaster has been having a much better day today than we have seen from him through much of the groups. On his role, he was the lowest rated player in Space Station and one of the lower rated fraggers, even though he doesn't exactly function as a pure fragger these days. But again, the addition of Newers to SSG has changed up the roles. It seems to be clicking today a lot better than it has in previous play days. And oh my goodness, Ashen gets demolished by Adam. What a shot that is. It's been a long time since we've seen a twitchy Ash like this take over a round. Adam's got a great first kill.
We completely conceded the top floor. Bomb site's Archives Tellers, by the way, a very rare sight to see come out. It's SSG's second time playing it this season. I believe it was against Borgless, where they got their first and only victory on this bomb site earlier in the stage. Forrest will utilize this top floor now as he starts to rip open the floorboards. It was given for free, more or less, by SSG. As soon as Ashen died, they conceded it. Now J9O fighting against Grixer. The first logic bomb goes off, but Grixer, that's a tough fight to take. No clue on J9O's positioning, and he gets that kill, but it's traded back by Gomez.
Right now, as long as they keep trading, OXG will emerge in a strong direction, though they lose the numbers advantage, and they will lose the advantage period. It went to a tie, and now they are on the wrong side of a 2v3. Two slow operators on the side of SSG. Still the Clash, still the Legion on the board. J9O is passed over the crown to Newers, who now sits with a 10-kill margin. Only player in the lobby who's broken double digits. Gomez, who's been great through most of this match, will have his work cut out for him. No utility, but lots of bullets. He finds his 10th kill as he flicks over and over and over again. But now he has to run down the Clash. He's focused on Fultz, but all Benjamaster needs to do is sit and wait patiently. The clock will give the round to Space Station as the brawl inside a lobby nets nothing for either team, and 3 players survive as the round ends, giving Space Station the nod.
Felt like that round could have gone OXG's way, but the Clash ended up being a much bigger problem than I think they ever anticipated. I thought Newers had some really good positioning through the mid-round as well. Was playing kind of around the blue stairs, made it back into the bomb site, was working some good picks in that round to make sure the trade game never continued. Once he got to the top of square, he found that critical pickup onto Forrest, who once again was on the sledge up above. They will respect the Clash with a ban heading into the 10th round. I think that makes a lot of sense given how good we've seen Fultz play on this operator in the last round specifically, but throughout the game and his career, this has been a big operator for him on SSG. An answer with the Ying, which has also been extremely well used so far by Oxygen.
I mean, Ying is just such a strong operator on this map. Most of the ways we see teams structure their defenses is to play tight corners. Lots of shotguns, lots of rat angles. Bank is one of the few maps where very few floors on certain bomb sites can be shot through. It means you can sit there and be quite protected and not worry about the vertical play. A great example of that is the Lockers bomb site down below, the B bomb site. The entire floor above you will keep you safe. Look at over that A bomb site too. Look at right here. You cannot shoot through this. So you can play quite safely. Operators like Buck and like Sledge are not going to gain as much value. Same why you don't see a Ram get brought all that regularly. So you can sit and you can play those tight angles. And the downstairs bomb site's a great example of this. So an operator like Ying, throw a Candela down at the ground, put them into a tough spot. They're going to blindly start firing away at their shotgun, whether it's attacking over on blue, whether it's dropping through that hatch that leads directly into the middle of the bomb site, whether it's down the main marble stairs. Ying is a strong operator on most maps, on most sites. Here on this map in particular, though, she has huge value because of the way that the map is constructed. Moot point, though, won't be able to see her unless, well, not even in overtime. So, womp womp, no Ying, sorry. Forest will be rocking the fuse yet again, and I don't suspect this will be a hot drop, but we'll clear out underneath him as now those can openers opening things up. But you got to worry about the electrification that will keep these gadgets from the attackers at bay.
I would be curious to know what Forest has against the American Shield operator. Just even looking at his ops throughout the stage, Blitz is his most played attacker, Monty is his second most played attacker, and Blackbeard is his 9th most played attacker. He's only had 3 rounds on BB before today's matches, and now today, of course, refusing to play it, really leaning into this fuse instead. If SSG ever bring a Blackbeard, it has historically been Yaga who's been bringing the brunt of that. I say SSG, Oxygen, of course. So it's a little odd to see Forest shy away from this. Could be another good interview question if we do get to see an OXG win today. For now, though, Forest has got bigger problems. The fire really making it awkward to get him through server stairs. Takes about half HP and will have to slow things down. Minute 20 on that clock as the first hatch gets opened up into sight. They will be able to drop through it and toss some Sens walls. Even if it does get reactivated, they can surely burn it out with just one of those Sens gadgets. The goal once more will be to try to get a plant from server inside a CC and then hopefully block the vision with those Sens walls, make it difficult to tell where the plant's actually going.
Yaga will start things off on that Sens, tearing through Ashen. Fultz is also very low on HP. SSG are being carried at the moment by the 20 combined kills of J90 and Newers. The rest of this team has had some good looks here and there, but haven't had the same impact. Utility from the remaining players will need to be mighty fine as OXG is knocking on the proverbial door of this site, looking for an opening through the reinforced wall. Of course, there is no door for them to go through, just a door frame. And while they had to deal with some fire from Benja's Goyo canisters, now the smoke from J90. 20 seconds remain on the clock, and J90 will use just his second canister. This is very well timed. Still, Forrest getting diffuser down, and now he'll start to take some damage. He'll suffer through it. He might die in the process. No, he gets it off and manages to escape with a single point of HP. SSG had tried to plan those gas canisters so well, but there was just a momentary lapse that J90 was not able to cover, and because of that, OXG pull off the plant. They get out like bandits in the night. There are 8 people still alive with 25 seconds left on the clock. The retake above is dealt with by Grixer. Fultz hopping on that canister, but by the way, it's the cluster charges from Forest using his last one to take care of Fultz. Very limited time for Newers. Still 2 bodies up. He'll hop on the case. I don't think he has the time. Either way, he's knocked over as he continues to get toyed with by Forest. And finally, Jesse, we see a successful fuse shield in front of our very eyes. Joy spreads through the ranks of OXG as they take the round on a successful execute and a terrific post plant.
All right, listen, it was maybe a little cheesy, but Forrest not only gets the job done planting on the fuse shield, but also gets a cluster charge kill in the post plants. Fair enough, Forrest. I can respect your game. Gets it done really well in the post plant for OXG. I gotta give a little bit, we've been praising J90 a ton today. We said nothing but good things, so we'll give a little bit of criticism too. The timing of the Toxic Babes was great, but the second Toxic Babe, which should have denied that plant, didn't go with the right position. It went, I think it got stuck on the bomb chassis or didn't make it for some reason or another. I saw it detonated in sight, but it was nowhere near where the defuse kit was going down. So whether it was misplaced or whether it got caught on something, that smoke just not where it needed to be for Space Station. And because of that, we will get all 12 rounds of regulation. OXG tie the game, 5-5.
10 seconds to insertion.
I did like that. I will eat my words. I'm not hungry much these days due to a product whose name I don't want to say on the broadcast. You know what I'm talking about. We talked about it on our co-stream a bunch.
You got your stomach removed?
I'm a diabetic. You try to figure it out. I'm sure you'll get it. I'm sure you'll get it very quickly. But I will say,
work on it.
I don't have much of an appetite these days, but I will have to choke down my words as Forrest pulls off a successful fuse shield. I do like the creativity we're seeing from OXG at this point. Not groundbreaking, but the way that they were able to deal with that fuse shield through the couple rounds, now that we see a Kali on the board from Adam, OXG are bringing operators that we don't see all that frequently. Granted, Bank has not had a ton of play, so while these operators might be well suited for this map, we don't have a lot to draw off of. A scary moment there for Yaga as he very narrowly missed out on a loss of life due to Fultz playing aggressively on blue stairs.
Kind of scary for Fultz now, too, though. You're down in the basement. You know there's a Deimos who's looking for you. I don't think he's got a ping on Solus. He may. Can go for a drone and try to find that. His first death mark is about to be used, and it will be on the Wamai instead. So maybe just going for some vert pressure. That'll be the game plan from Yaga, although he does know that there's going to be a roamer down on the bottom floor. Not resulting in a kill just yet. Logic ball comes out, but Ashen taking an aggressive angle is the first one to die. Nice shot from Gomez out on rappel, and they just keep coming.
Gomez has been creating so many good opportunities all on his lonesome, and by getting these opening picks, he's helping the rest of his team do their job. He was great in that first half. It's easy to do it as a defender, hard to then replicate that same success on the other side, but he's getting the job done. Both Fultz and Ashen removed is dire straits for SSG at this point. Especially now with, as we said, the sniper of Kali can be oppressive just like a Glaz. Glaz is available to play. The bans from SSG were 2 shields and a Ying, but Kali gets the job done with those lances. Great for explosive duty. And then, of course, it's just a bit of a stronger gun. It's a bolt action, but it does down you pretty much all the time. Adam will continue to sit on that upside down rappel. Grixer walking in through lobby. Newers decides to check that, gets dealt a pretty bad hand, and Benjamaster will get nothing for our first flawless round of this map. OXG will do it and move to match point off of it. That to me is the man of the hour right there, though. There's been critique and criticism about Gomez in some very important moments over the playoffs of the last 2 days, but he has been great against SSG today, getting opening picks, using utility valuably, but those opening picks have really been the big story. If he can tear through one of the strong fraggers on the side of SSG, he buys his team some time. He buys them an opening in terms of numbers. He tears down the utility as well. Gomez's heroics and efforts cannot be ignored, and OXG is benefiting greatly from his play. He got the final kill in the round as well, so not just starting things off, but also concluding the round. OXG now finds themselves up on Bank and about 3 minutes away from moving on to border up 1-0.
Something that I remember the desk was a little critical of OXG on earlier in the stage is that they didn't really have a clear spearhead. Without Newers on this team, they didn't have anybody to be the obvious person to run in, start the round, get things going. And so if Gomez can be that, he and Adam are supposed to be the entry duo of this team. If they can start to make some of those movements on the offense, I think that's going to be really key to OXG's success going forward. SSG running back the Archives Tellers defense. They won this the last time they went here, and of course won it earlier in the stage as well. It's really uncommon bomb site to see at a pro level, but SSG clearly think they've got some kind of edge on this site. It will be do or die, as you say. Otherwise, they'll be headed to border at a 1-0 deficit. Not the end of the world as this is OXG's map pick, but even still, you never love losing the first map in a BO3. It would force SSG to have a very long day if they intend on winning this series.
You know how strong upside down rappels are at the moment. We've seen it on just about every single map that has some vertical play. But one thing that really does kind of change the attack of Bank is the rappel running changes introduced in Siege GG. The way that you attack this upstairs floor, whether it be because the bomb site is up there or simply you need to take it to then move to one of the lower floors, is huge because of the rappel changes. Your ability to run, not have to reposition. It's a lot easier, it's a lot more fluid, and the attackers can flourish because of it. It also makes life a lot more miserable for the defenders. And given that much of the state of this game since it released has been defender favored, I'm not hating it.
Not hating this roam either coming out from SSG. It's just Fault up above once again, a single player above the site, but then everybody else positioning themselves. Some in tellers, but mostly around the bomb site. Over towards the stairs, over towards open area. Adam's going to start to make an entry point, and they do have information, so he finds Benja. They have site control now.
Huge opening frag, though, traded back, and now they've got an opportunity to get that diffuser planted. Nitro cell goes off, and it will be denied. Case will need to be retrieved. Big play by J90. Now Newers will die at the hands of Yaga. OXG's lead is evaporated. Grixer and Yog, the last two standing. Grixer much better than his numbers would suggest most of the time, but he slow peaks J90 and is given a burial with 50 seconds remaining in the round. Yaga just broke double digits not too long ago. He'll need lucky number 13 as he's sitting at 10 in order to claim this round, unless somehow he's able to get the diffuser down and then win without killing the 3 other players, which seems quite unlikely. They know where he is. He keeps firing away at the soft walls. There's 1 player inside the lobby, 1 sitting inside of the bomb site. They've got case control on the side of SSG, so Yaga is in a devastatingly bad situation, and he will continue to be hunted down, making no shortage of noise, working his way over towards small office, and, well, SSG are on a feeding frenzy. Fultz will be the one to gobble him up, and match point denied. A huge round by Space Station.
Who else but J90 to step up when things are the most dire? Beautiful rotation on that C4 operator coming up with the mute. Being able to make the move in through tellers, then get the C4 through the soft wall. He's aware of where the push came from because his teammate died inside the site just on that door. And then he knew that the plant had started. What's the most default place to plant when you enter through the lobby? Well, of course, it's going to be just on the printer. Didn't stop the plant midway through, but still got a big pick for it. Was able to back off. That's the kill I'm talking about. Massive play to be able to take down Adam. Played with a teammate, too. Not making these plays solo, but certainly hitting the shots that he needed to in that round. Beautifully done. Little 3K coming up on the round from him. And as you mentioned, Parker, this game just cannot get any closer. 6-6 in the overtime.
We will be given no shortage of matches, by the way. Long ago, when he still casted the NA League, everybody would always joke that Flynn was given the longest matches of all of the talent. Whether he was paired with Emzo or Blue or Stokes, he would always have the good fortune of the longest days. I say good fortune because this is a terrific job, whether you're casting a quick 2-0 stomp or a grueling 45-rounder through 3 maps that go all the way in every OT. I feel like in a lot of ways we have now taken up that mantle as we are casting quite the gauntlet ourselves. I will say, I don't mind long matches, especially if they are good, and so far we have been treated to some excellent games so far. There's been no shortage of issues here. None of these teams have been playing perfect Siege. Dark Zero certainly hasn't. They sit on the top of that throne, as we said. Shopify Rebellion haven't either, and of course, that's going to continue on down the list. But every team is going to make mistakes. It's whether they get punished by their opponents and whether they sort through their mistakes and prevent them from happening again, or in the immediate course correct, that makes it so exciting. Both of these teams are playing for their lives, as they should, because the loser is done. Winner goes on to the top 3 and will battle against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. So both of them know what's at stake and what's on the line.
Top floor defense from Oxygen. This was a successful site for them previously. This is the site as well where SSG used to bring the Glaz. That would be Ashen who would previously play it. So maybe some sense coming in from OXG's operator bands too, just to retouch back on that. Operator or not, they'll have that Blackbeard to try to make this space happen through the top floor. If they can clear in through top square, that would be a big boon. Or if they get an opening pick on these windows, Forrest has his toes being shot at the moment, and the fire will eventually finish him off. Great Capitao play from J90 to secure that kill. Always a risk playing aggressive on those windows, and Forrest knows that better than most. Is on the Jaeger, who as of recently can counter the Capitao bolts, but didn't have anything nearby to catch that utility. Still hunting for another pick, though, before they're comfortable swinging in.
Back to this Ying operator that we talked about that wouldn't be available because the bans still stick when the side swaps go in, which means that as long as SSG is attacking, Ying is on the board. Gomez was trying to be real sneaky, but I guess they overestimated his sneakiness. Newer's punishing him for that, but OXG will immediately answer back with 2 kills. Ashen will fight for his life over by that paper door. Benja falls at the hands of Adam, and there we go with Ashen finally punishing Grixer. Immediately, OXG will find some comfort with those walls, those reinforcements, keeping themselves alive for the time being. Looks like that class shield is down. Yaga taking matters into his own hands, and now it's Fultz last alive. Yaga cutting through both of them, and OXG moves back to match point.
Great anchor play to finish that off, of course. Really well played with the trades. That's something that we've really been talking about throughout this day so far, with SSG having some excellent trades in their match against M80, and now we're seeing it from OXG as well. Doing a great job of making sure that they can answer back every kill that SSG were getting. Sure, they got the opener onto Forrest. They got a second opener onto Gomez. It was a 5v3 advantage, Parker, but they still had the clash being played by Yaga. They still had strong positions inside a janitor and up towards the front desk. Made sure that they would not allow a plant no matter where it was coming from. Kind of awkward that Diffuse Kit from Faults was being played main stairs. You got to wonder if he's coming towards the square side where a lot of the control from SSG really was. Maybe could they have worked a plant, but that was really never in the cards just based on where Faults' position was. So a tough one to come through. Big double kill from Yaga on the clash. And they will be feeling very good about themselves. 1 round away from going up 1-0 in the series.
And a good place to be. The Shopify Rebellion team got to their point in time in the series by, first and foremost, a bye, and then beating M80, losing to Dark Zero. So no matter which of these teams emerge, there will have been no best of 3 between the Rebellion and either SSG or OXG. But I will say, Shopify Rebellion did defeat both of these teams in regulation during the regular season. Shopify Rebellion, if people will recall, did not drop any matches at all during the regular season. It did come later on when it was in the 4th playday, no, the 5th playday, where OXG lost to Shopify Rebellion 4-7. And SSG didn't fare much better. In fact, 1 round worse. They lost 3-7 to Shopify Rebellion. So either way, they'll be waiting and looking, but best of 3s and best of 1s are not the same. Preparation is different. Your map pool is going to be different. The operators you bring and ban are going to be different. And the way that you go about it, it's just a longer slog. Instead of 1 map that you can be done in 7, 8, 9, 10 rounds, you're looking at getting out of there in at least double that, if not longer. Of course, Dark Zero will just be sitting, waiting, watching as all these teams beat each other up. If there's any fatigue on the side of SSG, by the way, Jesse, I'm not seeing it. I don't know if you'd agree.
Oh, I do agree. It feels like every player in the lobby is 100% on their game. Ashen especially, who gets a 2K opener playing top floor on the Vigil all by himself, mind you. He's got a couple of roamers on the main floor that we're playing with him. It's just Faults and Tellers that still does remain. Speaking of Faults, I'm not sure if they are aware of his position because he's not too far from where these attackers are sitting, and it will be him who strikes next, takes down Adam. Now OXG are aware. This roam clear was an absolute disaster and almost guarantees us that we're getting a 15th round.
Oh, I mean, unless you manage to do something that's only been done for about 4 points, it looks like J9O's been taking about 5 damage. That's it for SSG. The rest of these players are all at full health. You've got an IQ with a great gun in the Commando, but then you've got Forrest on a shield. Never mind. Benja kills both of them and wins the round flawlessly. Okay, never mind. We are going to a 15th round as the Dane decides to show up, and not one for talking much. He does all of it inside of the server. A great round from him, a good round from Space Station, aided a little bit by that poor roam clear you set on the side of OXG. This will be OXG's 2nd failed opportunity to close out this map. It eventually starts to eat at you, I will say. It's not like they were up 6-2 and watched their lead completely evaporate, so there should be some mental resiliency here from OXG, but you don't want to keep dropping opportunities to close it out. Both of these teams will now move to match point. Winner of this round takes bank.
It's not that even with the logic bombs, they seem very unaware of the positioning coming out from SSG in that previous round. Not only just with Ashen getting the first kills, but then also with Faults being seemingly undroned and Tellers. They were firing bullets that way before Ashen got his 2-piece. Maybe just the chaos really throwing off OXG. This is still a high-pressure situation. It's an important game to win if you want to start racking up that prize money, start racking up the SI points as well. We'll end the game on open area for OXG's final bomb site selection. That means they won't be down to the basement for their overtime defense choices, but that makes sense given they went 0 for 3 in regulation, so they will have to choose different sites. It's going to be open area. They're not playing Archive Tellers like SSG wanted to. So we'll see what they can do. Top floor hold's always going to be important. They're going to have Forrest, who's playing on the Clash. That'll more be a site-focused player. I think Gomez, Adam, and Yaga currently look to be the top floor players that will hopefully be able to stall things out. Also looking at Benja, by the way, on the Nook. Could enter through bottom garage or maybe the front door.
One thing I have noticed about OXG is that Gomez has been quite absent in the rounds that OXG have failed to convert on. It does certainly seem like when Gomez has a great start to the round, OXG prevails. If he remains invisible here in round 15, I do not love OXG's chances. I will say, though, Yaga has been getting some seriously high-value picks over the last couple rounds, trying to keep the team in it. But for some of these rounds, it has looked like very nearly a one-man show. I do need to acknowledge that Adam has also had some great looks, too, and is doing his job quite well. But OXG as a whole, some rounds seemingly struggling against this SSG fragging potential. Newers is leading the lobby at the moment with 15 kills, and he'll be on Ram, an operator we said we don't see all that regularly. But it will be done to put pressure on these main floor players at the moment, of which Grixer is being hunted down and hounded by a drone. He's got Adam not far removed as backup, and oh my, OXG all bunched together at this current point in time, waiting for Benja to strike and catch one of them off guard.
They know Adam likes to play inside the elevators. That was his position previously on this bomb site. Got a very big pick onto Ashen, if you'll last remember, when he was playing the Blackbeard. The Clash is here to distract as well. If the Nook is going to walk up main stairs, I mean, it's not going to be very secretive from Benja. Instead, Grixer strikes first. Jane, I know, goes down. Grixer's panicking, though, as the Blackbeard comes for him. Doesn't win the fight, but managed to get at least one pick before he goes down. Now it's a 4-on-4. Benja's still at the bottom of those main stairs. Ashen able to reset. Adam has not left these elevators. They should know his position. Ashen died to him previously.
And they don't. So Ashen runs right on by, and the main obstacle of Forest, still standing over by Beepers, persists. Benja was hoping for a stealthy approach. Out goes a nade, and it will scare him off of that spot as Adam comes for backup. I like this defense from OXG right now. I, once again, will eat my words. Forest made me do it the first time. I might have to do it here with Gomez, as he's been invisible with the rest of the team, showing the depth that OXG has. Smoke, gas, fire, all blanketing the main entry point as it's a drop in from the Nook, running directly into the Clash around the reinforcement. Cannot outduel Gomez, who's slaughtered by Newers, finding a double, a break on in. Newers dropped. Fultz will need to save the round, but he'll run out of time, and OXG will snuff out Space Station in map number 1.
And all the play comes from Forest as well in that previous round. I mean, huge momentum from the Clash, was able to get so much information, was on 1 HP, but it just didn't seem to matter. They couldn't find that last bit of damage that they needed. Meant it was too awkward to make that push in through bottom square, and all of the information was being fed straight to his teammate of Adam. Really well played at the end there by Forest. He was barely live on the Clash, but that was enough.
All it takes is one big moment from one big player. That man right there was instrumental through much of the game. Didn't have a huge impact in overtime, but you don't get to OT without Gomez's contributions. The depth on Oxygen, just a bit too much for SSG to tussle with. We've still got at least one more map, though. Sit tight. We'll be back with more Siege.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. They've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
Available now.
Small killed me. Small kitchen. They're both.
Run dead. Run down.
Just live at him. Just live.
Nice!
Kitchen. Let's go!
Fucking go.
Come on,
Let's go, guys. Good shit, Pablo, bro.
Bro, Fino, did you see that shit?
Yeah, bro. Let's fucking go, bro.
Holy
Look at this.
shit.
Maybe the least surprising thing of the day, this one going all the way to round 15. We've had quite a day, and it is going to still stay as competitive as ever. Guys, I mean, this one was an all-out brawl from the start. It was back and forth the whole time. There we go, round 15, and finally, OXG takes it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love what we saw from both teams. I really liked SSG's innovation on their attacks, constantly trying to swap it up. But their defenses, I mean, I feel like OXG just kind of had them a little bit beat. I mean, it was going back and forth. SSG or OXG, when we talked about that utility game from what we saw earlier today, that's exactly what we saw coming into it. They were always having the utility. A lot of those rounds that SSG would try to go for something, the utility was just too much. So I like this area of OXG taking a step back, playing a little bit more basic, but now they're getting comfortable. Now they're adding the elements of utility that they can bring to it, changing it up and feeling a lot more confident to be able to take that and adapt it and make it their own way. And that's what we wanted to see from OXG.
Yeah, I mean, again, Oxygen. I mean, that round right there, it was kind of perplexing for SSG to go unbeknownst of not checking any of the elevators. I mean, typically, you find someone in those elevator chutes right there, and the fact that they didn't check that, I
love them.
I have been known to hide in those elevators from time to time. But, I mean, overall, both teams really showed great tenacity in this match. It's just Oxygen, I think, really is understanding how they want to address their attacks, which I think has been making the world's difference for them of having better results.
Well, you mentioned the elevator play as we were watching it. You said live, I don't think they know he's in there. And lo and behold, it became a serious problem. We want to highlight that 15th round because we saw quite a bit going on there. There was that elevator play. There was the clash going on. It was a lot of chaos coming down.
It was clear that SSG definitely had no clue that Adam was playing inside that elevator. But what I actually really like from Forrest here, again, we've been talking about how big Forrest is at realizing to use these shields properly, whether that's on attack or defense. This round in particular, he rotates all the way from that double door, pushes into kitchen, understanding that they need to take kitchen. They're going to go for that kitchen. And he was just so oppressive here, taking the attention away, stalling this SSG take, and ultimately winning this round for his team, winning this match to set them up to go into border. Again, a lot of this is coming off of the backing of Forrest and understanding what he can do with those shields.
And they were constantly trying to slow SSG down, which is what I love from OXG, because not only the utility, but in that round specifically, the clash, I mean, people don't realize that nade would have blew up the clash shield, and then Forrest would have, you know, it could have gone a completely different way, but Forrest making the play to pick up the shield throughout the nade to be able to carry it, and then nice little crossfire with Adam in the elevator and Forrest there, made it so that SSG was locked down. Him picking up that shield meant SSG has to adapt. They got to go for the side hit, and immediately Forrest reads it, completely rotates, slows him down in the site. It's so difficult to make anything happen, especially when you're getting locked down by a clash shield.
Well, that was OXG's pick, so they're able to secure it, although it was very, very close. The next one is Border. That's SSG's pick. Laxing, do we have reason to believe this is going to be as close, or do you have concerns about how this one might play out?
I mean, the stats speak for itself right there. I was already a little concerned by letting Border be able to fall through here for Space Station. I mean, it's going to be a very comfortable map for them. I thought that they were going to get it done here on Bank. I was wrong. I'm done making predictions. You asked me going for it. I'm saying someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. Plain and simple. I can't really call the card here, but at least for Border, I am very confident in Space Station. This is a map they're very comfortable on. Like I said, you saw those stats in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. It really paints the picture, and it does heavily play into SSG's aggression. It's a very small map. We heard early on back throughout the stage, Fultz says their play style revolves around small maps where they can get scrappy. They can get in your face. They don't allow you to breathe. Now, it's not to say this new Oxygen can't tame that they can't slow that down, but it's really going to start on this defense of being able to slow down and being able to breathe and not letting SSG over-encumber them.
Here will be the downsides for OXG. We just saw that they used a bunch of clash. I'm expecting SSG to take that down and take it away, ban it out. And then the utility game that OXG has been using with their C4s and their smokes, Border is the one map where you can't necessarily always count on the utility because it's so small. So I'm expecting a team that's more hyper-aggressive like SSG should have the edge. I still imagine it's going to be just as close, but I think SSG will get it. And obviously it's last game of the day, so you know, it's in good fashion that we go to all three maps.
Yeah, hopefully. we gotta go to the end, maybe overtime of the third map. That's just the way the playoffs have been going. Border is next. Can OXG keep it up, or will SSG continue to thrive on a comfort map? We'll find out.
Well, thank you so very much. This might be the end of the road. Jesse, is this it? Or are we going to be destined for yet another third map? People seem to think Space Station's gonna take it. All right, okay, that's quite lopsided, but we'll see if it lives up to it. Anything that you heard from the desk that you agree with, disagree with? Anybody that you want to call out? Lax is done making predictions. Are you?
No, listen, I think the desk really hit the nail on the head when it comes down to how the map is going to influence this matchup. Border is the gunfight map. It's the map where utility tends to have the smallest impact. And so for OXG to be the utility game or the utility team in this game and SSG to be the more frag-focused team, you've got to imagine that'll give them the edge, especially given how close Bank was. Now, they also said that we might see a Clash ban. I think that was Fox that was hoping for that. Not so sure if we'll see one of those because Clash is so rarely played on Border. It's going to be a Zombie first and then Castle second. It's a bit more standard from what you'd expect to see coming out on Border. Could be the third ban once SSG gets around 4, but only time can tell for that. As for the bans coming out from OXG, they take out the Ying, which is an extremely popular ban, and the Monty, always popular to remove a shield from this game. So, relatively standard stuff coming out from both teams. Should open a lot of angles on the side of SSG. Banning out that Azami, banning out that castle might make the east stairs part of the map a little bit easier to get into.
It's kind of wild. We really haven't seen that much Azami today. She's been a staple ban. I mean, obviously, she is a tremendously strong operator and is banned out quite frequently for good reason. But at the same time, we do see her escape through the ban phase with other teams. I guess just stylistically and with the maps that we see getting played, she doesn't really make sense to leave open. Just too much of a nuisance to deal with, too strong of an operator where you've just... If you're battling time and you're worried about running behind the clock, get rid of her. There's other trap ops that you can bring. Obviously, they don't provide the same things that Azami does, but you can still slow people down. Saw it on Bank, a big map, much bigger than Border. Border can be much quicker. But trap ops were brought aplenty in Bank to cause some stumbles for the attackers. You can see there are still some of those slower ops being brought by OXG. You'll slow down the intel with the mute on the board. You'll slow down and execute with the Goyo and the smoke. And then along the way, there will be Goo mines and Gushmat mines from both the Legion and the Elo respectively to give you a bit of pause.
A common trend on Border is going to be really early gunfights that come out as the attackers don't really need to map clear in order to take out some of those early extended roamers. There's a player in break, a player inside of CC, or even just a player in the site. Oftentimes attackers can get an early angle onto that player and get the opening gunfight. Some great Twitch work from J90. Some interesting angles to be able to clear out the Goyo canisters from the Skylight. Finds the pick all the way over into Archives, and then the bulletproofs as well. My goodness, this is a lot of utility J90 is able to clear through. Finds one more Grismont, but I mean, cannot zap it out with his Twitch drone anymore, as he used to be out of zaps. Good util, though.
We have the Grixer cam back on. Good to see him on the broadcast yet again, though we were treated to his wonderful static pose previously. Yes. Right now, he's on that smoke, and he's in a bit of a vulnerable spot. He's far enough removed that he could be picked off early. That will be the goal by the Deimos of Newers, but Grixer has the first laugh. The only player on the board so far. Look at how little damage was done to him. This is bad for SSG, and now the smoke, the gas will go up and choke out Ashen on these stairs. Grixer will assess the damage. He has to be worried about getting pushed over by Passport. Goodness gracious. It's a one-man stand. Nobody on SSG is able to get him out of this place. And at this point in time, do you continue to throw resources at him? No, you don't. J90 and Forrest will trade out kills. Grixer gave his team such a nice nest egg that they can just sit and wait, and the investment will pay itself off. Benja and Ash in the last two for SSG in a 2v4. OXG have only lost Gomez. Ashen is inside the bomb site, by the way. He turns tail, tries to get closer to the defenders. Forrest will slaughter him, and now it's Benja to creep up and get swung by Adam, who was tucked into the corner inside of office. OXG off to a terrific start. They're already the team that's up a map, and now they're up around.
It's common wisdom on Border that the best operator to hold down East Stairs is an Azami, but the second best operator is also considered by far to be Smoke, and you can see just how effective the operator is. Usually Smoke thought of as an anchor operator, but on Border East, he's really oppressive. If you want to get into the East Stairs area of the map, there's really only two ways to do it, from the north or from the south. Those two small doorways easily smoked off. That forces a lot of attackers to then try to attack that East Stairs from down below, walking in through Passport, maybe getting in through Tellers. But you can see the evolution. Grixer 100% ready for that. Finds two different players that are trying to clear him out by walking through bottom floor, getting in through waiting. He was so ready, and then beautiful control of that SMG-11. Started them off with that two-piece. Once you lose those two opening engagements, they never really claimed the space that Grixer was holding. Things had to be scrappy for SSG, but couldn't put things together. A nice little round from Oxygen. And as the desk talked about, while we do expect SSG to maybe come out on top with some of these gunfights, don't act like OXG cannot stand their ground, because they have some exceptionally talented players on their side too. Grixer maybe the most.
Similar setup now inside of security, designed again to slow things down. Lots of trap operators being brought. Do you consider Fenrir to be a trap op, by the way?
Yeah, I think so. You place it down and then it doesn't deal any damage, but I mean, it may as well. Walk into his trap and all of a sudden you're in a horrible situation of not being able to see.
SSG have found something here, Jesse. They are very quick to get up. They have no idea that Benja's just going to tear through two of them. Yaga and Adam will be dead at the hands of Benja as he attempts an escape. He's dropped, but not secured, not yet. So OXG will look for an answer back. All the doors are solid at this point. Newers will bait him, waiting for Benja to crawl to safety. Down goes Gomez at the hands of Ash, and SSG can very quickly isolate these remaining players and punish them. But hold on! Forest with two. Grixer also on the board. OXG was cooking. Forest 4-0 to start here on Border. That's something you don't say all that often. Smoke will go off in front of him, and guess who will be on the other side of that? None other than a Glaz. As J90 and Ashen will reposition. Ashen moving a little too quickly to see the silhouette through the smoke, so he'll wait. Pings from inside of the site. Spam pings as now Forest will play around it, and Ashen takes the engagement and wins that duel. An anticlimactic finish to a burst of action through the mid-round. SSG will answer back. OXG were off to a good start. That mid-round really was something else. Poor Forest. 4-1 to start off is a pretty big accomplishment for him, and at least judging from the moods on the players of Oxygen, they don't seem too flustered by it.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to be able to turn the tides, but unfortunately the man advantage that came out early from Benja, huge 2K to come out, brilliant shots coming through to be able to start off that round. And then OXG, they answered aggressively. They didn't just sit still and allow SSG to maintain that man advantage. It was a complete collapse, not just from Forest, but from the rest of the team to get in towards Customs, try to cause some chaos, and I would say it worked. It did cause chaos. The man advantage was too great. SSG trade out. They get that plant position as they're maybe a little overextended in towards Customs. They do deal with that one anchor player of Grixer. So nice stuff from Space Station. Sometimes all Border is about finding that gap, right? If there's no barbed wire in the metal stairs, if you can find a good way to get into the place that these defenders aren't going to be ready for, that's exactly what you can do. And Benja showing that off perfectly here in round 2.
Again, I cannot praise Benja enough for his bounce back. He seemed to really struggle with his own place on this Space Station team. I do think that Newers is the reason for that, as there was a lot of overlap between their initial playstyles. There's only enough room for one sheriff in town, I've heard before. I can't remember who said it, but Benja is now settling into this more of a flex style of role. He'll accompany Fultz on his. It's a very quick burst of action. Gomez is prepped and ready for it. There's a bit of vulnerability when you put that sledgehammer away. Benja's learned that the hard way, just in case he didn't know. But again, Gomez was very good in map number 1. Strong impact plays, opened the rounds up for OXG. He wasn't intending to do that here, but he gets a leg up from Benja, and the first kill will go to Oxygen and to Gomez.
Gomez playing a really important operator on this site, can get above if he wants to late round, try to deny that plant from up above. It's a big bomb site, Workshop is, so if you can find where that defuse kit is, be able to stop it from up above, that could be absolutely huge. They've got to be able to get there first though. SSG, if they can't get in to get a plant down, then it's not really going to matter what the plant denial looks like. Ashen does find a pick on the Yaga top floor. That's 0-2 now from the Yog Dog. Can go to pick up that cell phone as well, try to hack the cameras, which would be a big advantage for SSG, as there are going to be a couple of bulletproofs scattered around the map. Forest is guarding it though, so if you want to get through to get to that camera, you're going to have to go through Forest.
That's top frag Forest, by the way. You need to put some respect on the name, Jesse. It needs to be mentioned time and time again. Gomez, not just with one kill, but now a second. On to Fultz. J90 undeterred by the bullets that go through the wall. Next to him is Adam, had done that before dropping off. Logic Bomb will continue to ring, and J90 is fighting his demons upstairs. Newers answers back. There goes the top player on OXG of Forest. So maybe Ashen will have an opportunity to grab that phone, gain some valuable intel, but I love this defense by OXG. Spread out all over, no opportunity to drone. SSG starved of intel. Ashen will now need to play off of his own wits and his own game sense to find these 3 remaining players, as they seem to have circled around the drop. Case is being held far off site, and now Ashen will fall to his demise as Adam is there to punish him for that. Huge round from Adam as he had retreated, wasted time upstairs, caught J90 off guard, dropped through the hatch, got the pick, completely derailed the top floor hold, and forced SSG to pivot towards that middle floor when they weren't ready to do so. Great quarterbacking by Adam, and OXG will regain the lead.
It's good from Gomez as well. Again, got that second pick on Defaults, who was playing on the shield. Usually you'd expect to see Faults be that spearhead to be able to help clear out the top floor, but as soon as he went down West Main. Kind of fell apart for SSG. They no longer had that pressure that they needed to get in behind the shield to crack the nut that was OXG, and so they had a really strong site defense coming in after that. SSG break the record for the longest they will wait for calling attack timeout. It will take 3 whole rounds in their 5th map of the day. For the first time, I don't know if they forgot to call it after round 2 and they panic now called it after round 2, but here we are, another early attack timeout from SSG. Some things never change.
It's the first time I can say that I've spat out water on a broadcast. I was taking a drink, and Jesse, sometimes you're funnier than I give you credit for, which isn't very funny. So, yeah, I mean, Space Station obviously not liking this. Map 1 didn't go the way that they had expected. It was a hard-fought battle, and I mean, SSG is a team that doesn't really blow out their opponents. You know, this is something that we've talked about with lots of teams, but with a team like Space Station, they do struggle to keep distance with their foes. They are a scrappy team, but very rarely do they dominate. It used to be DZ that was that team when Canadian was on it. Then I guess the mantle kind of got passed to Shopify Rebellion for a little bit, except for this stage where they have been very dominant. The only unbeaten team to come out of group stages, very quickly losing that title in their first map against M80, where they lose map number 1, but now it's SSG. I pity the fans to a certain extent. I can only imagine the heart problems that are caused. Imagine being a fan of Dark Zero and then Troy leaves and you go, okay, I'm going to start supporting SSG. You're a sucker for punishment at that point.
It's difficult life sometimes being an R6 fan, but at least you can rest easy knowing that you've got top 4 in the NAL. You've managed to acquire some decent gains here in the North America League, and you're still in this, absolutely. Space Station down 2-1. They call their attack timeout. Lost their opponent's map pick. Border is the choice of Space Station. So this does feel very winnable for them still. This is a map that SSG have been historically extremely good on. They currently have a 4-game winning streak on Border. 2 games from this season, beating Cloud9 and DZ, and then I believe it's a game from Montreal and a game from SI. So maybe
is laughing a little bit. I mean, the M80's not in the playoffs anymore, but you can take M80 out of the playoffs, but you can't take the M80, or you can't take the playoffs out of M80, and this team kills are still going to happen.
That's tough. That's a Capitao too that you've lost, which is an incredibly important piece of utility. Those firebolts to reposition the defenders are no longer going to be an option for you. So I guess opening pick to OXG. Be happy with that as they can now start to try to work on this break room clear, which I think was the initial goal before that team kill kind of put a stop to it. They go to East Stairs. Notably, they banned the smoke, so East Stairs should be a lot more achievable compared to when Grixer was holding this last.
I mean, Newer's on low HP, Benjamaster gone. That's a lot of utility in the ground. I fear for SSG's chances here. Good flush out, though. Newer's still on a single point of HP, but with that secondary gadget, or secondary sidearm in the gadget of Deimos, he could still do some serious damage. Halfway point through the round. Adam is prepped and ready with a Nitro Cell, looking for a lineup over towards that triple panel soft wall that Fultz is sitting just outside of with Ashen in tow. With Ashen repositioning, that Nitro Cell at one point in time looked like it could have picked up 2 kills, but it won't find any. Back to Discovery now. SSG will go with a minute left on the clock.
Just to see where this push comes through. Faults has Diffuse get East Stairs, which makes me think they're going to go for Archives as their final plant spot, but they've got players all over the map. Newer's at the bottom of Metal, who could try to work a vert pick or lurk in late. They're rotated over to Security now. This would be good for a Lockers push, but I don't think they realize Gomez never left the position.
A pop-up from Gomez. A missed opportunity on Ash, and Forrest is dead as well. Space Station started off this round with such bad circumstances and are now in a very prime position to keep moving forward. First death mark will go out. Newers was looking to hunt down OXG, but those mute jammers will pay off in spades. There goes an explosive, not caught by Yaga. They'll back away. Now a reposition from SSG. They need to find their footing, Jesse. Only 15 seconds left in the round. They're outside of the building. Adam and Yaga now waiting to ride this one out. Adam taking damage, fighting back, tearing through both of them. What a triumph from OXG. Adam reading that one so well. And the guys in green take another round.
I'm sorry, Adam. What? Dude, he's getting naded out. They know his exact position, but he somehow moves just out of the way to dodge the nade, left on a sliver of HP. I'm going to say exactly 1 health remaining in that final clutch, and then finds both of the heads to boot. Talk about calm under pressure. What a performance coming through from the young entry player of OXG. That is a massive round win to come through from Oxygen. Felt like the difference, I don't understand that team kill. Felt like a difference was being made in the gun skill. That kill from Ashen onto Gomez really felt like it was going to be the decider because Gomez had the positioning advantage. He had outplayed SSG. He had surprised them by staying in security when they didn't expect it. But despite all of that, Gomez whipped his shots and Adam hit a beautiful flick. That's kind of the difference that usually Border exemplifies. The team with the best gun skill is often able to come out on top. This time, however, it wasn't Ashen that had the best gun skill in the server. It was Adam who stole it at the last moment. Beautiful stuff coming through from OXG.
Yaga stayed hidden and will now cover up one of those hatches with the Electric Claw before putting some soft destruction onto that bathroom panel wall. Forrest will again rock the Tachanka, an operator that brings me and my heart so much joy seeing it. Look at all of this site work being done. Some remodeling going on here with OXG, both in the hands of Yaga and Forrest, to carve out ways to see the attackers before they get there. It's a perfect time now, as we have 2 minutes and 20 seconds still left in the round, to talk to those viewers who are maybe a little bit less experienced with this game. When you start playing Siege, one of the first things you think of doing is literally reinforcing every single wall and barricading every single door around you. This is actually not an ideal strategy because the attackers can just walk in knowing you can't swing them or put pressure on them. They have all of the opportunities to get to the bomb site without you fighting back. Open up some of those doors, open up some of those walls, create lines of sight, and the attackers just might think otherwise about pushing so quickly. And it will also allow you to return fire a little bit better. There's more to it than that. Go on to some of the content creators on YouTube for more information, but just basically a great way for you to learn about this game. And that's exactly the focus that we saw from OXG, who are very firmly in control of this match.
I've just written that down. I'm sure to get a bronze now. That's huge.
I mean, what is your actual rank, Jesse?
Currently, I'm unranked.
What was your actual rank last time, Jesse?
Last season? I was a gold.
What is your usual rank? Why are you so reluctant to answer this?
I think the big thing for OXG right now is the fact they've just given up the top floor control, Parker. This has been the real game changer as SSG have now managed to take full control of the top floor without even getting into a gunfight. It's massive how quickly they've been able to apply this pressure. Now they've got this full control. They still have to execute downwards. Bomb site is still a floor below them, so they'll need to make the space. They'll need to find an opening at some point. But I love the positioning at this point. Can they get through to the bathroom hatch if that is their goal, to drop in through past the Kaid Claw? Or are they just going to go horizontal? Ash already inside of waiting.
On the ground, poised and ready for one of these players to present themselves. Top frag right now on SSG is up for grabs. It's Ashen's at the moment with 4 kills to his name, but all of these players could easily surpass that. 30 seconds left in the round, 10 players still alive. This is going to be chaos. And OXG will thrive amidst it. Benja, the only one on the board for SSG, as OXG dominates the kill feed, narrowing it down to just Fultz, who in a desperate attempt will get a single kill before Adam shuts the door on any possible comeback from Space Station. 4-1 the scoreline at the moment for Oxygen. They are cruising through this second map.
I don't think anybody expected this result to come out. SSG maybe starting to feel a little bit of that pressure with how long this day has been for them. It's been a long day for OXG too, don't get me wrong. In fact, it's been longer as they had to play the first series of the day starting all the way back at, I believe, 2 p.m. Eastern. But they got a bit of a break. Their game was pretty quick as well. They easily dispatched Wildcard. SSG had a brutal series to get to this point. OXG have been well rested now. Space Station certainly looking like they might feel a little bit fatigued just due to how this schedule has played through. OXG some fantastic moments, not to take anything away from them. Even though they're able to play on a map like Border, they're still slowing rounds down when they need to. That previous round, a good example. Maybe you don't contest them through top floor, but it doesn't matter because you're playing utility in sight. The electric claw coming out from Yaga. A lot of the other utilities able to hold things down and slow the round to a halt. That's something that we didn't necessarily think would happen on a map like Border, but OXG are finding it just the same.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I know you made a joke of SSG calling that timeout early, but it has really not helped. After that third round, they have not found any success in the immediate 2 rounds that played out. Space Station looked like a different team through those first 2 rounds, but the wheels have fallen off of it since then. A reminder that all of these teams that remain in the playoffs, Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion, who are not in action today, and now OXG and Space Station, which is our last match of today before wrapping things up tomorrow, that these teams have all made the top 4. That is the goal for most of these squads. Now, it's about amassing SI points, making more money, and bragging rights. I'm not saying this to suggest that these teams aren't going to try, but I'm saying that win or lose, they've still accomplished pretty much what they've set out to do, which is make it this deep in and be one of the top 4 best teams. Every single one of these players remaining, all 20 combatants on the 4 teams, would love to be first overall in NA. Right now, you're going to have to beat Dark Zero to do that. First kill is going to come in from the side of SSG as Grixer was punished on a great entry over towards top east. That was a nade that actually gave Fultz a little bit of a window down below to do some serious damage. I don't think he got the kill, though. Grixer was actually flushed out from multiple players.
Mr. 7.0 KDR in the server is looking to get a little bit more antsy up in archives, but it's below where the action actually finds itself. Gomez engaging with Newers. They both take about half HP and then rotate off. Gomez not done with it. Doesn't have the exact positioning. Fultz, meanwhile, is making his way through into Tellers. This is not the site anymore, but it's quite close. The horizontal push into Workshop is sure to come quickly. OXG will have this top floor control. Their goal is to deny this plant from up above, and with the Solus feeding that information, this could be really strong for OXG.
Adam will die. You talked about his KD. Well, will worsen ever so slightly. Fultz with diffuser in his hands as OXG want this lead to continue. Gomez sprints into the site, down by Newers. Benja takes out Gomez. Newers no more. That's the only one to die on the side of Space Station. Forrest and Yaga now, as the diffuser will continue to run away. A great spray blindly through the wall, and Forrest will be credited with that. Yaga knocked over by the air jab of the dead Ashen. That gadget will still be there even if he's not. But panic amongst the ranks of OXG as SSG have completely vacated the bomb site. Yaga will drop a desperate attempt still to get closer to it, but the diffuser is planted in a very precarious place. Forrest with yet another kill. He's been great here on Border. He'll need to be even better, but SSG will say, no thanks. We know exactly how you play. You used to suit up with us, but now we have no choice but to end the round. And in the first half, Space Station will grab their second round, but OXG have built up a nice lead. As the side swap comes in, OXG will hope over the next 6 rounds to take 3 to secure themselves a 2-0 victory.
Interesting, Gomez didn't use his ability on the Solus there while the plant was going down. It was being planted by a Blackbeard, so there's no guarantee he would have gotten the kill on the planting player anyways, but he would have known where the plant was going down at least. He could have gone for the wall bang. He would have had a chance at denying that plant without even having to fight the coverage. So it feels like that's kind of the whole idea behind bringing the Solus, and then they don't really manage to execute it the way they wanted to. Is what it is. They still are happy with the half score 4-2 going into the offensive side. They will take out both the Smoke and the Azami. So we talk a lot about those east stairs operators are going to make clearing out through that east part of the map a lot easier for Oxygen. Once both were banned out for OXG, they ended up flexing Grixer over to the Sentry, which is an interesting answer to bring both the impacts and the barbed wire on that position, which can be really effective. We'll have to find out what SSG want to do. The other option would just be don't hold East, which I think is also a completely reasonable response once these operators start getting banned out. SSG, for their part, will take out the double shield, which also is fair. You get a lot of variety in terms of attacking bans from Border. You'll see shields, of course, but there's also Glass bans quite often. You'll see Deimos banned out, Twitch banned out, Ying banned out, a whole litany of operators that consistently get removed on this map. So one of the funner things about it is that there's no real defined meta in terms of the attackers that get removed.
I think funner is a word, by the way.
Yeah, I kind of said it, and I kind of realized it, and I kind of hoped you wouldn't mention it, but here you are.
Jesse, I've made it my life's work to destroy you, which is why I've chosen to spend most of my days casting with you, actually. It's a long con.
It would make it easier if you're here spending all the days watching Siege with me to destroy me. I see the logic.
I mean, we're only a month removed from your favorite hockey team losing in the Stanley Cup Finals for the 2nd year in a row, so I have to give you a bit of a reprieve.
Round 7's always one of those rounds.
I fear I killed you.
Where it feels like things are going to start turning on their heads. Either this is going to be a 4-3 close game, we're headed right back to round 15 as we did previously, or OXG are going to rush a plant and go up 5-3.
All right, well, you've got Newers to gun down Forest, so the diffuser will not be planted. Yaga immediately looked to take up position, but you have to be worried about nitro cells. We know on the side of SSG that there are none. Does OXG have that information? They're trying to wait out this smoke as Benjamaster and Fultz are within striking distance of that door. Yaga grabbed the diffuser and immediately hightailed out of there. He does not want anything to do with that A-bomb site, at least not for the time being. It was a go for broke strategy with Forrest walking in on that fuse with the shield. It was a good attempt. It did not work out. Now, how do they recover? How does OXG get themselves out of this position? Gomez and J90 will do battle over by lobby. Gomez on the ground, but J90 will win that engagement. Walking away very wounded, but still with a gun in hand. Halfway point of the round.
Awkwardly trying to recover if you're OXG, now with a man disadvantage too. You're just outside of break, but after failing to push in through Archives, you now have to clear through the entirety of this map. Just inside of security is Ashen, who's playing on that Ella, has a really good opportunity to get a couple of kills. J9 here on East Stairs as well. They don't seem to know positions on OXG. They don't seem to have great utility to clear things through. But Grixer finds a frag nonetheless. They equalize at 3, and this is still doable.
You know, OXG just has to battle the clock at this point in time, Jesse. And again, lots of these slowdown operators being brought by Space Station. Malusi, Legion, Ella, brought by OXG when they defended. Now SSG will repay the favor. Right back where it started. Where did it bring OXG to? A bomb site door. And Yaga has his work cut out for him. Multiple targets will present themselves. Adam has been dropped. Yaga has to put away the gun for just a second to get his teammate back up. But how long will they live for? How good are Yaga's reflexes? Because he got that dog in him. Down goes one. Another will follow. The only one left is J90, who's knocked over, and the lead for OXG will grow, as they were unsuccessful in the first 30 seconds of getting the diffuser down, but are successful in the final 30 seconds, cleaning out the rest of the server. No objective needed for OXG as they simply win on pugilism alone. OXG must be liking their chances here. They're just a couple rounds away from a 2-0 victory.
A frustrating round to lose if you're Space Station. You should have had it as soon as you denied that first plant. They had a nitro cell that was placed by Fault really early on that I don't believe was ever popped. I'm not exactly sure where it got tossed, but still not having that plant denial really came back to hurt them. Fault's in the dying moment had his nitro cell out somewhere on the field. There it is inside the site, but it just never got used. And by the time
let's fucking go!
By the time the glass was in going for the plant, he had time to just shoot it.
So loud.
I mean, they're feeling elated, Parker. They're up 5-2 against Space Station Gaming, one of the best teams in North America, despite being, I would argue, the underdogs at the start of this playoff run. OXG, once they fumbled that first plant, I mean, just missed timing on the cover with Yaga not being there fast enough on the glass. It should have been GG. But really fumbling the utility game on SSG, the nitro cell not being there early enough, and then just pure panic as that plant threatened to go down. Made it all fall to pieces. Again, feels a little bit like fatigue.
It could be starting to set in on the side of SSG. I mean, if they are not on gamer hours and they're waking up at a reasonable time, they've been awake now for quite a while. It is 9:30 here on the East Coast. I can't speak for where all of the SSG players are currently competing from. I know some are on the West Coast. Ashen, as far as I'm aware, is in Chicago. I don't know the location of every player, but it has been a long day for these guys. An even longer day for OXG, though. Let's not kid ourselves. OXG was in the first match of the day. They had to be suited up and battle ready for 2 p.m. Eastern. They were likely up, warming up an hour, 2 hours before that. It's been a long day for both of these teams, but SSG did not have much of a reprieve. They played their match. They had about 25 minutes between the conclusion of that third map and then the beginning here, whereas OXG had a lot more time to not just sit and recover and do something to keep their mind off of it, but they also got to watch the game. They were prepped and ready for what SSG was likely to bring. They had a little bit extra intel. OXG playing like a team possessed with a victory. Adam will start off so strong here in round number 8. Ashen showing himself over by the top stairs, punished for it, and now Forrest will look for more blood. That's the fadeaway from Newers as he drops off, and Forrest has just effectively cleared out this top floor all on his lonesome.
Okay, J9 no answers though. That's a good pickup as long as he doesn't die right after, which he does. Unfortunately goes down east stairs. No shot, that's getting recovered. Fault is playing top floor in offices, but Newers now goes down below too. Everybody falling to pieces. They, as I say that, look like they might get their teammate up, but will it matter if everyone else is dead? Parker, they're all dead in the server. Space Station Gaming falling apart here on border. OXG look completely in control.
Yeah, and I have to wonder what Newers is saying in the chat. Your team is getting slaughtered, and you typed, nice shot, was a hard one. I don't know if you're actually giving credit to your opponents or if you're just trying to take the piss by saying that it was an ugly shot, but you are getting bodied. SSG is the human equivalent of getting shoved in a locker right now. You can't be talking that way when you are staring down the barrel of defeat. OXG now sits on match point. Of course, that is if Newers is being sarcastic, which seems to be his demeanor most of the time, which can be quite enjoyable. He too, like Ashen, has embraced being a villain by much of the community, but I do wonder if it's a sincere compliment or not. Either way, OXG is not the one talking in chat. They're talking in the server, and they're speaking loudly enough that SSG can hear the calls to go home. 1 round away from Oxygen being a top 3 team in North America. They will do battle against Shopify Rebellion should they pull off a victory in the next 4 rounds. That's all it is, 1 round. And OXG will move on to top 3. SSG will go home, and we will know what our final 3 teams look like here, Jesse. SSG is going to start off a very critical round with a bunch of spawn peaks.
To the surprise of no one, J9 know maybe the best opportunity, gets spotted, falls back, can't commit to it. Newers looking north. I don't believe anybody spawned over here, so he's not going to find anybody. No harm, no foul. They slow down OXG at the very start of this round, but doesn't mean that there's going to be any kills from it. Forrest wants to end this the only way he knows how, of course, on the Fuse Shield, which has been his MO all day long against Space Station Gaming. And goes down to Ashen just on the front door? Hello? Okay.
Forrest on a Fuse Shield should not be dying to that, but, you know, crazy circumstances happen. OXG cannot throw this one away. A run out from Fultz after Adam had died. Everybody on OXG pulling their weight. The only player currently in the negatives was the star of map number 1, Gomez, currently sitting at 5 kills, 6 deaths, but again, understandable with the role that he's been given here through the second half of this map. He's playing hard support alongside Forrest in terms of his usage and his deployment. SSG are feeling themselves here, though. When they've got their backs against the wall, they are just fighting for everything they can, and they're not going to give a single inch to OXG. J9O punishes Grixer, and it's all up to Gomez and Yaga. Out will go so Candela's Nitro Cell will be answered back by Space Station. A nice kill through the barricade by Ashen. And it's Yaga now to head for the hills. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Does he take a timeout? Does he try for something? I mean, if I'm you, I'm going onto the roof and I'm waiting the next minute to talk to my team because you are so close to victory. Not in this round. You're as far from victory as you're going to get on the side of OXG when it comes to round number 9. But you've got 3 more attempts to put this one away. Your team has been doing really well on attack and on defense. Take a timeout here. Round will go to SSG as Yaga just kills time on the roof, Jesse. And that'll be it.
6-3, obviously, SSG. Start of a comeback, perhaps. It's only one round. I think that's got to be the mentality for your OXG. Just one round at a time. Don't get in your head about this game. You were still in such a dominating position. This round was kind of gone from the get-go. You got scared by some spawn peaks, and then Forrest dies to a weird angle, trying to put a fuse cluster charge on the front door, and then died to, I believe it was the supply window. So, I mean, hey, it happens. These rounds where you lose a bunch of bodies early, they don't fall in your favor very often. You dropped out a fuse kit very early into this round. There's the cluster charge. Thank you, Observer. You'll reset, and it's not going to be too big of a deal. Parker, you asked earlier about what SSG's morning routine might look like, if they're early risers or if these are people who like to sleep in and get on gaming hours. Well, I will say the NAL's newest YouTube series, Fractures, did go into that as they followed SSG's Ashen at his home in Chicago, where he kind of showed exactly what his day looks like, starting with a run and then getting straight into scrims. With this SSG mentality, it's all about fitness, it's all about discipline, and that's really been something that I think they have set a standard for inside the North America League that they do better than anybody else. It's a great YouTube series. Check it out. It's not only Ashen, but they've got coverage of Nafe, Dream, and JJ Blast as well, which are all really insightful to get to know the players of the NAL a little bit better.
Noted. I will take your advice to heart. Good supplementary content to go along with our esport is never a bad thing. And we are currently suffering through a bit of a dearth of podcasts, follow-up shows, etc. Siege as a whole saw rejuvenation around the time that Jinxie rose to power on Twitch. I think that sounded a little bit ominous, but Jinxie has brought and breathed new life into this game, but it hasn't necessarily translated to the esport. It's been more on a casual side of things. But Siege is flourishing in places that people my age wouldn't tend to look. It's doing very, very well on TikTok. Not that I'm trying to ego certain content creators, but there are times where somebody will say, oh, have you heard so-and-so? Say, no, of course not. I've never heard of this player in my entire life. Go to their TikTok page. They have 400,000 followers. And I'll just be dumbfounded by it. It's great to see that people are succeeding, but it's just kind of spread out. Siege has never really been a game that does well on Twitch because there's a lot of downtime, and I find viewers can get a bit bored. Jinxie completely changed that. It was always more for a YouTube audience. Now it's doing better on Twitch. Now it's doing better on YouTube. It does well in Reels. TikTok is succeeding. I'm even starting to see it pop up on Instagram from time to time. But again, this doesn't necessarily reach out to esports. So if you're listening to me right now and you've ever thought of starting a podcast or starting something on YouTube and doing that kind of content with interviews, etc., take that call, heed the call, start creating content. The more we have, the better it is for the scene. And then Jesse can talk about your show on the broadcast. Look at that.
Well, listen, we are one fuse shield down on the attacker lineup and one player down too. Forrest, you have the perfect angle. You've got the DMR up against the Vector, but it doesn't matter.
How does it happen again, Jesse?
Pardon?
Jesse, how does that happen again?
I don't know. Ashen's just got the number of Forrest, okay? He teamed with him for so long. He knows exactly what he's going to do for these plays, and he's shutting him down consistently. That's another opening pick coming out from Ashen. Going to be feeling good about that. Immediately in the text chat. And once again in a 4v5 deficit. OXG couldn't pull it back the last time. They're hoping to do so this time. They've got Gomez down below on the Deimos, but the death mark fails. That's actually because of the Zoto canister being tossed out by Newers, making it very awkward to try to clear Ashen out of security.
You hear those logic bombs going off right now. Great information to act upon. Unfortunately for OXG, they find nothing from it. Look at these HP bars on the side of SSG. They are without a scratch at the moment. Untouched, invincible, some would say. Terrible time if OXG loses all of their mojo and momentum. They are so close to the finish line. But I will say, Jesse, this is not unfamiliar territory for them. They bottled every attempt to close out the match in map 1, except for the 15th and final round. So clearly there are some difficulties with OXG getting to match point and then converting that match point to a match win. Of course, this would be a series win. It would net them a greater prize pool, and it would get them closer to more SI points, where again, SI points is a huge focus for these teams. J90 slow peaked by Yaga, and suddenly OXG are hitting their shots, but Fultz answers back. Whatever momentum was building on the side of Oxygen is now gone. Fultz trading out some HP in the process, leaving Gomez and Yaga with 30 seconds left to just find their way to the bomb site. Gomez taken down by Benjamaster, who looks for another. Yaga trades that one right out. And a 1v2 found by Fultz, who is a huge part of that round. The gap closes, Jesse. The gap closes. 2 rounds in a row now for Space Stations. They're hanging on for dear life.
I fear SSG might be having too much fun to let this game end. They are having such a good time. That round, again, all over the place from OXG. As soon as they lose that opening pick, things start to grind to a halt. Grixer all by himself in the bomb site, by the way. His 2 teammates of Yaga and Gomez across the map in East Stairs. Grixer walks in, goes 1 for 1 in archives. Fair enough. Newers gave him the nice try, and it was a good attempt, even though it didn't manage to get more than just 1. Could have cracked the round right open. I was like, oh, they're in the site. And then I looked to see where Diffuse Kit was. It was waiting room. I was like, okay, we're going for a cheeky play if we're Grixer. But in the 3v5, with things starting to fall apart, I think it makes sense to go for plays like that. And Redeemer at this point, coach of OXG, is going to try to reset things a little bit, okay? You don't want to let this run away to overtime. You don't want to let it run away to map 3. Close this out now. You've been the better team so far this series. Your defenses were on point. 1 attack is all that separates you from Shopify Rebellion. You just got to get there. Surely on Border, you can get 1 attacking round.
They've already done it, by the way, so they've proven it is possible. Border is basically a 50-50 map. So, I mean, ignore how the teams play themselves. There is no inherent advantage on Border. Though Border does often tend to be favorable to the attackers. It is a chaotic map. There are lots of ways in, but the problem for the defenders are there's really only 2 quick ways to get from the top floor to the bottom floor. Number 1 is through the variety of hatches strewn about the map. The other is through this part right here, the lobby. You can dive down over any of those soft walls or go down through the rafters here to the lobby, and that's a quick way to rotate. Other than that, you're at the mercy of the hatches. If you reinforce the hatches and play upstairs, you're kind of boxed in. Yeah, you can go down metal. Yeah, you can go down the lobby stairs, but for the most part, it's a very claustrophobic map. It plays in some ways similar to Bank in the sense that you're going to see players hugging tight angles. We've seen it here with OXG defending the way that they did on the bomb chassis inside of Armory upstairs. You see it downstairs in bathroom and tellers as well. You've got the archives wall. You've got people playing real tight inside of Fountain, or all the way back in round number 1 when Adam was in that single wall over by the window of Office. It's hard for the attackers to either fire through a wall, as like, look at everything on your screen right now. This is all just firm. Can't shoot through it. Basically every single surface that you just saw, with the exception of the wall that's now been reinforced, cannot be shot through or impacted or destroyed. Makes it easy for defenders to sit and rat, but it also makes it much easier for attackers to work in a coordinated fashion to do some damage. What is going on here with Benja, Jesse?
He wanted the run out. He knew the player's position, but couldn't quite commit to it. A little nervous, perhaps. Here comes the first Finkiston from Adam. Candelas as well, as they see the entrance through East Stairs, but they miss. Forrest on the shield is able to ruck right through, and he finds Fultz in the hallway. Doesn't have a flash, not a Blackbeard. Fultz, keeping his eyes just trained on him, has backed all the way up and has made his escape past Forrest. Very disciplined play from the captain of SSG. Now Ashen in a lot of trouble at the top of Rafters. J9O bails him out with a pick onto Adam, and Forrest starts to take a lot of damage at the bottom of East. Yaga ends up falling too. Gomez kills Newers, and it's a 3v4 favoring SSG, but J9 gets another one here.
And J9O could have completely destroyed the round for OXG earlier. Instead of the Nitro Cell, if he just gunned down Forrest as the fuse trudged overhead, I mean, it could have been all she wrote. A moot point, though, because J9O is still impacting this round over and over again. A nice shot by Forrest with that PMM out. A tremendously strong gun, but, I mean, Forrest has to find 3 more players en road to the bomb site. He holds the case, but will get dusted off by Fultz. And that's 3 in a row for SSG. They are streaking. One final round of regulation awaits us. Space Station knew how high of a climb they needed to do, how much they needed to scale to get into overtime, as that was the only way for them to win and send us to map number 3. They are a single round away from overtime. Still, job would not be done, but my, what a comeback we're witnessing.
I was horribly worried we weren't going to see any more Forest Fuse shield, so I'm really glad we got at least one more of those before the end of the game. All 3 other shields are banned, so if he wants to be on the shield operator, as he so often does, then that will be the only option. Might not be done either. We'll wait and see. Ventilation workshop for our next site, the final site for SSG. If they don't want, well, if they want to force us to overtime, I should say. If Oxygen want to end this now, this better be the final site. Otherwise, it'll be OT instead. Feels like J9's continued to have such an incredible day. I mean, we've talked about J9 consistently throughout the day, both when he was playing against M80 and now in this match against Space Station. Just so consistent, specifically as a defender, as an anchor. On attack, he's been fine, you know, not bad by any means, but it's been really the anchor plays that have, I think, turned things on. And thank God we do have another Blitz shield, or I should say Fuse shield coming out from Forest.
As you complimented J9O for how well he's done, he unnecessarily inflicts like 15 damage to himself for blowing up one of those heat pipes. Yeah. But it's like you don't need to do that to yourself. There's no requirement that you take that damage. You could easily accomplish that from farther back, but the fact it happened as you were singing his praises is just, it's really something else. It's very poetic timing. All 3 shields on attack are banned except for the Fuse, so the main shield operators are all gone. That's why Forest is running this shield operator. And I mean, I know you feel like you've been painted into a corner, right? All the shields are gone. Maybe you're at a point in time in the meta where a shield is a requirement. Forest has not found a lot of success on that operator, though. He was picked off early a couple times. Previous round, he did okay, but again, it wasn't really because he was on a shield. It's just because J9O went for the Nitro Cell instead of the kill with his gun.
I like this patient play by Faults. Once again, J9O at the bottom of East is able to hold down the doorway as it starts to get open now by Adam. Just because they open the door doesn't mean they've got to enter through it. They can make a different decision. They're going to send 2 players actually down through bottom of waiting. J9O is the target.
He's still in a very similar position to the previous round. J9O has not been moved off of this spot. He's found an office and he's doing some serious work in it. Quite a backlog here as he files through to get his team up to even standing. Space Station will have but this single round. If they fail here, that's it. It's curtains. OXG moves on and SSG gets as close as they can to a possible comeback. J9O will start things off, though. Down goes Gomez. Will Forest have the last laugh? No, it's Yaga credited with the kills. Not before Newers can get on the board. Forest in a crossfire, and Space Station are rebuffing this OXG advance. Yaga to pick up the pieces. He's all that's left. SSG on a mission from God to get to overtime. True believers they must be. The numbers for Space Station will drop by 1, but man, oh man, OXG just cannot close out. They had these struggles on map number 1. They're having those exact same struggles here on map 2. Unless Yaga can perform a miracle. When again, if we're talking about a higher power, you're going to need to start praying to somebody. Yaga's now backed his way out of the building, and SSG will circle the wagons towards these doors. Benjamaster goes for the swing, and overtime is on the board. How many attempts have OXG been given between map 1 and map 2 to close this out? And they have failed every time except for round 15 of map number 1. They have choked every single time they have sat on match point, except when SSG was on match point as well. Will the same thing occur to the green shirts on your screen? I'm not sure, but there are troubling signs here, and OXG are not able to fix the problem, at least not right now.
This is when the M80 fans look over and ask, first time? There's been a lot of advantages in terms of the round count that have not been able to be maintained so far today in the North America League playoffs. It seems no matter what game we're casting, Parker, it's going to go the distance, and this one is no exception. Brilliant play from Newers in the previous round, running around on the Mozzie, playing out with the Roni. An operator that's seen an increase in pick rate over the last 6 months to a year and has really become a staple of the meta now for anyone who wants to play a little bit aggressive, who's confident in their aim, who doesn't need the biggest of clips. Newers will run that operator right back, and they go back to bathroom bomb site as well. That's going to be a multitude of rounds in a row favoring SSG. That's going to be 4 straight after going down 6-2 in this game. After 6-2, it was a fake tack timeout on the roof. After 6-3, it was a real tack timeout on the after the round had ended by the coach of Redeemer.
Maybe they were on the roof.
None of that has been able to stop this momentum as SSG just refused to lose on border.
This OXG team sat on match point for round 12 on map 1. Lost that round. Won the first round of OT, sat on match point, lost that one. Went to match point again, won that one, and now they've dropped 4 in a row. That is a dreadful record. I don't know if it's maybe just the shakes, maybe nerves are getting to them. I mean, SSG are a good team, don't get me wrong, but OXG looked like they hit match point and thought that the series was over. That's just not the case. You cannot take your foot off of the gas. And it certainly looks like OXG has. Kafe could be on the board. An exhausting day for both of these teams, as this is the second best of 3 that both of them will compete in. And what has been a long day might get longer. Well, maybe not. I mean, now we're in OT. OXG have found their footing and suddenly tearing through Space Station every single step of the way. My goodness, they're set up very nicely for a flawless round. J90 has been the star of the show so far. He'll tear through Adam. That's 90 seconds off of the clock, and OXG have but just a single player to find. J90 will be found by the death mark, and the Deimos will get the final kill. Back to match point, OXG will go, but this has been not a blessing, but a curse. They have been unable to close out an uncontested match point every single time in this series.
I think the key thing to find...
Do they change it here? I don't know.
I mean, the key thing has been the opening picks in this matchup, Parker. Throughout this entire game, the 13 rounds we've seen, 11 opening picks have been converted, and that has often been the case for Border. We consistently see this map turn the way where one pick spirals into many, and that's just due to how gunfight focused this map can be, because there's very little util that often comes into play, because it's so focused on just getting that pick. You look at Ashen inside of security, Benja and Fault's playing near him towards the main stairs. Once they go down, it starts a domino effect where everybody falls afterwards. OXG able to play together as an attacking team over towards security. If they have the opening, it's easy then to get into the map to start rolling that into more and more kills. SSG, they are desperate for those opening frags. That's something that they have been very good with so far today. But they've got to do it back-to-back now. Just because they've come so far on the comeback does not mean it's going to be completed. It will again need to rely on OXG choking away these match point rounds.
SSG so confident in their operator lineup, by the way. The only change that we saw was Ashen flexing onto the dedicated support of Ace. Ace is a fragging operator if you want him to be. I mean, there was a period of time where that AK was one of the best guns in the game. The only reason why I didn't see widespread nerfs or even widespread usage was because it was tied to Fuse, who at the time had a dreadfully bad pick rate. Now that it's been on Ace, recoil's increased. It's not quite the same gun that it used to be, but we've seen Aces be able to be quite aggressive, and Ashen is an aggressive player, so it might suit his playstyle quite well. OXG finds themselves on match point. They have been unable to close out these matches. We don't need to spend too much time talking about it, but I will raise an eyebrow here if OXG drops this round, because then they will have another 15-round fight on their hands. They prevailed in map 1, but the rematch, what happens there? Right now, SSG assembling over by East, out on South Balcony, ready to walk on in. They're still in the discovery phase because there's plenty of time. Lots of drones as well. Space Station still have 9 of their 10 drones available.
It's a bit of a reined-in defense from OXG. Nobody East, nobody break room. It's just really security and office players as far as extension outside the bomb site is going. Adam in office will be the first one to fall. It's going to be Ashen on the long angle to hit a nice shot with that AK coming out from Ace. Here comes the Selma charges to start to open up the wall into Archives. There is no denial, and Impact will stop the second, but you've got the angle. That's really what you were looking for. You can sit outside on the window now and apply that pressure to Grixer. If they open it wider, Faults can walk in and go for a plant with the Blackbeard. You will need to get some kills before you go for that. He gains information, and the nade makes him move too.
Grixer in a spot where Adam danced around the nades before. They will not see that happen yet again. An attacker-sided map unfolding in front of our eyes, boding quite well for Space Station. Yaga gets OXG on the board, and he's got marks over towards Office as he and Gomez are in action. It prompts SSG to retreat, getting out of Office, repositioning, allowing Newers now to look all the way down the hallway. Yaga will creep up, and Newers has an idea about this. Getting hit by the Fenrir gadget that Gomez had set out earlier. Right now, SSG knows that they need to attack the backside of Archives. Fultz is in. No nitro cells to stop him. Now the coverage will come out from Ashen to try to keep these players from OXG at bay. Fultz will get in, get out. Down goes Gomez. Great look from Ashen, who's only 2 kills away from wiping out the entire OXG team. Newers has been dropped to a 2v2 with 30 seconds raging on the clock. Ashen finds a 4th kill, and Yaga will be the prize for him. No idea where these players are. Ashen can smell victory. Fultz sees Yaga trying to tear through him. Ashen doesn't even need all the kills. He can just wait. The job is to win the round. Fultz gets the final kill, and we will go to round 30 of 30 between these teams.
Forrest was down below. He was below the bomb site with an impact on the Ella. I thought for sure that's the game plan, right? You know where SSG are pushing. It was not a surprise. All 3 players on the east side of the map coming in through the office wall, planting behind the bomb chassis. There's nowhere else they would be planting. Forrest down below with an impact in his pocket, not able to deny. It's not like he had just gotten there either. It was down for about 10 seconds before that plant finished, but still struggling to get the denial out. Has to rotate back up east, gets caught on his rotation. That is a really unfortunate chain of events for OXG. You got to imagine they were expecting to pull that one through. SSG, a good push all put together. They were able to use the ace to get in. They were able to use the Blackbeard to get the plant down. No shame on that. Loved the Blackbeard play in general from Fultz. The desk started the day by kind of criticizing to an extent how little SSG were using shields. They were the lowest shield pick rate team of anybody in the league. Fultz has played them here and there, but he's not been overly reliant on them. That was a great round to show just how good he can be with Siege's most powerful operators. Perfectly playing the Blackbeard with the nade, with the space, with the shield. And now 1 round, Parker, determines if we're going to bed early or if this one's going all the way.
I mean, it's not even about us. I can easily go through another map. I'm more just worried about the stamina of these players. We're getting late here in the evening on the East Coast. I do know some of the players are still competing with daylight showing through their windows. There's no daylight here on the East Coast whatsoever. So some of them, at least, it's an earlier night. 0-7 on match point. That's OXG's record. I guess technically this is still match point, so they would be 1-8, but even then, it's both teams sitting on match point. When it's been OXG able to close out the round and the match without SSG being in the same position, OXG is 0-7. Those are dreadfully bad numbers. It is the ultimate choke to be given multiple match points and fall short time and time again. I've been positive on the broadcast about the way that these teams have been playing, and I think that there's a lot of accolades that need to be given to various players, but OXG, when they got to match point, just look like they do not play like themselves. It's less about SSG and more about OXG falling apart. That's what a good leader does. That's what good experience does. That's what a team that trusts each other and has been there before can accomplish, is they don't fall apart when those moments happen. OXG has a new look. They changed things up quite severely. They lost most of their players. There's going to be some stumbles, and this is a pretty big stumble. Still an opportunity for them to close this out in 2 maps. The next 90 seconds will determine whether we need a map 3 or not.
We've had 12 rounds have the opening pick get converted, so this first frag is absolutely critical for both these teams. It will very likely determine who wins the round. It's been an insane predictor so far this game. Fultz on the Grim will get his location revealed. Tuber 2 with the Grim, but it's not going to be the kill. Forrest opening death and another as Benja finds 2 right off the bat.
OXG look like they're about to fall short as they have just 2 players remaining. Make that 1, make it none. Benja Master, a huge round, and Space Station shoot us off to map number 3.
Oh, you thought it was gonna be over. It looked like it was down and out for the astronauts, but it doesn't seem to fall that way. The never quit SSG, just don't give up. They are destined to go on further through the night, and they are really hoping to get that game against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. And why stop there? Grand Finals is in their sights. Plenty of work still to do, but they look eager to get it done.
I mean, Space Station's going to have the wind at their back now here, Jesse. They have everything showing that they could have easily taken map 1 as well. Oh my. What will happen on map number 3? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Maybe two.
One Hyper's gonna walk.
Yeah, I have Hyper.
I'm styling out of Hyper.
Hyper.
All
I have it. Yeah, I have it.
Office got me. Office got me.
4v1.
Office last. Office
Nice!
last.
Yeah!
Oh my god.
Fucking shit, guys. Holy shit, bro.
Keep it going!
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Jay.
Good shit, fellas. Hey, it's some movements. Get up, detach.
Out of a 30 possible rounds to be played, we have played all 30 in this ridiculous series. 4 series points for OXG, and they cannot close it out. SSG persevere, and they bring it back from the brink. First of all, let's start with the elephant in the room. Oxygen have 4 chances in regulation to end this thing, and they cannot do it.
It was 6-2. I couldn't believe it. Their defenses were flawless practically, and then they get on their attacks, and I'm like, okay, Oxygen, you've been looking so good on your attacks. You understand what you need to do. You can use these shields. And then it just started resorting back to the old Oxygen we've been seeing in the beginning, where it's just going for fast rushes, very telegraphed rushes, and they just kept falling apart round after round after round. Now, it goes into a map 3.
Yeah, it's pretty detrimental for them. Obviously, like, OXG was in a situation where they really abandoned playing the shields when they had that success. I mean, it didn't really look like they were confident with the shield in the same way that they were on the previous map. That being said, playing together on a map like Border, it's very limiting. Yeah. So I understand going for minimals, but it just didn't really look like they were grabbing the right areas that they needed to go for those fast rushes. They didn't have the preparation set up. It looked like they were a little bit flustered.
Even the trade game, I mean, it didn't look like anyone in some scenarios were able to catch up given how fast that they were going, where had they just slowed down a minor second shorter, we maybe see those trades go in their favor.
Right.
On the SSG side, obviously, though, this was an impressive feat. We saw the celebration there. Who's more mentally tough? It takes a lot to come back from 6-2 down to sending it to overtime and winning. You got to play together, and you got to stay composed.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's SSG's motto, is just being mentally strong. So they're not going to let a couple of rounds dictate the way that they play the game. That being said, the way that they had all of their crossfires set up, especially in that last round, constantly being able to bounce off of each other, that is the strength from SSG. We saw a little bit in the first map. We've seen a huge improvement from SSG, especially in their matchup against M80. And this what we're continuing to see. On a map like Border, where you can get very loose, they weren't. They were playing off of each other, having those trades, and then falling back once they got those picks. And, you know, I mean, to be honest, yeah, OXG threw a little bit, but they SSG 100% deserved Border.
Well, Lax, let's talk Cafe really quick. According to what I've got here, over the course of the stage, Oxygen have played it 4 times. Orgless, wildcard, M80, wildcard again. They've won it all 4 times. SSG have played this twice, and they've won it twice, but against Cruelty and Envy. The numbers suggest OXG have the edge. The momentum may be SSG. Where do you fall?
I mean, this is definitely, this last game, similar to the SRM80 game, it's really going to come down to endurance here. Who is just going to put too much gas in, or who has gas left in the tank at this point? I mean, both teams are really showing that they have what it takes to go the distance here. I just don't want to see it collapse from one of the other teams. I want them to finish strong. Maybe we see all 15 rounds again. I think it's going to need to be required at this point, given how everything else has gone. But again, for Oxygen, you got to feel good coming into this decider, knowing that this is a very comfortable map for you. We're sure the serving sample size is favor on your end, where SSG, you beat the lower tier teams.
I think the matchup on Cafe is going to be the same thing that we talked about for Wildcard. How will Force be able to impact the entry game? Will SSG take away that blitz, take away the aggressive shields? If that's the case, then how will OXG be able to entry into the map? I mean, Adam's been playing really good at the entry so far, but Cafe, with Force on that shield, that is a big reason on why they're able to get such a good position to have good attack. So, you know, a lot's going to be on Forest's shoulders.
Well, an all-out brawl so far in this lower bracket semifinal. 30 for 30. Can we go all 45? We'll find out. This is why we love this game. For our final map of the night, we'll send it down to Parker and Jesse to get this one going.
Third place is on the line here between 2 teams, and OXG have had some struggles closing it out. You heard the desk, Fox giving flowers to Space Station with the way that they played that second map, but 4 in a row for SSG. Unlikely to happen again. OXG will need a strong start here, and more importantly, they somehow need to avoid going to match point because it appears to be the only round that they are incapable of winning. 51% of the community says SSG will win, 49% for OXG. That is tremendously close. I have no idea what's going to happen here because if you'd asked me, Parker, is OXG going to go 1-9 on match points? I would say no, of course not. Yet here we are, Jesse. Here we are.
Parker, it was the Stage 2 finals last season between Dark Zero and the Sonics, which made history as the first ever 45-round game in the North America League, going 8-7, 8-7, 8-7. We could repeat here one stage later in the lower bracket quarters between OXG and Space Station. It would be fitting, I think, for such a competitive playoff series that we've seen so far, not just from both these teams, but from everybody involved, from Shopify's Rebellion and M80's ridiculous series that they had earlier, from Wildcard and OXG's ridiculous series as well. There have been some fantastic series so far in Stage 1. And we just might get, once again, a tie for the longest best of 3 that Siege can possibly produce without infinite overtime. Fox was wondering if we would get the double shield ban. I think OXG would like to ban double shields. They would like to remove all the shields so that SSG won't have the opportunity to play them, because we've seen a lot of shield bans so far today, but you just can't leave Ying up on Kafe. She is by far the most banned operator on this map. We always see her getting removed, so it's not a surprise to see a Ying get removed. Alongside that, Monty, SSG ban both the Azami and the Mira. Very common bans. I think Azami Castle a little bit more common of a duo, but Mira by far one of the more popular bans as well.
Mira just empowers so many of these bomb sites, Jesse. She's got great application across the board, but most importantly, she is a menace on that top floor, allowing teams to play so confidently up on Cocktail, holding powerful positions that require nades to flush them out, maybe fire arrows, maybe swift droning and a quick execute. There's a lot that Mira can provide and enable. I do like this ban an awful lot, and it will change the way that teams hold that top floor. Haven't seen a lot of variation, though, in the defenders that are brought. OXG likes their set operator lineup. All 5 of these ops that you see on the board, maybe Tubarao is kind of the redheaded stepchild at the moment of these 5 ops, but the other 4 played really regular in all stables of the arsenal brought by Oxygen.
Yeah, and I'll say, I mean, Tubarao extremely popular for a VIP hold. Basically every team is running a Tubarao in this position, so no shocker to see it coming out from OXG. Jonah gave you the stats before the game started. Oxygen 4-0 through the season so far. Ridiculous stat line. SSG undefeated as well, although the teams SSG beats, just Envy and Cruelty, maybe needs a bit of an asterisk on that. OXG should be the toughest team that they have played all season on Kafe, but Oxygen could say the same with wins over Wildcard, M80, and Orgulus. None of those teams are getting top 4 in the NAL.
This is Buck's office upstairs. Ram can take some time there to work as well. Maybe a WeWork situation where they all swap desks around. It can also be a very powerful place for a sledge. You see SSG has brought 2 of those 3 operators, and they will completely close off the latter portion of this bomb site. Nitro goes out. It looked like a smoke goes too, and the diffuser from Foltz goes down successfully. He will pay dearly for it, and now it's J90 under fire from that same angle as all of the gas canisters from Grixer have been expended at this point in time. Another quick execute from Space Station. They did this to OXG on bank back in map number 1, and now they will do it yet again. Despite the brawl coming out, OXG still holding pretty well. Forrest with a 2-piece against his old team, and he thinks he has a read on the defuse kit, but he is dead wrong. We'll go into a position where he can get knocked on over, and Benjamaster will collect the final kill. Space Station taking round number 1. This has been a slog for them. They have been behind most of this series. No different than what we saw earlier today in their matchup against M80. But Space Station, just because they're behind, does not mean they are losing. They did eventually end up beating M80 and are now 1 round closer in this 3rd and final map to beating OXG as well.
I love that Rara strategy coming out from Jane. I know he ran that in the same bomb site when they went up against, I believe it was Envy, in their second match of Cafe of the season. It was a really cool strat to be able to showcase just all the creativity you can use with Rara, shutting that door. Obviously, it did get Impact open, and you might be thinking, oh, the Rara didn't do anything because they impact the door from Whiskey, and then they still had access to where the plant was going down. But it slowed down those Toxic Babes just enough for the diffuse kits able to go down from Fault. So it ended up making all the difference in the end there. The wall doesn't need to stay closed for it to have a huge impact on the round. So really cool execute coming out from Space Station Gaming, one to learn from for sure, and one that I'm sure we'll see other teams start to replicate quite soon. Castle being brought to try to fortify that top floor. Again, it's been one of the most commonly banned operators on Cafe. So when it's available, OXG are going to try to abuse that, and they should have a very strong top floor hold because of it as they hold down this mining dining bomb site.
Don't suspect we're going to see such a swift pace out of SSG for the remainder of this matchup, but who knows? I am quite impressed with how closely matched these two teams have been. There's quite a gap between them in the standings. Space Station finished the group stages with 6 victories, 1 overtime loss, and 2 regulation losses. Good for 19 points, only 2 back of Dark Zero, who finished in 2nd place. OXG finished in 5th with a negative record, 4 regulation wins, 5 regulation losses. OXG's been a team possessed, though. They've been doing very well adapting to their opponents, and they have been very hard to beat. But SSG, despite their record, have never really been able to bully their opponents. They've always had hard-fought matches. I think stylistically that goes very well against a scrappy team like OXG, who will be down a player and a half. They've lost Yaga, and now Gomez is walking on a single point of HP, extremely wounded. SSG off to a great start here, Jesse.
Gomez going to be playing bottom white to maybe come for a late push-up if they do go to try to plant inside of mining. Could also rotate if they want over to the brown stairs later on. No hard breach other than J9O, so he'll have to make the rotate over to Piano if they want to open up this train hatch. That's often where you'll see the push come through. Otherwise, red stairs is going to be the main location where you'll see that play happen. These castle barricades, a nuisance, but not going to result in any deaths, just to slow things down the side of SSG, make it annoying for where you can and cannot rotate through. That top floor really wasn't contested. As soon as Yaga went down, there was really nobody else from OXG that decided to stick around, so they're happy to contend this space. There's less than 60 seconds remaining on the side of SSG, but that should be enough time for them to work a plant down. Big question is where they want to go. False is on white stairs at the moment.
Enja will take one out, but Adam immediately trades Ashen back, so very little gained here. Adam's still inside of this corner in reading, and he certainly has brushed up on his material, that is for sure. Though he and Gomez combined for about 40 HP, make that even less. What little remained of Gomez now gone at the hands of Fultz, and Space Station will take a numbers advantage. Fultz will also hold on to that case with some utility. J9O gets caught running by Forrest in a rat position downstairs on the soft wall of Freezer that makes your head spin. And it'll throw some panic into the ranks of Space Station now. As Newers and Fultz will need to get into the bomb site, Adam is spotted. Newers removing his head and removing the player from the server, and now it is Forrest from down below with a nitro cell trying to find the target. No way! Shot out by Newers, which could have been a dynamite end to the round. But Newers does what needs to be done, not the kill, but to take care of the objective. Now Forrest, with gun in hand, will have only his own abilities to go against these two remaining players. White stairs being held by Space Station, and Newers was the star of the round there, covering his teammates, finding space, destroying utility, and ultimately allowing Space Station to take another round.
Big round from Newers, and I think some smart late round decision making coming through from SSG. Very likely going to credit Fultz with that decision making as the IGL and the man with the defuse kit at the end. They didn't realize that Forrest was downstairs in the freezer. They had that sound cue on Forrest's side. He knew that there was somebody up on rappel. The second he heard J9O get off rappel, that's when he went and looked towards the white stairs, got that shotgun play. That was really intelligent from Forrest. But as soon as they realized he was down below, on the side of OXG, they just said, that's fine by us. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to scramble around this top floor. SSG ended up sliding on through. They got Newers with a big pick, and then Faults choosing to plant on the dining room table so that he could not get killed by a Nitro down below. Really smart stuff coming through. SSG, now that they are up 2-0, have finally decided they will not be calling attack timeout after the first 2 rounds. Instead, OXG will do the same. They say, nope, 2 rounds, that's far too many with an attack timeout. If SSG won't do it, it's up to us. They call the attack, and they make sure that we will pause just briefly at the start of this game.
Fluke was right. Yet again. It hurts me to say this. I have an adversarial relationship with Fluke. Nothing but love for her in my heart, but on broadcast, it does us well to present ourselves as sworn enemies. Having to say that Fluke was right, it like physically inflicts pain on my body. But she's the one who called that all these timeouts are happening at the tail end of round number 2. For those unaware of the way that timeouts work, you're allowed to talk to your coach for that moment. That is the only time that a coach is allowed to talk to their team. The only little asterisk to that is if your opponents call a timeout, and then you get to talk to your coach yet again. But OXG's called their timeout. Callout gets to speak to Space Station. Redeemer obviously gets to speak to OXG. If SSG calls their timeout at any point later in this game, OXG will also be able to benefit from that same timeout. It is good to get the coaches to weigh in on these things. They can affect whether you want to ban certain operators, because it's not the coach that's banning operators, it's the team that selects it, even though they likely go in with a game plan that the coach is aware of. But it also allows another voice to come in and kind of talk to these players, because sometimes what needs to be corrected is not a strategic element, but an emotional element. They're off to the races, Jesse. Fultz will clear out the top floor and they will find nothing. They walk in and confront castle barricades, then have to stop because they're a little concerned here. They are bogged down. I don't know if they were expecting that castle barricade in the corner, but they are tucked in quite nicely right now, staying alive for the time being.
Might have been worried about a cigar player. Usually that castle barricade means that there's somebody directly in the cigar box, and so being able to use the line and the blitz, that would have been a surefire kill. Instead, though, the castle barricade is set up, and it's only Adam that's really nearby playing the pixel part of the map, still just over towards Piano. SSG still with a massive advantage, though. They've gotten a little bit of damage onto Gomez. This clock is still looking really nice for them. Oxygen have very rarely decided to defend the top floor. Again, this is their 5th time playing Cafe. It's only their 2nd time ever choosing to defend up above. They lost it the one time they attempted it previously in the NAL stage. So new territory from OXG and maybe a little bit unknown for Space Station.
You see the smokes go off. They finally found their footing, and really the gall here of Fultz. He's in the middle of the bomb site. He should be exposed. They're trying to fire away at him. It's a nitro cell that will get him, but SSG sweep through the remaining OXG players. That leaves them in a 4v3 right now, favoring the team in orange on the right side of your screen. Problem is, that diffuser has been dropped in the Lion's Den. They have to go get the objective unless they want to go for kills, which is entirely possible. I do like SSG's chances just from a killing perspective. They've got an E1D, the last of which will now be used by Benjamaster. They've used none of their hard breach on the side of Hibana. It doesn't look like they've used much of the sledge either. All of the Gara hooks for Newers are still available. Newers, by the way, with 4 kills at this point. Utility be damned, just go for kills. Space Station got the memo. They find every single member of OXG, and this astronaut group seems indomitable at the moment.
As we approach the later hours of Friday evening, it feels like OXG might be a little sleepy in this game. Really are struggling to answer back with the trades. It was a good nitro cell from Gomez to stop that plant. It nearly got down by Faults, maybe half a second remaining on that defuse kit. Unfortunately, that's where the good started and ended for OXG. Adam couldn't get anything playing aggressive over towards Piano. And then in the 4v3, despite the fact that the defuse kit was known where it was, they had full information as to SSG's positioning, OXG chose not to get aggressive. They were in a man deficit, a 3v4, then later a 2v4 as a weird angle took down Gomez. Nobody decided to go out for a swing. Nobody decided to do anything to disrupt SSG. They just sat in their positions, and as SSG took their time, they moved around the map. They eventually were able to collapse in and shut down those spots. So like to see a little bit more movement coming out of Oxygen in a round like that. We don't tend to see it here, but something to look for going forward. OXG really need to be snappier on some of these defensive rounds. It's okay to take initiative. It's okay to get a little bit aggressive. Maybe it's not their play style, but it's what you need to do against a team like SSG.
I know that this might not be a calculation that the players make, but Space Station were but 3 kills away from this being a 2-0. If they take map 1 away from OXG and then OXG completely implodes in map 2 as we saw, this is over. We don't even need a third map. We have been given a thrilling game, though I will say, and slightly disagree with Foxe in that second map. I think the tail end of map number 2 got a little bit ugly between these squads, but for fans of Space Station, they won't really care about that. They'll be pretty happy with the end result. It was not the best siege that we've seen get played, but again, I do think fatigue is starting to factor in here. Having teams play 2 best-of-3s in one day is quite grueling, especially later in the day, though we are starting to get into gamer hours, so this is when most of them start to warm up. But I mean, if you're SSG, you've got to think back to that round and kick yourself a little bit, but you can do that in a post-mortem. Get through the match first. They've had a rough start to this 4th round, Jesse, as they've lost the Amaru of Benjamaster.
Yeah, Dedamaru to start things off is pretty typical for how this operator sometimes plays. It was through the dining window, I should say, where he first made his entrance, and then made it just to the hallway before going down. This glass play at the front of Bakery door is something a couple of teams have experimented with over the last couple of months, and it can certainly be a cheeky way to get kills, but I think defensive teams are a bit wise to it now. Starting to make the breach onto Prep, you will be able to hold this really strong angle, but it doesn't seem like Bakery is really a point that Oxygen are happy to control. They're giving it up to SSG. They're okay if you walk in through Bakery. They're going to stop you once you get closer into the bomb site.
Forest is going to go for what might be a later peek. You won't find anything. It's Space Station who's supposed to be the one peeking through the windows. I suspect on a map like Cafe, we will see Space Station quite active on those windows and doors once the side swap comes in. What the scoreline will look like, though, is at this point really up to OXG. They need to greet these SSG forces a bit more forcefully. Fultz has found an opening to get into the bomb site. Ashen tearing through Gomez. He's got to line up for more. Fultz dropped by Grixer, but Ashen's coverage not good enough, but he's still tearing through these players. A very linear execute that we see from Space Station. It has cost them because they have not cleared out this middle floor.
Yeah, the players up above are the real issue here, Parker. Are they going to send anybody upstairs? It doesn't seem like they will. Newers with the fuse kit. Ashen chokes out to the Toxic Babe. That is not how you wanted this plan B to start things off. Still both inside of Bakery. They're desperate for a plant. They have no more smokes. Unless somebody sprints up red, this is going to get really ugly.
Huge round from Grixer, by the way. Now it'll be Forrest on the cross, leaving Newers as last man standing. Yet to die, but I suspect that will change. He gets a beat on one of those Scopos robots as Forrest is over by back bar, and Newers will be obscured by that F mine. We'll get the kill. Forrest looking for it. Adam not far removed. Adam will get it. He hits the deck with the bailiff, and OXG gets on the board in round number 4.
Before round 4 started, we saw OXG ban out the Raura, an operator that SSG only brought on the bottom floor bomb site. The only time they used this operator was for their kitchen execute. So on one hand, I think it's very nice for OXG that they were able to convert their kitchen defense into a win. If you dedicate your operator ban solely to one site, which is that bottom floor, then you better be able to convert it into a victory. And they did. It was enough to force SSG to go for a bake take, and then they shut that down really nicely with good vert play. On the other hand, you haven't taken away any tools from SSG that allowed them to win on reading, that allowed them to win on top floor. Dining, I should say, not reading. So these next couple of rounds might still be tricky for Oxygen. They're going to have to adapt in other ways beyond the operator bans. But as far as this round is concerned, as far as the kitchen bomb site goes, that shouldn't be a problem anymore from OXG. Feels like that Rara ban really did do them wonders.
Yeah, I mean, a great decision here. The Space Station are not a heavy shield team, so you have some flexibility on the side of your opponents to not pin them down. same can't be said for Oxygen. I mean, you saw SSG's bans in the previous map was all 3 of the main shields, which is what prompted OXG to rely on the fuse. And when OXG is on attack, relying on a fuse, that's when things seem to go sideways. It happened in map number 1, it happened in map number 2. And I suspect if the bans shake out the same for Space Station, we might see Oxygen do decently well in rounds 1 and 2, but then fall off after that in the second half. Different changes here now for OXG. They've liked a very similar lineup through a lot of their defenses, but this time, Jaeger, not a staple of their defense, brought in Pulse, also not a regular appearance in the defender lineup of OXG, and then of course the Aruni brought in as well. I do like these changes from Oxygen. Whether it'll be enough to kickstart their defense, well, they've got 2 rounds for maybe new operators on maybe new bomb sites to pay off. That last round was really... I don't want to point fingers at Space Station for how linear that was, but I do kind of feel like that was Space Station losing the round rather than OXG winning it, but maybe that's just me being a bit pessimistic.
Certainly would have been better, I think, if they had Benja surviving and pressuring that top floor as he wanted to on the Amaru. This combination between Pulse and the IQ is going to be heavily favorable to J90. If he can find a vert angle onto Grixer through a soft floorboards, that could be massive as a game changer. Will find a C4, which is helpful, as well as some Valkyrie cameras. So already good utility work coming out from J90. Makes it relatively safe to enter in through piano. There is a player inside a bathroom. That is going to be Forrest, who's playing there with the SAS shotgun on the mute. If they turn the corner, he is surely to win that gunfight. SMG in the hand right now, but mute in a close-range gunfight is always going to be favored. He's got an opponent on the window too, and they don't even check it.
Oh my. Forrest just tearing through these SSG players now. Nitrocell will go out, but a quick rappel up the wall as Newers avoids certain death from that position. OXG now firing things up. They had a bit of a miserable start to this map, but they have found it in round 4. It is carrying over to round 5, and SSG are watching as the map does not work in their favor. Now it's Benja Master alone against a full fighting 5 of OXG. Forrest, a huge round. Is that a 4K for Fofo Son? A flawlessly won round by OXG. Just don't tell them they're on match point, and they seem to be doing okay. 2 in a row as they still trail Space Station, but are within striking distance of tying up the first half.
That's the revenge for the drop. Forrest looking a little annoyed with how SSG maybe discarded him at the end of last season. Well, he answers back. Beautiful work with the SMG-11 to start things off. I was a little critical. I was like, you know what? I feel like maybe that's close range. Maybe bring out the shotgun, but he proved me wrong. I don't know if you're getting both of those frags in one clip if you're holding the shotgun. That is a nasty couple of kills for Forrest to be able to get. Credit where credit is due. Played that perfectly. Feeling good about himself after a big play like that. OXG looked like they might have been down and out going out 3-0, but since the operator bans have come on through for the second quarter, Oxygen have been undefeated. If they get a 3-3 split now, Parker, that number 45 is looking more and more likely.
It's been a long time since a best of 3 has gone all the way in all 3 maps, and it will give us a very late evening for viewers, for the audience. Most of Europe is asleep at this point in time. Our European colleagues have been likely tucked into bed for a couple hours now. I know that you're not as much of a night owl as I am, especially with the time zone, but I don't mind staying up too late. For those that are still watching, I hope you've enjoyed some thrilling Siege. Yeah, the first series between OXG and Wildcard didn't quite live up to its billing, but I think the matches beyond that have been pretty good, and certainly there's been lots to look at, cheer for, and get frustrated with when it comes to this best of 3 up to this point. Can't get closer than to 15-round contests, unless, of course, there's unlimited OT, which I can't say that because I just think of that coastline matchup and my eyes just glaze over and that's it. I'm gone.
Nitro won't
nice
land.
Nitro cell tossed out, but it does not connect. Newers will answer back and Yaga dies. Gomez is down as well, and Space Station will blunt the momentum that had been built up by OXG.
2-man ad now, and almost another as we saw the defender down inside a pillar barely get away with his life. Ashen could have had a third. Won't be, though. We still have a 2-man advantage for Space Station as Grixer, Forrest, and Adam are remaining still up here. Forrest is technically on the top floor, but he's just playing top red. Odd to see a player so high up on red this late into the round. I assume the hatch has been opened. There's a sledge on the board. There's no way it hasn't. He got a lot of good value out of the mute last time, and there's no way he's not just been droned, right? Okay, we definitely see him now. They won't do that. Gets away with his life, though.
Adam now sitting at 50% of his HP. Newer's the only one who's taken some damage on the side of Space Station. SSG's been really impervious to damage through so many of these rounds, Jesse. It's really a fascinating thing. Ashen leading the team right now with 7 kills. J9O has dropped off a little bit the later that we have gone into this match, but good news for Space Station fans. There are other players to shoulder some of that weight. Ashen had a bit of a slower start, but here he is showing up as the fragger that you come to expect. A bit of a pause now as 45 seconds remain. OXG just waiting out this SSG advance, and they will likely find one. Grixer, the swing on Nebenja. The action comes a little bit faster than we expected, Jesse. Now smokes will go down, fire as well behind them as Volt sprints on into the bomb site to try and find some security away from the prying eyes, but there's a Maestro still on the board. A burst of action over by the bomb chassis. Both teams lose one. Adam and Grixer to stand and wait as SSG trickles into the bomb site. Evil Eyes up, giving information to the remaining defenders. Adam on the ground doing serious damage, looking for more. He'll find 2 of them. Goodness gracious. What a steal of a round by Oxygen. SSG looked like they had it, but no, their hopes dashed at the last second.
And that's exactly what I was hoping to see from OXG, getting a little bit more active on the defense. Go back to round 3. What happened in that round? It was the top floor. There was an attempted plant by Fault inside a bar. They killed him, but then even in the man disadvantage, OXG just sat still. They played scared. They didn't want to move. They let that man advantage from SSG just snowball into kill after kill, and they ended up losing that round. This time, it's another man advantage for Space Station, but OXG refused to sit still. It is swing after swing from Grixer, making big moves with the Maestro LMG. Then you've got Adam hitting some ridiculous shots in the hallway as well. Those Evil Eyes from Grixer that were set up were feeding out all the information. So you've got to give credit to the dead players on Oxygen as well. Yaga and Gomez feeding information to the teammates. It was not just those Evil Eyes, but the Valk cams as well. Some of them, I believe all of them, were spotted by Ashen on the IQ. But it didn't seem to matter. They might have known where the information was, but it was too chaotic for them to destroy those cams. Really good defense from OXG. They bring this right back to an even game.
These two teams are just destined to do this duel over and over and over again, and the likelihood of us going to overtime, which you'd already predicted early on in this matchup, has now shot upwards. We do end this best of 3 on North America's most played map. Kafe Dostoyevsky enters the day now just a bit above Chalet, but will continue to move upwards as more and more rounds are played. Kafe is, by all of those rounds, attacker favored, though over the last couple plays, it has shifted towards favoring the defenders. Which of these teams does it benefit more? Well, just on paper, that should help Space Station. We saw the numbers before we got into it. SSG is a better statistical team on defense than attack, as per the graphic that was shared on the broadcast before getting into this match. But of course, there are other factors. Our shields being banned out. Our defender that are incredibly important, like as we see right here, Castle and Azami, will they make an impact? Space Station have no choice but to go on to either the Blackbeard or the Fuse. In this case, Forrest greatly prefers the Fuse, as SSG banned out the 2 shields, which will put this OXG attack in a bit of a bind. And we have seen through the previous 2 maps how ineffective a Fuse can be in comparison to a Blitz and a Monty.
Yeah, and thank God, you know, I was really getting worried we wouldn't see any more Fuse in this game after Border ended, but it is back. Thankfully, Forrest will bring this new operator, and the Ying, maybe slightly more impactful, starts to rain in hell from the skylight as these Candelas start to play through. Gomez gets an opening pick in through Pillar right after Forrest was the actual opener on the Fuse shield. The Warden sitting back bar of Newers might be a big problem. The information's on J9O, but it doesn't seem to matter. Beauty shot onto Adam, and things start to grind to a halt. OXG had a burst of action. They used 3 of their 4 Candelas. They got Forrest in and Adam. They lose a little too many gunfights, and now they need to slow down a little bit, reconsider where these defender positions are and how they're going to clear past these Banshees and deployable shields.
Really quite a terrific shot by J90 playing on that pixel spot. He'll scamper off to the bathroom to find some greater comfort and some more protection as Ticket is the scene for OXG to break through into Piano. J90 will be the first line of defense, but OXG might have changed their minds, now looking over towards the typical cigar door, but the Aurora of Gomez has sealed that off for the time being. The feet can be spotted, and look at the damage that's done by Ash, and Yaga, yet to find a kill, will be without most of his life. That's a tough spot for OXG to be in. It's been a hell of a gauntlet for both of these teams, and we are getting down to the wire of the first round of the second half. Gomez outside looking for greater isolation to close off these back bar doors. He's still got 2 gadgets in pocket. Out will go a smoke. He'll drop on in. Immediately punished by Newers. Didn't bother to use any of his gadgets. SSG certainly not missing their mark. Yaga, the last one standing, still without a kill. Gunned down by Benja down below, and Space Station will take the lead.
Once plan A failed, that plan B really did not look pretty from Oxygen. Just dropping the hatch raw without any Candelas. Yaga still had 1 Candela in his pocket late into the round, but he used it about 10, 15 seconds before they pushed. I guess right when Gomez popped off that smoke. So it was supposedly trying to blind somebody. It was Newers playing inside of Cocktail with the Warden. So whether he got hit by that Candela or not, it wouldn't have made a difference. I don't believe he was. Regardless, they do trade things out eventually, but the numbers are too strong for SSG. Good play by Benja down below to finish off that round. And really good play, I think, from the early round. First Jan, I know, hitting that shot on the pixel shield over towards Adam. And then the first kill onto Forrest as well. That came from Faults, who was playing, I think, just below. Got a vertical angle onto the planting shield inside a bar. That was not necessarily an easy kill, but Faults made it happen.
All of these players finding high impact on the side of SSG. Fultz's numbers have not been great through this interaction with OXG, but I mean, again, he plays on those awful roles where you expect him to do poor. It just makes the highs even higher for a player like Fultz. When he can get a round-winning kill, or he can maneuver through a defense, get a kill, and then immediately get the diffuser down, his value is the equivalent of 1 to 2 picks from a fragging player. So you have to take these numbers with a grain of salt. Unfortunately, we really can't say the same about both Gomez and Yaga. They are having terrible games by just about every single metric that we can apply to these two players and their roles, especially a player like Gomez, who was so instrumental on Bank, with OXG being able to rise to the occasion to meet SSG halfway and then eventually overpower them. I don't really know what's going on with Yaga at this point in time. Some people just have bad games, but it will get worse for him as Ashen picks him off 49 seconds into the round. And there he goes. Newers quick into the chat. But man, Aurora down, Yaga down, and now he'll be on cam duty for quite a while.
Yeah, again, it could be a really powerful operator just on the bottom floor of Cafe, because you can use it as SSG did, dropping in through the freezer hatch. You can also use it to help control small bakery if you can block off that angle from the red stairs. There's a lot of good Aurora usage that we can see on Cafe, but push is not over. This has still got strong vertical presence on the side of Oxygen. Space Station didn't care to hold the top floor, so this Ram plus Buck combination, I guess we'll throw the fuse in as well. Can do a lot of damage from up here. The primary gadgets do a lot of work opening up these angles, denying a lot of positions. It'll be on SSG to try to hide from these bird angles being made by Oxygen. It's likely that the plant will eventually come through that hatch right there as we get the cinematic shot from our observer, Nova, to help us out. So we'll see if this ends up being a big play as they can drop in with some flashbangs that are being held by Gomez and Adams, some smokes from Grixer. The information is there on the site, but without that Rara to close out the doors, I'm just not sure if they're going to be able to handle all of the angles that SSG will be playing, thanks to 5 bodies still being alive for the defenders.
Ashen will continue his reign of terror in this round, eliminating Adam. High impact kills coming out from the player on SSG, but They're in a bit of a rough spot for the side of Space Station. They've lost the smoke. Good thing that a skeleton key was in hand for Gomez as Benjamaster is completely immobilized and taken down. Forrest getting the diffuser to a good spot, but has to stop as he's under fire from the defenders of Space Station. Ashen breaking double digits amidst this run, and he's hungry for more. Grixer now coming in for the assist as Gomez drops. Ashen has 3 kills. He was denied an ace in a previous match. He won't get more than 3 this time as J90 and Newers sweep up the rest of OXG and put him in the bin. SSG, a strong answer to some good aggression from Oxygen, but ultimately OXG knocked off stride early with Yaga being put in the ground only 45 seconds into the round.
Faults dying with 2 toxic babes in pocket could have been a disaster for SSG, and when it was followed up by Benja being yellow pinged on the red stairs, shot through the wall from the skeleton key, I thought, oh no, this is SSG crumbling to pieces. OXG, you're sure to put a good attack together now, but they never really stopped with that pressure. Ashen was going in and out, denying the plant from Forest, retreating back to safety, going into deny once again, and then managed to find a kill somewhere on a Gomez too. I don't know how this kid does it, but it seems like no matter where the threats are, Ashen is able to assess that and shut it down no matter what time of day it may be at. He's playing absolutely lights out today, the star player of SSG. Picked up on this team at just 18 years old, didn't have to play tier 2, was too good for that, immediately signed to a pro contract as soon as he was of age, and I think everybody kind of recognizes the value in that signing. Ashen from the very first day has been nothing but an asset for SSG.
SSG has gone through some very interesting iterations. I mean, this is a team that only has one remaining part of that World Championship winning roster, which is Fultz on that team. Gotten to a point where these players have almost all retired. I don't know if he's made it official, but Thinking Nate has not competed at a tier 1 level for a year or 2 at this point. Both Bosco and Rampy have officially retired and moved on to greener pastures. Canadian is still playing. He's on Shopify Rebellion, and while his stats haven't been great, he's been leading a team of gunners to, at this point in time, what appears to be a top 2 finish. But of course, 3rd place is always possible. His team will await the winners of this match, which right now looks like it will be his old team of Space Station, which would be kind of funny. It would be Shopify Rebellion, his current team, and then it would be Space Station, his former team, and Dark Zero, his former team as well. SSG, who are looking to be this 3rd place team, are in great spirits after blowing up Adam on red stairs. So a strong start for them. A minute into the round, and they've got a nice advantage.
We do see the fall off coming through. Ashen still playing on the bar. I say that. Newer's still up towards Cocktail too. They have ways to fall back. Ashen drops to Pillar now, so this will be the actual fall off as the logic bombs are a little too threatening to maintain top floor control. Everybody is now backed off from the side of SSG. Makes a lot of sense. They don't need to risk their lives up here. Top floor is not do or die when the bomb site is mining and dining. You're not going to hold red the whole round anyways, so why bother holding onto the top floor with dear life? You can fall off after wasting good time. Ben just wants to be a little cheeky for a run out. If there's anybody on maybe the white window or the cocktail windows, they could get some value. But I think OXG, the way they're positioned right now, are pretty conservative. If a run out does come, it shouldn't do much.
Down goes Ashen at the hands of Grixer, an even affair between these teams with a minute still left on the clock. Worried about what comes from those F-mines as Grixer walks in that doorway and now avoids reading entirely, but it's not the smartest idea. Fultz reads him like a book. Down goes Grixer, and the advantage swings back in favor of Space Station as Fultz picks up his 2nd. High impact kills, Jesse. That's what we're talking about. 4 to his name, but Fultz is making them count. It's all up to Forrest with the shield upstairs inside of Piano. He's getting played out right now by Space Station. Adam and Forrest tied with 8 kills apiece. Yaga still searching for his first. That's the state of things on the side of OXG, as it seems to just be a waiting game. Forrest, a desperate attempt that will find nothing. Ben just shuts him down, and SSG move to match point. 6-3 the scoreline.
Looking unbeatable on these Kafe defenses. Space Station have put up a strong performance. They run through a full site rotation without dropping even one. They go into the final set of operator bans. Some great anchor play from Fultz. We've given a lot of credit to his anchor partner in J90 today, but Fault's putting up some fantastic play, just as you were referencing his SI championship performance a few years back. It'll be a Blackbeard ban. Don't know if Forrest was going to play it anyways, but just to ensure that he does stay on that fuse shield, why not remove it? I like the Valk ban. We've seen a lot of Valkyrie so far today from both teams, and while it is nice to be able to counter that with an IQ, it's much easier to not have to worry about all those cameras that could be keeping an eye on you. This is where we really get to test OXG. Will they be able to lock back in? We saw how much they were able to choke the lead back on border. Felt like it was going to be a clean 2-0 sweep, and Oxygen would be knocking Space Station out of the tournament. It was 6-2 on the second map after Oxygen led the series 1-0. But now the shoe's on the other foot. Are SSG the same type to throw 3 back-to-back-to-back match point rounds? To me, it doesn't feel like it, but in a game like this, where the pressure's the highest against a team like OXG, crazier things have happened.
I was going to say for a second here, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, because OXG fans were likely doing victory laps after that 6-2 scoreline emerged on border, and then OXG lost and lost and lost and lost, and their current position on match points, they have won a single round of 9 possible match points for OXG. Now, Space Station does not seem to be afflicted with this same curse because they have trailed for the entirety of this series. They have not really been given an opportunity to go to match point. In fact, Space Station have only been on match point twice, both times at the start of round 15, and they are 1 for 2. They lost one in map 1, they won the second in map 2. Significantly better record. So don't count those chickens before they hatch. The eggs can still spoil, and they went real bad for OXG real fast in the previous map. Again, I'm with you on this. I don't think Space Station is the team that's going to keep choking round after round, especially since the deficiencies that came out for Oxygen, or when OXG were attacking without their shield set up the way that they want. They've abandoned the shield this time. Maybe things go, well, maybe they go a little bit better. Forrest immediately dies on the Capitao. Shield or no shield, he's as good as gone, and Space Station are 4 kills away from 3rd place.
Mama Hen Faults is down in the bottom floor, actually on a bit of a move around Bakery, but it's his teammates up top as he feeds them that information with the cameras that are going to have to do the dirty work of stopping OXG's advance. They don't have a lot of map control. They're just inside a cigar. That's good enough, though, for Adam as he does find J90, and Faults below. Talked about his positioning, cleaned up by Gomez. So great read by OXG. They now have a chance to reset, bring all their players back to the top floor, and with an equal man count push, super doable.
And I like Newers' spot here. Again, tucked in really close, reading Adam, seeing the bullet tracers, and repositioning over towards that cocktail windows where they knew one player was. Grixer eliminated, and Gomez hanging by a wire as OXG's chances hang by that same thread. 1v3 and the death drop into Cafe. One of the hardest things to pull off as a player is to drop in, survive, and get picks. He has no idea where these players from SSG happen to be. He finds Newers on a great shot. 2 more opportunities now. Plenty of time. 40 seconds left, but Space Station look to play quite passive, which is the right call, Jesse. Sit back and wait for him to come to you. Benja does, unfortunately, reveal himself. Gomez reads that right. But what's the follow-up? Walking confidently towards Bar. Walking confidently towards Freezer, but they ice him out. Ashen with the final kill. Space Station completes the streak, and goodbye to OXG as their chances, well, they go up in flames. Out goes Oxygen. Space Station move on, and they'll fight against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow.
Caught a workers' revolt. The boss can't do the job, and this will be a top 3 finish from Space Station Gaming. After the start to the playoffs that they had, losing in the very first round to Wildcard, they are on a lower bracket run to be feared. There's 2 very good opponents that will wait them tomorrow. Shopify Rebellion first, and then if they succeed, Dark Zero the next. But that is a team that is very well capable of taking out those opponents.
A grueling match, but SSG was in full control for that 3rd and final map, and they make all of those kills count. A huge win for them, and we'll see them in action tomorrow. Our show's almost over, but one last break. We'll see you soon.
Here's your rotate. In
That's a
freeze.
shield.
Right, eye contact, eye contact, eye contact.
1v1s, 1v1s.
Guys, this
Let's go,
mental, the
boys.
mental. We do not break, fellas. We do not break.
We actually don't break. That's actually insane.
We do not break, fellas. We do
That was
not.
a good shot right there, Balls. Hard nose.
Hard fucking nose. Sold.
What a test of the mental. Ashton said it. They do not break. They fend off 4 series points, and then they make it work, taking it to map 3 and winning it on map 3. We have Ashton standing by, the man with the mental himself. What a win. Dude, I mean, that was so fun to watch. How do you guys look in the mirror, 6-2 down? What is it you say to the team? What is it you guys talk about before making that insane run on map 2?
Well, going into border, we call it the mental marathon, you know? So we just got after it. Honestly, we threw all our strats out the window and we just started getting after it. Started, you know, just running around and just, you know, we got nothing else to lose, right? So let's just run around, get some kills, just play off each other. That's all that could have mattered. And, you know, it ended up bringing us all the way back. We stayed in it all the way through, stayed hard-nosed, good mental. You know, that's what we do outside the server. We train a lot, the mental toughness, and it paid off here.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw that. I felt like in the best of 3, you guys only got better and better as it went on. I mean, into this last map, obviously on Cafe, I saw you guys completely banned out all 3 shields. Was that something that was just, obviously you noticed that Forrest was using the shields and OXG needed it. What was like the game plan behind banning those shields?
Yeah, we know, especially from VOD review and just the previous maps, that they need the shields to do all their cheese takes, like all their ISOs and like with Ying, Glaz, all that stuff. And it was funny, they were doing a lot of the stuff that they did in the scrim, and you know, we had a little, you know, we just had to point it out to them real quick. So ban all their 3 shields out, cut out some of the cheese, and then just let them play into us, honestly. And we had good win conditions, and that's what we played into.
Oh, there you go, Ash. Congratulations, pushing one step further. I want to talk about just kind of the game as a whole. Were you a little bit taken back at how well Oxygen has been playing from the previous stage, obviously, then to now?
Yeah, obviously, you know, getting Forrest, it's he's a good player in the terms that he's an oddball player. He can make weird stuff work, and you know, obviously he's not there for his mechanical ability, but more for his calling and his ability to, you know, have like cheese in the back of his pocket, right? And they did a lot of that, and I think knowing Brox from teaming with them, we knew a lot of what to expect. And in Bank, we lost to a lot of ourselves, honestly. We just weren't keeping it simple. Same with the border attack. Like, it wasn't really too much of them outstratting us. It was us losing to ourselves. We were tired, you know. We wake up at 8 a.m. That's, you know, but we got the fucking iron mental.
Well, just to follow up
3
then,
energy drinks deep. 3.
Well, just to follow up then, do you think not only just in your guys' own skill and understanding of how you want to approach Cafe, do you think you also beat them on that endurance side?
Oh, 100%. I think every single stage that I've been in Pro League, I've gone through an LCQ and an elimination game, so I know what it's like to be through this. All my teammates do as well. You know, we got Newers going through the ringer now, so, you know, he's getting used to it. It's whenever our backs are put against the wall, you can never count us out, no matter who we're playing against. We're at least always going to make it tough, and today we took their souls.
That's very true.
Ashton, can you tell me a little bit more about that? Because you guys go from losing the opening round in the upper bracket to then going on a run and making top 4, doing what you guys set out to do. Was there anything that changed during that time? Was there anything that you focused on, or did you just keep going day by day?
Yeah, we actually, it wasn't too much we had to change. It was more of just like a mindset shift, because we weren't keeping it simple. You know, we had a lot of ideas. We weren't sticking to just one concrete idea in that wildcard game. And I mean, we lost 8-7, and that easily could have went a third map, just like, you know, the games today. We played 3 8-7 games today. And I think definitely what changed is that we just kept it simple, stuck to one idea. We do this, all 5 of us work on this goal.
Last question, Shopify tomorrow, thoughts?
Hey, when heads duck and pants start shitting, that's when we start taking souls.
Perfectly said. We'll end it on that. Thank you so much for your time. Congrats on the win, and best of luck in that match tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
All right, well, a beautiful quote, as always, to end it from the SSG lads. And what a match. Really a game of endurance. I mean, this thing was a monster of a game. 30 rounds deep, we then go to map 3, and SSG, Ashton said it, they do not break. They locked in, and took the win.
Again, they've always been known for their mental side. It speaks dividends when you watch this SSG when they're down, and he already talked about it. You can't count them out when their backs are against the wall, and that clearly shows here. Being able to recover that game on board, and then to push it in here and end it so convincingly, it definitely speaks into that endurance because, yes, every player on Oxygen has been on a team, has been in this moments where they have to practice and endure and go through this battle of attrition, but this is a roster that is coming together, finding their foundation still, so it's a completely different look at what that endurance shakes up being because you can't rely and have that faith that you would on a roster that's been together for a year, been together for 2 years rather, that these guys have been together for a month, I would say. So for the simple fact of that, when you're going against a team like that SSG that has been here every single time, been through these LCQs, has had to run these gauntlet games to say the least, obviously the endurance shows on SSG's side, and then again, you speak into the mental, you see all of Ashen's energy still being available after this long, grueling match between these two. It speaks into existence.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could see OXG's fatigue because a lot of their rounds on their defense came off the back of big individual plays. I mean, that Forest 4K in the one round, obviously Adam was having a great game, very big plays from them, but SSG knew that if they just got a couple rounds under their belt, once they got onto their defense, like Ashen said, they were making OXG play their game. That was the biggest factor. They would just play up front, get some kills, fall back, and force OXG to execute.
We asked Ashen about the shields. How did that factor in?
I mean, I think the shields being banned was the biggest thing, and it only amplified SSG's game plan of being able to take what OXG needs away to execute. And that's why they were so confident letting OXG go for these late round executes. So they would put up a front, stall, shoot drones, maybe get a pick or two, and then fall back knowing that they're taking utility off the board and they're taking force off of those shields. And that was the biggest win condition on being able to shut OXG down because a lot of those rounds that we saw OXG actually go for the execute, go for the plant, that's when SSG would strike. That's when they would fight. And when it came down to a 1v1, unfortunately, OXG did look fatigued. They weren't winning those fights. Ashen wasn't missing any of those fights. And SSG was, for the most part, winning.
It was a big win from SSG to close out what was a surprise-filled day. I mean, this thing started, we entered that first, rather the semifinals of the lower bracket, quarterfinals, I should say, of the lower bracket. Man, it's been a long day. Wildcard and Oxygen go toe-to-toe. Wildcard with all the momentum. Oxygen shut it down. M80, the favorites on paper, they get stopped in their tracks by Space Station. I mean, Lax, we saw a little bit of everything today.
No, we absolutely did, and I really got to commend Space Station. This was a Space Station that we talked about throughout the stage. Are we going to see ups? Are we going to see lows? And we certainly did, but coming into playoffs, sure, they didn't have the best start, but by all means, today, we are really seeing SSG really develop as a team, and especially in those shields, they are more adopting that meta into their playstyle that is only going to improve them as a whole. I made that comparison from one stage to the next, that they're still the exact same team, but where we were seeing the highlights where they're being able to slow down. We even saw a moment where they just threw the strats out the window, as he said, in Border, and they were just playing together. But again, adopting that meta, adopting those shields is really only going to advance and excel this roster as a whole.
Well, speaking of Border, let's talk about our black light detail of the day. We saw this monster moment on Border that wasn't necessarily a winning moment, but it was an intense moment. Adam stuck in Fountain outside Archives, and he just thrives.
Yeah, I mean, this was gross. He's able to dodge the nade just narrowly, somehow gets back into a position, and on one mag of the SMG-11, he gets 2 wall bangs through this exposed gap that gives him the view. But to be able to dodge the nade just out of range to put him on 2 HP, nobody can land a bullet. To have that confidence, I mean, he definitely lucked out not getting naded, but to then have the confidence to get those back-to-back shots with 1 SMG mag, I mean, that was ridiculous. Obviously, he was like an animal trapped in a cage there, and he fought his way out.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was actually trapped in Archives fending off that push. That was wild. The bracket as we end day 3 of the playoffs. We obviously have one more day to go, but this one was a big one. 3 best of 3s, our lower quarterfinal, our lower semifinal. As we see now, the upper final, rather the lower bracket final now set. Shopify Rebellion and Space Station will go toe-to-toe to decide who meets Dark Zero in that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, SSG have been looking very good. Shopify Rebellion is going to be sitting down there after their loss to DZ, but obviously, they're going to be coming in to it is their first game of the day. Not that level of fatigue that we might see SR being affected by, but both teams, you know, this is going to be an amazing matchup to be able to watch, and then whoever wins gets to go up against DZ.
Yeah, we obviously have finals day ahead. Today was all about the top 4. Tomorrow, well, we have our top 3. It's all about finding that last team standing, the winner of our NAL Stage 1. But that's going to do it for us today. We had another fantastic cutthroat day of playoffs, so thank you so much for tuning in. As always, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you with us. For our entire studio crew, our producers Devin and Ferme, for our director Ian, for Fox and Laxing just laughing it up over here. I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we will see you tomorrow for Grand Finals Day. We get started at 5:30 p.m. Have a great night.